All right, everyone. Ooh, busy day, so let's go ahead and take your seats here and get started. We're here for the Budget Reconciliation Financing Act. We do have 106 witnesses. I say at the outset that we are limiting witnesses to 2 minutes, which is traditional. We thought about 1 minute, but we are sticking with 2 minutes. But we will cut you off at the end of 2 minutes. So you see the red light go off or you see me start talking, that's the end of the testimony. We're pleased to be joined by the Governor of the state of Maryland. Welcome, Governor. It's great to see you. Before we get going with your panel there, I want to allow Chair Atterbury any opening remarks. None. Welcome, Governor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to you, Chair Barnes, to Chair Atterbury. I want to thank you both for your leadership and also for the opportunity to testify. Before I get going, I'd be remiss if I didn't make a mention to say we're all thinking about our speaker. Right now, I know she just recently released out a statement about the passing of her son. For all of us, I know, and we say to her that she's deeply in our thoughts, and we're lifting her and her family up right now in this time of need. Maybe I thought we'd have a brief moment just think about her. Thank you. I want to also take this as an opportunity to thank all of the members of the Appropriations and the Ways and Means Committee for your partnership and for your work, and also just for the opportunity to be here today. I know that budgets respond to the needs of the people, and we thought it was important to be able to come here and speak a little bit about the budget situation that we find ourselves in, but also take an important moment to take stock of where we are and how we're thinking about the way forward. 1 week ago, I took a trip to Washington, D.C., and that was a trip with the National Governors Association, where all of our nation's governors got together, and we were there to talk about where things were and what we were seeing. And I come back and report that what I saw in Washington, it did not just concern me as a governor, it disturbed me as a Marylander. That after we had productive conversations with the other fellow governors that we have in the country on both sides of the aisle, after we came back and had what I thought were very productive and respectful conversations with cabinet secretaries, and even in places where we might have had disagreement, we thought that the conversations were useful and productive. And then we had a chance to meet with the President of the United States, and we listened to him talk for over an hour, listing a whole series of conspiracy theories and grievances and personal attacks on some of our colleagues. The things he did not talk about was he did not talk about lowering the prices of groceries. He did not talk about housing affordability or making prescription drugs less expensive, because those are the things that the governors actually were there to talk about. And now here in Maryland, we have been preparing for this new administration since last February. And what I saw up close when we were in Washington, D.C. last week was worse than anything that we could have anticipated, because it affirmed the endless feelings of chaos and uncertainty that for many people in the state have endured for these last 6 weeks. Where this month, we lost more than 1,300 jobs in Montgomery and Prince George's County alone because of arbitrary federal government cuts. This past week, the Social Security Administration closed 2 offices in Maryland and terminated 200 employees who worked there. So not only do I anticipate a continuation of the chaos that we have watched unfold over the last month, I anticipate an acceleration. On Tuesday, the House passed a bill to cut Medicaid and CHIP by as much as $880 billion and cut SNAP by as much as $230 billion. Yesterday, the White House announced that they intend to cut half of the entire Social Security Administration. By all indications, we expect the White House to continue canceling hundreds of contracts and firing countless federal employees. I say all that for this reason, because here in Maryland, these draconian moves could lead to tens of thousands of jobs lost, hundreds of thousands of lives disrupted, and the creating of tens of millions of dollars of income. And that is the context of today's hearing and the ongoing budget negotiations that are taking place within our state. Addressing the structural deficit that we inherited and balancing the state budget for the third year in a row would be hard during normal times. And these are not normal times. The budget proposal that I introduced on January 15th came 5 days before Donald Trump's inauguration, and the world has changed significantly in just 6 weeks. And our final state budget for this year needs to reflect that harsh reality. Now is the time, and we are eager to be able to work together to deliver a final budget that responds to the unprecedented crisis that we now face. Flexibility, compromise, and collaboration must guide us through this session, but there are 3 principles that we cannot retreat from, and principles that you've heard me repeat multiple times. The first, we need to reform the tax code in the state of Maryland, and we must give middle-class Marylanders a tax cut. Marylanders are being squeezed by rising prices, from the cost of groceries to the cost of energy, and policies that we're seeing from D.C. are only making things worse. The cuts that we're seeing at the federal level are designed to create space to extend the 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act. And that legislation helped billionaires pay less in taxes than middle-class families for the first time in American history. Under this plan, under the Trump plan, Marylanders who have done very well will do very well again. And Marylanders in the middle class will get squeezed again. We need to make sure that our people are protected and can get tax relief at a time of economic uncertainty. Our budget proposal cuts taxes for 2/3 of Marylanders and ensures that 82% of Marylanders will either see a tax cut or no change. And unlike any legislation coming out of Washington, we are targeting that relief to working families. So I ask the members of these committees, let's work together to give the middle class a break. A reform plan will help regular people keep a little more cash in their pockets when they need it most. And yes, we are going to ask those who have done exceptionally well financially to pay a little more so we can invest in growing our economy. And as someone who will be affected by our budget plan, I am okay with paying a little bit more if it means we do not have to lay off firefighters or lay off police officers or have the best public schools in this country. We will make our taxes simpler, fair, and pro-growth and lower, and we will also increase government efficiency as good stewards of taxpayer dollars. For the 3rd year in a row, we introduced a budget with a general fund that is smaller than the year before, and in partnership, we are making government more responsive, more effective, and more accountable. The second, we must grow and diversify our economy by focusing on industries of the future and making Maryland more business-friendly. Changes in Washington are hurting Maryland's economy and disrupting the lives of our constituents in each and every one of your districts. Marylanders who raised their hands to serve are now filing for unemployment. And mass layoffs are happening at a time when we should be revving up the economy and not slowing it down. The structural deficit that we find ourselves in has been predicted since 2017. And at the center of the problem is a fundamental lack of growth. So this year, I ask that we focus on growing our economy so we can stop having the same conversations when we're thinking about Maryland's future. And we must do it in a way that ensures that we aren't so reliant on Washington, D.C. for our long-term success, because our economy should not have to depend on who's sitting in the Oval Office. We've studied the data, and we've identified 3 lighthouse industries of the future that we need to build out: life sciences, IT, and aerospace and defense. I want Maryland to be the capital of quantum, and AI, and clean energy, and biotech. sectors that we know will define the economy of tomorrow. And we also need to protect the incumbent industries at the heart of our economic strength, from trade to transportation to the outdoor economy. And our proposal achieves each of these goals, and I want to make sure that they are seen and reflected in the final budget. The third, we need to invest in our people. Let's finalize a budget that protects the essential services that Marylanders count on and keeps them employed and employable. At a time when we have a White House that seems to believe that health care is a privilege for those who can afford it, we need to lean into health care as a right for all of those in every part of our state. At a time when we're seeing the White House destroy career pipelines, we need to build new avenues to work, wages, and wealth here in Maryland. At a time when we must be disciplined, we cannot stop investing in our people, because investing in our people is the pathway to prosperity. These are the priorities. First, reform the tax code. Second, grow the economy. And third, invest in our people. Those are the principles that I hope we can all agree on, and all principles that I won't compromise on. And I know we're asking a lot of the committees right now, and I recognize that. That I know we need to lead with our values, that we've got to balance the budget, that we need to adjust to new leadership in Washington that is, in many ways, unpredictable, and we need to do all of these things all at the same time. That this isn't easy work, but responsible governing is hard, and that's what Marylanders are calling on us to do right now, and how they're calling on us to act. And I know we can, and I know we will, because that's what we do. We confront crisis with courage. And so I'm thankful for the chance to testify. I'm thankful for the opportunity to work with you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Governor. Questions for the governor? Delegate Grist.
The federal government is created chaos for our state governments in an effort to balance their budgets. It appears that your budget does sort of the same thing to our county governments. The difference is that our counties really don't have a choice. It's a mandate that they actually have to pay for these shifts in costs. So can you tell us what the difference is really in what the feds are doing and what the state government's doing to our county governments?
Absolutely, and thank you for that question. And I can tell you that when we pull this together, actually the entire focus was to make sure that our local governments had a measure of not just resilience, but also accountability. And we knew that we were not going to be able to grow the economy nor balance it on the backs of our local jurisdictions. And we also know that has been tried before. If you look historically, there actually have been opportunities where Maryland's budget was balanced by putting more undue weight on our local jurisdictions. That's not what this budget does. What this budget does, it offers additional opportunities for our counties to have more jurisdictional authority about how they are managing their own individual budgets. It's the same, frankly, it's helping to address the same frustration that for many of us in the state level have, where we want to be able to, we cannot simply be reliant on Washington, D.C. We have to be able to have measurements and levers to be able to diversify our economy. That's exactly what we're offering now, and that's exactly what this budget translates. And so when we're looking at some additional items, whether it be how to think about educational supports, how to think about transportation supports, what this is doing, it's actually allowing a greater measure of flexibility for the counties to be able to move and control their own destinies, but it's not actually just placing all the burden on our local counties and our local jurisdictions the way that had been done on a few different occasions in the past. It was something we were very intentional about making sure that didn't happen this time.
Thank you, Mr.
Delegate Buckle.
Madam Chair, good afternoon, Governor, my friend. I appreciate you being here
Appreciate
and
you.
explaining some of your thoughts about this. I want to start by saying I completely agree with you, and I just want to posit this to you. You would agree with, I think, the perception of many in my party that Maryland has become completely over-reliant on government jobs, that government, whether federal, state, local, has become our driving industry. It's our driving economic source of revenues. and that we need to make a course correction where we're more competitive in the private sector with our neighbors and our opponents across this region. Is that a fair thing to say?
It's a very fair thing to say.
Okay, and I appreciate that, because you're someone who's coming out and saying that we can't just be the state of the government, by the government, and for the government, because it doesn't work economically. The second question that I had relates really to the tax proposal in particular, and you've talked a lot about how this is a tax cut for many. But I think we do have to recognize and acknowledge, and I think, I'm not an accountant by any stretch of the imagination, I know you aren't either, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I think that the reason for that is the elimination of the ability to itemize deductions. The Bureau of Revenue Estimates from the Comptroller issued a report a few weeks ago that suggested people who make $75,000 to $100,000 over 1 out of every 4, 26.5% of filers, their taxes are going to go up under your proposal, and that people make between 100 to 200,000 over a third, about 34% of them, their taxes are going to automatically go up. You would agree with me then that those aren't wealthy people. Those aren't the people who are at the top of the sphere. They're kind of the middle class, the working class in many communities in Maryland. By the dint of your income tax proposal, they too would have some more skin in the game, some more money coming out of their pockets. Do you agree with that analysis?
I agree with the analysis. I'm not sure if you, because I'll respond unless there's.
Sure. No, that's it. Yeah, I just wanted to see if we're on the same page about that, because we do talk a lot, and I'm not here to cry for multimillionaires. We have economic theories about how if you tax them higher, maybe they could move to other states, take their businesses. That's not really what I'm talking about as much. I'm talking about just people who, in my opinion, are the middle class, the upper middle class. Two teachers who live together, married in Montgomery County, they make over $100,000. A police officer and a correctional worker in Allegheny County, they make well over $100,000 as a family. They're not wealthy. Yeah. But under some aspects of your proposal, their taxes would go up. And I'm kind of getting a sense from you, is that crucial to your budget plan to raise their taxes? Or do you think that maybe we could work in ways that would eliminate those tax increases on those middle class folks?
Yeah, so one I'll start with, I am eager to work with you and work with this entire body to ensure that the guidelines that we laid out are all going to be achieved, that we can give middle-class families a tax cut in the state, that we can make Maryland more economically competitive for our businesses to be able to come and grow and thrive here, and that we can invest in our people. That my fidelity is to those goals, but not necessarily to the tactics. I will say, though, that part of the reason that we put a focus on increasing the standard deduction, doubling the standard deduction, and the elimination of the standard deduction penalty is not just because it makes us more competitive with our neighbors. If you look at where we are in terms of standard deduction, we're grossly low in compared to our neighbors, and to include the federal government, to include Virginia, et cetera. So this actually makes us more competitive by having a doubling of the standard deduction. In addition to that, that's how the vast majority of Marylanders do file, particularly the vast majority of middle-class Marylanders. So, in fact, we saw after the Tax Cut and Jobs Act was passed in 2017, there was a significant drop in the amount of people who did itemize deduction.
Because of the federal decoupling.
That's exactly right. So so even if you look at the way that the TCJA was structured, it actually has a caveat within the TCJA of actually the doubling of the standard deduction. So you saw a significant drop-off of people who were utilizing the itemized deduction inside of the first place. And so our goal and our focus is to make sure that we are giving middle-class families a tax break by being able to double the standard deduction and eliminate the standard deduction penalty. It's the most statistically effective way of being able to do that. But I'm very eager to be able to work with you to make sure that we can come to the right conclusion.
And I like to hear that, because you understand a lot of us just, regardless, I think we share some of their common goals, but we can't vote for things that the experts statistically come back and tell us that 1 out of every 3 families making 100 to 200,000, their taxes are going to go up. I think that was your intent necessarily, but I think that's the experts' analysis of the proposal suggests that, and that's why it's so difficult for many of us to digest.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the willingness to continue that conversation, and it's a hard ask. It's a hard way to achieve all of those pillars that you've announced without taking from one and giving from another. But I appreciate your willingness to have that conversation.
Definitely, and I also do think that that we also need to understand where the experts were talking about, because I can show you expert analysis, and that's both from progressive and also from conservative think tanks to talk about the importance of the standard deduction and actually how that will have a economic benefit to more Marylanders because we are focusing on that standard deduction and not necessarily on the itemized, because you have a smaller number of people who are using itemized deduction for their tax filing. But absolutely, we can work with that.
Thank you.
Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. It's great to have you here answering the questions. It's delightful to hear you say you want to make Maryland more business-friendly. And I know having an educated workforce is a big part of that. But when you look at our neighboring states, your proposal is to reduce the corporate income tax rate by 0.26%, I believe, over 2 years to 7.99. That still remains higher than our neighboring states of Virginia, West Virginia by a couple percent. Pennsylvania is going to 4.99 by 2031. Delaware is slightly higher, but they have a very predictable business environment. I believe they're home to 2/3 of Fortune 500 companies.
Because their tax filing status, yes.
But with, that we're adding combined reporting, whereas our neighbors in Delaware, Pennsylvania, Virginia don't. Do you think your proposal goes far enough to truly attract businesses and grow that private sector job growth? That's what we've been hearing is the reason for this stagnant economy.
Yeah.
So do you think that goes far enough, hearing the neighbors where they are, to make that happen?
It's a very fair question, and one, I would argue that there's a few reasons for the stagnant economy, and I do not think that the corporate tax rate is the sole reason for it. I can give you a whole collection of reasons why I think our economy has been stagnant for a long period of time, why we watched between 2017 and 22 how our economy grew by 3%. Our GDP grew by 3%. The average state grew by 11%. So we were less than half of the national average. I do not think that's only exclusively because of the corporate tax rate, but I do think it is an important thing that we are making Maryland more tax friendly, more business friendly. Listen, I am very pro-business. I want businesses to be able to come here and stay here. And I know that the proposal that we have right now in the adjustment of the corporate tax cut, do you know what it's lower than? It's lower than where it is right now. That it's moving it in the right direction. Do I think that we need to move to a point that we can continue being competitive when it comes to corporate tax rates? 100%, absolutely. But what I know is this is progress, because we've got to make sure that we are more competitive. But I argue that competitiveness is not just simply about the corporate tax rate. Competitiveness is also about things like we're going to discuss next week when we testify on things like the Decade Act, about how can we focus on regulatory reform and permitting reform and procurement reform, and making it easier for businesses to be able to get their permits, make it easier regulatory environment, and actually being able to invest in the industries that we know we have a unique opportunity to win at. And so do I think that we should make sure that our corporate tax rate is more competitive with our neighbors? Absolutely. Do I think this is helping us to move in the right direction, but that we're not done? Yes. And I think it's something that we have to be able to do, because if we cannot make those basic adjustments, it's going to be very difficult to argue that we are creating the kind of climate that's going to make it more attractive for businesses to be able to come and grow in Maryland.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Governor, I don't see any other questions. I want to thank you for being here.
Wow.
And I want to draw back to how you started, that your budget was introduced before the president took office.
That's right.
I think that's an important point, because I do think that the paradigm has shifted since you introduced your budget.
100%.
By a president who is hell-bent on destroying our economy, hell-bent on slashing services for the most vulnerable among us, hell-bent on slashing our federal workforce. And so I want to accept your invitation to work together
Absolutely.
on a final budget, as you call it, that recognizes the shifting paradigm. And I look forward in the next couple of weeks, I know Chair Atterbury will as well, and everyone in this room, to working with you to recognize that shift.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I appreciate that, and you're absolutely right. And I cannot stress enough how the sands have shifted in these past 6 weeks. We are literally watching proposals that are talking about knocking children off of Medicaid. We're watching proposals that are eliminating federal departments without any form of understanding nor analysis. We are watching situations where we are watching future policies about everything from SNAP to CHIP that is going to have a marked impact on the people of our state. And so I am eager to have the opportunity to work closely with you to make sure that the people of this state know that we are focused on making sure that they're going to be okay, at a time when many of them are feeling very uncertain about where things are.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
I'll give you a minute to exit so you can say hi to a couple folks, and then we'll bring in your next panel. Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
with
Thanks,
us.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Governor's next panel, Secretary Grady can stay there. Eric Lukey, Mark Nicole, and Richard Oye. Okay, Madam Secretary, welcome.
Thank you. I just realized the governor's chair was a lot higher than mine was. So good afternoon, Chairs Atterbury and Barnes and members of both committees. My name is Helene Grady, Budget Secretary, and I'm here today with Mark Nicole, our Deputy Secretary at DBM, Richard Auksher, our Director of Revenue Policy and Analysis at DBM, and Eric Lukey, Senior Advisor in the Governor's Office. You have DBM's written testimony in support of HB 352, SB 321, the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act of 2025. This bill implements just about 100 budget actions that together provide $8.8 billion in general fund savings and increased revenue through fiscal 2030, including $3 billion between fiscal 25, where we have $767 million, and fiscal 26 at just over $2.2 billion. The bill also provides budgetary relief to non-general fund sources, including $2.7 billion in relief to the Transportation Trust Fund through fiscal 2030. I won't read our 20 pages of detailed testimony covering all the provisions in the bill, but we'll just summarize some highlights before I turn it to Eric for additional comments. Then we look forward to talking through your questions. I'd like to focus my comments on 3 key areas. First, a quick recap of the current budgetary environment and how we got here. In December 2024, DLS projected a historic nearly $3 billion general fund shortfall for fiscal 26, greater than any shortfall in at least 20 years, including during the Great Recession. The challenge is exacerbated by the policy changes that the Trump administration and Congress are pursuing. The Moore administration had warned of the challenging outlook since before the release of our first budget in 2023. This was because very temporary spikes in revenue and one-time general fund relief from Congress related to the pandemic were phasing out by 2023. And it was clear that stagnant economic growth in Maryland since 2017 was resulting in fundamentally low general fund revenue growth, unsustainably low given the pace of growth in general fund expenses. Remember, general fund revenue grew only 1% in fiscal 24, and currently is projected to grow only 2.2% in fiscal 25 and 1.5% in fiscal 26. At this point, with significant threat to our state economy from federal actions, it is uncertain whether even those meager growth rates will hold up in the near term. Over the last 2 years, we've worked together to make targeted spending reductions alongside responsible investments to narrow the budget gap. This administration's first budget proposal left an $820 million cash surplus, 10% reserve in the rainy day fund, and preserved $1 billion in cash to fund the blueprint and strategic transportation investments. In the fiscal 25 budget, we worked with the General Assembly to close an operating gap of $1 billion and continue to maintain more than 9% reserve in the rainy day fund. Budget reductions approved by the Board of Public Works last July reduced general fund expense by another $148 million. Second, the governor's proposed budget for fiscal 26 goes significantly further in shoring up our financial sustainability and positioning the state for growth. The proposed budget as introduced flips the projected $3 billion general fund cash shortfall for fiscal 26 to just over $100 million positive cash balance, reduces the structural deficit for fiscal 26 by more than $2.25 billion, and maintains a rainy day fund balance of 8%, or just over $2 billion compared to 5% historically prior to the pandemic. The governor described our framework in building this plan. growing our economy and strengthening the labor force, modernizing government to produce results, and reforming the tax code to make it more fair, simple, pro-growth, and for most Marylanders, less expensive. Third, I just want to focus a little bit on what actions did we take to accomplish these results while also investing meaningfully in economic growth, education, public safety, childcare, healthcare, workforce, the environment, and transportation. First, a focus on efficiency and results through our government modernization initiative. The general fund budget includes $50 million in savings in the first year of this initiative, focused on cutting costs from administrative operations while improving services. Next, dozens of hard choices and trade-offs, many of which are reflected in the BRFA before you today. These include changes to legislative mandates and earmarked uses of state cash to reflect changing circumstances and priorities, to maximize flexibility to enhance results, and to address clear underutilization of some earmarked funds. These proposed changes, which maximize flexibility, become particularly important in light of the changes we anticipate and are beginning to see in our federal-state relationship. Second, we reined in spending within areas where growth has proven unsustainable. In many cases, even after the proposed reductions in the governor's allowance, many of our programs are still at a level of investment that would have been hard to imagine just a few years ago. Next, we did rely a bit on increased cost sharing between state and local governments for programs directly supporting the localities, while at the same time working intentionally to strengthen our counties. And I appreciate the question in this regard that was posed to the governor earlier. I do want to share, local aid represents just about 1/3 of general fund expense in fiscal '26. Total local aid is set to increase in the governor's allowance by $600 million, or 5.5%. Given the general fund challenge, it would be very difficult to insulate counties entirely from impacts. And I think we've been honest with our local partners about that. And we're proposing cost shifts outside of blueprint adjustments that total about $150 million in the governor's allowance. This is significantly less impact to local aid than during previous state budget crises, as the governor referenced, or relative to its proportion of the general fund. And at the same time, the governor's proposal intentionally raises revenue for local governments while delivering a majority of their residents tax relief. Finally, tax reform. The administration has proposed a package of reforms to our revenue model that are not simply tax increases to balance our budget, but rather intentionally designed to be simpler, fairer, and support our future growth. The income tax proposal we've introduced invests in strengthening our middle class, which is fundamental to our economic competitiveness, and also timely in light of changes afoot at the federal level. It provides a tax cut for 60% of Marylanders, with 82% paying lower taxes or seeing no change in their bill. It begins to put our standard deduction, the mechanism through which the vast majority of Marylanders reduce their taxes, on a more competitive level with states around us like Washington, D.C. and Virginia. 80% of Marylanders are paying with the standard deduction today, and they're paying with much less of a standard deduction than they would get in D.C. or Virginia. We studied many options for changes to our revenue structure. This proposal uniquely leaves more cash in the pockets of the majority of Maryland households to help them afford other daily expenses, be it utility bills, food, or housing, while also raising the revenue state government needs to invest in the core services these same families rely on us for, including education and public safety. It also would make Maryland taxes significantly simpler and fairer, which is why the reforms have been applauded by tax experts on both the right and the left. The tax reform package includes several other components as well, beyond the income tax, which are detailed in our written testimony and we're happy to talk through. Overall, the revenues we raise from these reforms will enable our investment in a stronger, growing, and more vibrant economy. Additionally, I want to note the administration presents a series of amendments to the BRFA today, for the committee's consideration. Please note that we've posted updated testimony with amendments summarized this morning, and a separate list of the amendments that we're proposing today was posted this morning as well. In particular, I would mention a few that reflect feedback since the budget introduction, including first, an amendment to the provision on the enterprise zone tax credit to clarify our intention to phase out state support for the new credits going forward while preserving the option for local governments to continue to support new credits. Second, an amendment to repeal the provision eliminating the low-intensity support program within the Developmental Disabilities Administration. While our budget challenge prevents the administration from allocating general funds to this important program in fiscal '26, we agree that it's important to preserve the program for future years. And third, an amendment to provide funding to support the registers of wills through a revenue distribution from the estate tax in fiscal '26 forward. In closing, the administration has proposed a package of very difficult trade-offs, and the legislature has been clear on its willingness to make tough budget decisions as well. We've appreciated the feedback and dialogue since January 15th, some of which is reflected in amendments we're proposing today, and we look forward to continued engagement with the General Assembly and the public through the rest of this legislative session as we work together to direct our resources to key investments that will deliver results for our most core priorities, strengthen our economic competitiveness, and position the state to emerge stronger and better. The administration believes that the BRFA as amended is necessary to ensure a balanced fiscal '26 budget and to provide out-year structural budget relief. For these reasons, we're eager for the dialogue today. We look forward to further improvements to the package as you deliberate, and we urge the committees ultimately to vote favorable with amendments on HB 352, SB 321. I'm going to turn to Eric to add some additional commentary.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, it's so great to be among friends here. I did want to take a moment. I think it's worthwhile in light of what's happening to the federal workforce right now to also thank you both for the extraordinary staffs that you all maintain on your committees, who are great to work with. The folks like David Romans over here at DLS, the member staffs who give so deeply of their own time to public service, and to all of you for that as well. I was driving in today, and as I do sometimes, I was reflecting on my time as a legislator, and I was thinking about a time I was on a podcast at the Baltimore Sun, and I got asked at the time I was majority leader why it was that I took time on the floor to stand up and shake hands with and congratulate members after particularly good floor speeches or after their first bills passed. And my answer was pretty straightforward, and it holds true today. Those of you sitting in those seats, and I think the public does not recognize this enough, give enormously of yourselves out of a deep commitment to public service. You sacrifice time with your kids and your families and time at your jobs to do the work of the people. And it becomes hard to do sometimes, harder still in a year like this, where there are few good decisions, where every dollar of state funding that is being proposed for a cut is a dollar that somebody in the rows behind us cares about. And every revenue proposal affects somebody who would rather it not happen to them. But this is why all of us do this work, for times like this, when it's hard. In putting together this budget, and in particular the tax reform plan, which I will speak to, the governor asked us to do hard things. It would have been easier to balance the budget by saying, we'll just cut X% across the board. It would have been easier to develop a tax plan if we just picked a number and said, we need to raise this much, let's figure out how to do this. That's not what we did. What we did is we got into the details. We asked questions about our values and what's most important to each of us. And in terms of the tax reform plan, that meant we sought to prioritize, as the governor said, giving a break to the middle class. It meant we sought to prioritize finding ways, even in a tough budget year, to make our state economically competitive. And it meant taking a real close look at some long-held assumptions about our tax code. The truth is, and those of you from Ways and Means know this very well, every year we make tweaks and changes to the tax code. Every year it gets more complex. Every year there are changes we would like to make that we don't have the chance to make. Well, now is our chance to make those changes. And our goal was to make the tax code simpler through things like combining our two death taxes, the estate and inheritance tax, into a single tax, to make it easier to figure out how to file your taxes by focusing on doubling the standard deduction. Our goal was to make it fairer by trying to find ways to reduce tax liability for working and middle-class families, and to ask those, yes, ask those who are doing exceptionally well to contribute a little bit more to the services we all rely on. And I believe we've achieved that. No plan is perfect. Every plan has its flaws. Every plan has bits and pieces you can argue against. But our goal was to identify a tax reform plan that would really seek to improve the state and address those fundamental values. And I'm excited to have the chance to answer your questions about some of what we did in this tax reform plan and to continue working with each and every one of you, particularly you, Madam Chair, and your committee over the next few weeks as we work together to answer the challenge in front of us. Thank you very much.
Okay, we will start. We've got a couple questions. Start with Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. So my first question, I want to drill down on the delivery tax. So I look at that tax and I think about the various products that people use. Like for me, you know, I have a 10-year-old, 165-pound autistic son who's not potty trained, right? So we get diapers and various products for him that you can only get online. Will those products also be taxed under this delivery tax proposal?
Products like that will not be subject to the retail delivery fee.
What products would be exempt?
So let me start by saying this. I think we all agree on the fundamental concept that we need to make our transportation system safer. The governor's transportation proposals this year, including this one, are aimed at providing the funding necessary to do things like fix the safety problems on I-81 in Hagerstown, fix the safety problems on US 15 in Frederick County, fix the light rail fleet in Baltimore, where we had a light rail car catch on fire with riders in it last year. We need funding to be able to make our roads and transit safer. And that's the goal behind these proposals. In this particular proposal, though, because we knew that a type of fee like this could have regressive impacts, we tied it to the sales tax. So the way this delivery fee proposal works is if you don't pay sales tax on an item, you're not paying the delivery fee. And that includes things like groceries. It includes things like prescription drugs, which have long not been subject to the sales tax in Maryland. And thanks to the work of Chair Atterbury and her committee just a few years ago, it includes the exemptions that were created for the family budget busters, which include things like diapers that are no longer subject to sales tax.
Well, what I would push back on that, but if any product in that order is taxable, then the fee is applied to the entire order, correct? So if I have diapers and bananas and sandwich meat, but then I have laundry detergent in there, then suddenly the entire order is taxed, correct?
So think of it this way. If you did those as two separate orders, you'd still be paying 75 cents. If you do them all as one order, you're paying 75 cents. And that 75 cents that helps offset the cost to your neighborhood roads. I think all of us understand this just on a pure theoretical level. A few years ago, I live on a tiny neighborhood street. You didn't see box trucks coming down my street 10 times a day. Now you do. And that puts wear and tear on the street. So what we're asking is these big companies who, by dint of their business model, are putting a lot of more wear and tear on the street. We're just asking them to support the transportation system a little bit more and make it safer.
I understand, but it's still a tax on, you know, every Marylander, not just the wealthy Marylanders, but low-income, middle-income Marylanders that sometimes need to use delivery services because they may have transportation issues or insecurity there too. And my other question is really tied to like county revenues. I know right now the counties are really struggling to fund the blueprint, you know, and beyond the blueprint, like school construction, public safety, infrastructure, things of that nature. I know the testimony was tied to there's additional aid going to county governments, but isn't most of that revenue just revenue tied to the blueprint and not really going to the counties in terms of revenue increases? Can you talk about that a little bit, please?
Sure. The revenue increases that I was referencing were very intentionally a part of the component of our income tax proposal that we put before you. So by virtue of the proposal to eliminate itemized deductions in favor of doubling the standard deduction, as opposed to just an across-the-board rate increase on the income tax, that means that we're broadening the base, the income tax base, for the state, as well as for all of our counties with piggyback local income tax.
I guess my question, what I'm trying to drill down is, you talked about increased revenues for counties, but how much of that's tied, I know a lot, they're getting education revenue
No,
increases.
this is about 100 million annually after fiscal '26. Fiscal '26, it's actually a bit higher, about 139 million, free and clear income tax revenue for the counties.
Oh, thank you.
It's not even across all counties, but it's total to the counties.
But Delegate, I think you're referencing the governor's, or the comment earlier about the $600 million increase. Yes, the counties are seeing a $600 million increase on top of what the Secretary just described.
Yeah.
A $600 million increase in local aid. A significant part of that is education aid, but it's other things as well. The governor has prioritized continuing to fund the local police protection formula to look, and highway user revenue. So we see, look, the governor sees local governments as a key partner, and we think this budget and the tax plan reflects that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Edelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for your presentation and the work that you're doing. Thanks also for the shout out to highway user revenue. I love when that term comes up, and thank you for not taking the opportunity to cut that fund, which is so important for our local jurisdictions, particularly Baltimore City, and it's one that has unfortunately been cut before. So we're deeply appreciative of you not doing that. I wanted to ask you specifically about the enterprise zone tax credit. It's obviously quite wonky and a subject that most people don't really know about, but it has been a huge driver of economic development and redevelopment in Baltimore City. And there are estimates from the Baltimore Development Corporation that the enterprise zone credits result in about 60 to 75 million in annual gross tax revenue every year since 2018, and net revenues that greatly exceed the amount of the credits. The BRFA, as proposed, as I understand it, would state that no new properties can apply for the credit following June of this year. There's an amendment that you all have proposed that said properties can apply for the credits following June of this year, but that the 50-50 split between the state and the locals to pay for those credits would go to 100% to the locals to pay for the credits for any of those new properties. Analysts tell me that this would result in about a $100 million hit to the city of Baltimore over 10 years. Given how vital and frankly a good economic decision these credits have been for the city and for the state, I'm really just asking to continue working with us on finding a way to not have this significant hit to the city of Baltimore in this program, especially because this administration has made such unbelievable investments in the city of Baltimore. And I would hate to see us walk back some of those investments as a result of not being able to fully fund this program.
We are excited to continue talking with you and other members of the legislature about this provision and other provisions. We are excited about what's happening in Baltimore. And I think, I appreciate the reference to the governor's investments. I think that's important. I think it's also due to the hard work of the delegation and of the city government. Baltimore's booming. And we should all be very proud of that work. Our decision on the enterprise zone program, and yes, the amended version of our proposal is different than what was originally introduced, but our intent is focused on the basic premise that we believe every dollar of taxpayer money should be put to its highest and best use. And while there are those who argue that the enterprise zone program has had significant economic benefit, we also looked through an enormous amount of research that suggests that enterprise zones are not the best way to incent economic growth. That if you want to incent economic growth, you can get more benefit by spending those dollars in different ways. That's not to say we shouldn't invest it, but we should focus those investments on the things that really work. So what our intent is to allow the counties, if they so choose, to continue with enterprise zones, if they'd like, to phase out the state funding for the program, and that phrase phase out is important, on the termination of an existing zone's date, then it would transition to local funding, pure local funding. But again, we are absolutely happy to talk through it, and I know there's differences of opinion. I would recommend to those of you who have not read them, the Department of Legislative Services has done extraordinary work through their tax credit evaluation process analyzing this particular tax credit over the years. And I'd commend you to read it even if you disagree with it, because it's some really insightful analysis.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Delegate.
Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for appearing here today and explaining all of these. I want to speak to, and this is page 128 of the BRFA, chapter 275, as it pertains to mental health. So, and this is, my advocates are helping me with this. For many years, we have been trying to put together a CCBHC in Cecil County. There's a number of these throughout the state. They've been proven to actually lower cost on a 3-year outlook for mental health services. And my understanding of this, this bracketed out section is that we're basically going to revert $900,000 of federal funds back to the federal government and leave this money on the table. Can you speak to this? Because to me, this seems like individual cuts are not scored by DLS. It's kind of a whole package. Why are we sending this money back? What is the net savings on a statewide that we're trying to appreciate here? Is there a way to maintain this so that we can continue to pursue CCBHCs, not only in my jurisdiction, but throughout the state?
Sure, I'm going to ask Mark Nicole, our Deputy Secretary, to respond on this.
Okay.
Thank you, Delegate, for your question. We have been working with the Maryland Department of Health to sort of examine the costs of this program. And sort of based upon that evaluation, we do believe that acceptance of the pilot funding will require the state to commit to funding the program in its full entirety, and there's some very significant costs after the program expands and goes statewide. So as the Secretary said previously, we had to make a lot of tough decisions about sort of where to invest our dollars and where to sort of target your growth. And because of that large expense in the future, the decision was made not to move forward at this time. Does not mean we cannot move forward at a future time, just not right now.
Okay, well, I would just ask that you look at that 3-year forecast. This is a proven model countrywide that it actually lowers costs for mental health. And if you could potentially reevaluate that section as it relates specifically to my district. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you haven't covered this issue, but it is a concern. The state has an issue with the rating services. We're on their watch list, and that's a concern. Harford County has a AAA bond rating. So what I'm concerned about is the fact that we are moving some of these fees, such as like retirement, I think for the education, for the teachers, the retired teachers, 90% to the counties and now 10% for the state. And it used to be 50-50, and I don't know the history of it, and I've just kind of been running from pillar to post, so I haven't had a chance to have that analyzed. My concern is, have you really figured out the issue of the debt service? And because we're on the warning list of the bonding rating agencies versus some of the counties, and I'm sure Howard and probably Howard County, some of the counties probably also have AAA bond ratings. And so how is that going to affect if we're shifting things over to the counties, if you know? And I mean,
Sure.
It might be offline because that's not in your necessarily wheelhouse completely.
No, we spend lots of time with Moody's and their colleagues at the other agencies alongside the Treasurer's Office and our colleagues in the Treasurer's Office. In fact, we've been spending a tremendous amount of time with Moody's even since the introduction of the governor's budget. Make sure they understand the budget and how we're proposing to close the projected $3 billion cash shortfall. And they've been very appreciative to have the time with us to understand the strategies. I think your question is a little bit twofold. First, I think you're asking a little bit about the impact to the counties, again, in the governor's allowance. And I'm happy to speak to that. And then secondly, I think you're asking a little bit about how the budget supports our long legacy of AAA bond rating here at the state level as well, in terms of our ability to cover our debt service requirements and obligations. And so with regard to the decisions that were made in the governor's allowance around support of our county governments, I will just repeat again that the governor's allowance reflects an increase of $600 million in local aid to our county governments. And that's even after the cost shifts that we've been talking about here this morning. The cost shifts that the items that we've chosen to, increase the cost share by the counties total about $150 million per year outside of blueprint adjustments, and total revenue through the income tax proposal that's before you generates $100 million sustainably ongoing minimally to the counties by virtue of the change in deductions. So very limited impact to the counties at the end of the day, despite all of the hard decisions throughout the governor's allowance. So local aid represents about 30% of the general fund budget. For us to have contained the impact to the counties to the extent we have is pretty remarkable and is reflective, I think, of the intention from the governor on down in the administration to honoring the level of partnership that we see with our local governments. So that's item one. And item two, I think, is more around the state's ability to meet our debt service requirements and the extent to which the budget is sufficient for that. And I can assure you, and the treasurer assured the committees in his own budget testimony over the recent weeks, that that the budget is sufficient to meet debt service. We actually have a BRFA amendment proposed that we discussed with the treasurer around, even potentially authorizing use of rainy day funds in the event that all of our assumptions that are built into the debt service budget don't come to fruition. It's a pretty uncertain time, and we imagine it may be uncertain for the capital markets in the months and year ahead. And so we're trying to take some proactive actions just to make sure that there are no concerns on behalf of the rating agencies with regard to the state's ability to meet our debt service requirements. I hope that's
Thank you.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And kind of along the same lines as what Delegate McComas was just saying. So with the governor's budget raising taxes and shifting those costs to the counties, especially around pension, and making cuts to the vital services, wouldn't it be more responsible to ask the legislature or call on the legislator, call on us to cut back on some of the mandates that are driving some of these deficits?
done plenty of that as well.
You don't think there's anything?
I think the BRFA that's before you has about 100 actions across the board. I think there's probably 5 actions, some in the BRFA, maybe not all, that relate to cost shifts with the local governments. Again, it amounts to about $150 million per year. Pretty manageable impact relative to the $11 billion in local aid each year through the state budget. Again, about 30% of the general fund budget goes to local aid, and the package before you has about $150 million in cost shifts to the local governments, offset partially by about $100 million per year annually ongoing in income tax revenue. So I think it's pretty manageable in our view with regard to the impact here on the local governments, and that was incredibly intentional by the administration. Secondly, I would say that the 100 actions before you in this BRFA reflect overwhelmingly requests and proposals to the legislature where we would suggest revisiting mandates on various programs in order to reprioritize state resources towards those most core priorities that are funded in the budget, and also to maximize our flexibility going forward in this period of incredible uncertainty.
When you mentioned local aid several times, are you lumping together aid to local governments and aid to our LEAs, our public school systems? Are you lumping that into one when you mention local aid?
Sure. So that's a great question, and DBM and DLS, your fiscal analysts as well, do have like a standard definition of local aid. I'm sure you're aware that DLS reports separately on local aid each year and what local aid is included in the budget, and we are using that standard definition, which does include education aid. That is by
Okay,
far
so-
the largest piece of our local aid.
If you're doing that, the largest piece of those increases is to our public school systems from the state.
That's correct.
When in fact, our local governing bodies, which is completely different, are actually getting cuts in many cases. There's about 8 different cuts, or I'm not saying cuts, but they're cost shifts from the state to the local governments. If you were to take out the piece that you're referring to for our public school systems, that I'm talking about local aid to our local governing bodies, they're worse off in this budget. And I don't know that we can say honestly that they're better off, that the state's taking care of our local governments. We're not. We're taking care of our public school system for sure. But our local governing bodies are in a worse position in this budget than they otherwise would be without those cost shifts. Is that correct?
No, I would not characterize it that way, to be honest, for a couple reasons. First of all, it's true that aid to education is the largest piece of local aid, and I'm sure our friends at DLS could give even more detail on this when they come up. But there are other components within local aid that are growing significantly. Highway user revenue right at the top of the list, and probably close to the extent to which we are shifting for some other categories. So I disagree respectfully that the county governments are hurting at the benefit of their LEAs. I also would, my philosophy, and I come from local government. That's where I spent the early part of my career, including in Baltimore City. But I do view our LEAs as very much part of our local services to Marylanders across our counties. They may be separate and independent in terms of org structure and budgetary authority, but at the end of the day, our LEAs are educating our kids at home in our counties. And so the extent to which the state of Maryland steps in and fundamentally steps up and provides, a significant portion of that funding on behalf of those local governments, that's, one of the benefits of our state-local structure here in Maryland. Other states don't fund local schools all to the extent that Maryland does. So, I think it's really difficult to try to parse out local aid to education as being somehow not benefiting our local governments.
Well, we do have to parse that out because our public school systems don't provide law enforcement. They don't pave our roads. They don't provide a large number of services that our local governments do. My last question is, one of the poorest counties in the state is Dorchester County. Are they going to be worse off with this budget than they would be if we didn't shift those costs on to them?
Dorchester. So if you give me 1 sec, we can look this up. So Dorchester County, among our 24 counties, is approximately break even on the governor's income tax proposal, with about a $1 million reduction ongoing as a result of the income tax proposal. Overall, on local aid, I don't have their total increase, but it doesn't look like they have, very significant cost shifts, maybe actually pretty break even on cost shifts as well, about $1 million impact. So I know $1 million is significant for one of our counties the size of Dorchester County. What I would say is for any county who's not seeing a revenue boost from the income tax, it's because their residents are experiencing among the most positive impact in their own back pockets, in their own pocketbooks. They are probably, and I don't know if my colleague Richard has it in front of him, probably among the highest percentage of standard deduction takers today. And so the governor's proposal doubles that standard deduction on behalf of the households within Dorchester County. And so to the extent the county government isn't necessarily seeing as large a revenue increase from the proposal as other counties, their residents are likely benefiting among the highest.
And I think, well,
think
the
the
county
same is
government
true
won't be
with
able to
Allegheny.
benefit that either because they're already maxed out on their piggyback tax at 2.3%. So they don't have the option of raising taxes on their residents other than raising their property tax rates. So they're in a bad situation.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I started out with one question, but in listening to my good friend, former Delegate Lutke, was on our committee for years together, and then one of the questions from Secretary Grady, one of the answers, I've had a little follow-up. But first, I wanted to ask this. Does the governor's team agree with this analysis that I asked him about from the BRE, that in reality, just based on the income tax proposal itself, more than 1 out of every 4, so there's 4 of you sitting there, if you all made between $75,000 to $100,000 under the governor's proposal, 1 out of the 4 of you, your taxes are going up. If we all made, the 4 of you, and we took myself and my good friend Delegate Fair, we made a 6 group of us, and we made between 100 to 200,000. 2 out of every 6 of us, let's just say probably Chris and I, we might pay higher taxes because it says more than one out of every 3 people. Do you guys agree with that analysis? That under so there's going to be a lot of
We
people
all
who are
wanna
middle
jump
class
in.
that pay more taxes?
I'll let Eric go first.
The BRE analysis, as always, is excellent. We agree that the vast majority of middle-income Marylanders will see a tax cut under the governor's proposal, and that the further you climb on the income spectrum, the more likely you are to experience a tax increase under the governor's proposal. For the types of tax brackets that you are discussing, those tax increases are relatively small. But you know, the net, again, what we were seeking to do here was tax reform. It wasn't simply raising revenue. And in order to do that, in order to provide, for example, 64.7% of the residents of Allegheny County with a tax cut and only 4% of the residents of Allegheny County with a tax increase.
Sure, because we're poor.
Sure.
We're poor. We've been poor forever, and I'd argue with you that's a lot of the reasons because of policies that have come from this area. But when you say, my friend, that it's small, by the BRE analysis, this is page 8, if you make 75 to 100,000 and you're among those 1 out of every 4, 1 out of the 4 of you sitting there in this analogy, your taxes are going to go up $666. If you include Delegate Fair and I in our 6 group, and 2 out of the 6 of us, we're going to go up $877 under their analysis. So you guys would agree, you think those are small raises, but under their own analysis, the people who are getting the cuts are smaller. So I just find it somewhat disingenuous to say we're giving big cuts to people at sort of the bottom of the spectrum, but you know, the people in the middle of the spectrum won't have to pay more. That's not what the analysis stands up. And I just want to make sure that we're not, you know, sometimes experts have different opinions, and I just want to get you guys to say, do you agree with their analysis, or do you think that their analysis is off?
I'd like to weigh in and say we do agree with the BRE analysis. We would like to emphasize that where you see about a quarter of residents within a band paying more, we see closer to 2/3 paying less.
I agree with
And we also see the value of doubling the standard deduction, particularly at this point in time, given what Maryland is facing in terms of changes to our federal-state model and relationship in the months and years ahead, as absolutely an opportunity to improve our competitiveness. We are focused on the 2/3 of folks in that income band who are currently benefiting from a standard deduction that is woefully below our neighbors in DC and Virginia. And this is, as the governor mentioned earlier to the question on the corporate income tax rate, this is progress. This is real progress to position Maryland well to compete better for these middle income, working level families now and well into the future. And here's our chance. We also believe that this is a moment, a lot of folks have used the word crisis, and this is a crisis that we don't want to let it go to waste. This is an opportunity to actually reform this model, to set us up better to compete with DC and Virginia and other areas around us in terms of transitioning off of the reliance on itemized deductions and boosting that standard deduction to a reasonable level for the 80% of Marylanders who are using the standard deduction. If it's okay, I'd love to ask Richard, our colleague, to just see if he wants to add any additional analysis to that might help you understand how we're looking at this.
I do. I get your policy, and I'm happy to hear from, you know, from people with expertise. We keep coming back to the same thing. It's a wonderful intention, but the reality when the experts run the numbers is that 1 out of every 4 or 1 out of every 3, what I think we all would characterize middle-class families in the state of Maryland, are going to pay more taxes. It's absolutely mathematically correct. We all graduated elementary school. We know that, you know, if it's 60% are getting a break, that's higher than the 25 or 33%. I'm just saying that I'm unwilling, and I would hope that the governor would be unwilling to say we're going to put these tax increases on middle-class families today. And we got to find a way to eliminate that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Barnes, and thank you, Delegate Buckle. I would just add that, as my colleague, Mr. Lukey, said, we came at this with a mission not just to raise taxes, to meet the investments that Secretary Grady talked about. The governor was emphatic that he wanted a simpler, fairer, more competitive tax code, and that would end up delivering tax cuts for a majority of Marylanders and would target those at working class households. And as we were saying, a part of the reform is making multiple changes that, as Mr. Lukey said, does result in some people paying more, but they do so in a way that is smart and targets that tax relief, as Secretary Grady was saying, as those who are taking standard deduction. That's why the conservative tax foundation that exists to protect people from higher taxes and does nothing but talk about tax cuts praised the governor's approach to this, said eliminating itemized deductions was a smart way. He said this was a more responsible plan they've seen, and it's why progressive groups like CBPP and ITEP have said this is a blueprint for other states to think about how to smartly address budget issues and to do so in a way that leaves the state, when this plan is implemented, with a fairer tax code with people paying in accordance with their ability to pay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the panel for your very hard work. I wanted to first just piggyback on my colleague from Cecil County's comments about the CCBHCs. We just had the hearing in our subcommittee, I want to say yesterday, about it, and I do want to encourage the administration to revisit and analyze the cost savings of those programs and how important they will be to the comprehensive care of our communities, to ensure that we revisit that idea and determine that it does indeed need to be delayed. But Mr. Lukey, going back and piggybacking on my colleague from my delegation, I wanted to talk about the standard deduction changes and the BRE's estimates that Baltimore City would lose approximately about $40 million over the next 5 years based on those changes. And I wanted to talk about the administration's ideas and working with us on kind of backfilling that loss, because I understand that it will in ways benefit our citizens across the state, and I think that the tax scheme is very progressive and is very creative. But I do want to know about what we can do about backfilling that loss with some other ideas on local revenues.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Delegate. It's a good question. And yes, I mean, Baltimore, under our plan, experiences something similar to what, say, Allegheny County experiences, where you have more people getting a tax cut just because of the socioeconomics of the city. But as you point out, that does create challenges for the city administration, which, as I mentioned before, has been doing extraordinary work alongside your delegation. And we're open to conversations with the city and with the legislature about how we can make sure local governments have the flexibility to raise the revenues necessary to fund their programs. We've certainly, expressed a public openness to that conversation and are looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the panel. I appreciate the effort to ensure that we have a fairer tax code, and piggybacking off of the comments of my colleagues who have spoken before about local revenue and finding new revenue for state coffers. I'm just curious because I know the BRFA of 2021 had clarified the special use assessment rates for private country clubs, golf courses, et cetera, by essentially calculating those assessment rates at a lesser than market value. And so I'm curious, as if we're talking about a fairer tax code, right now taxpayers are subsidizing private country clubs and golf courses who are being assessed at a much lesser rate than what they what they should be. And so this is something that was brought up in BRFA of 2021, and I'm just curious whether there have been any conversations amongst your team around that. It's a revenue generating mechanism, not just for the state, but as this DLS report shows, it will increase local revenue, and I'm continuing to hear from my colleagues about local revenue. Was there any consideration about ending that special assessment or subsidizing of private country clubs?
Thank you, Delegate, for the question. We did not specifically discuss it sort of internally because it's largely a local government issue, because it's property tax. And we've been sort of talking to MACO and MML about some of their proposals. That's something we'd certainly be willing to discuss. We don't have a formal administration position to share with you today on it.
Right, but as you would know, and I'll just end very quickly, the SDAT, the Maryland State Department of Assessment and Taxation, they negotiate with country clubs on the assessment on what they should be paying. And so what I'm hearing, and if you could comment to this, is that we're essentially in a time where we have a budget deficit and we need to find money. We're leaving money on the table in terms of what could potentially come in at the state, but also what we could potentially offer to local government in the form of property taxes to address some of the concerns that we're hearing here. So would you agree with me that we're just leaving this money on the table, or are we going to seriously look at this this year?
I think yeah, I mean, look, I think we should have that conversation. I think we should look seriously at it. I think there's the larger issue, which I know you all discussed on the floor just, I think, yesterday, of misassessment of properties and how much that contributes to funding challenges at the local level. So certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary, Mr. Lukey, and this panel for your information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. We're going to move to witnesses now. We're going to do two witnesses, the last two witnesses with the governor. Witnesses will now get 2 minutes each. We're going to stick to that strictly. Paul Lemley and Miles Trinidad. When these witnesses finish, we're going to have a presentation from the Department of Legislative Services on their BRFA recommendations.
You want them in the order you called them? Afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Paul Lemley. I'm a National Board Certified Social Studies teacher serving as president of the Maryland State Education Association, representing 75,000 of the most dedicated, determined humans living and working in every district. MSCA strongly supports the governor's tax reform plan. If you were in my government class, cue the flashbacks, I'd ask on day one what a government is and what it does. The definition I'd ask you to wrestle with is that government's the institution we've created to do the things we can only do together, like roads, schools, and defense. You've heard me testify about funding our public schools. You've heard me testify that we should not balance the budget on the backs of students who need the most support. And there are many proposals that would generate revenue. MSCA believes the governor's plan is the right one. Governor Moore's plan invites the wealthiest individuals and largest corporations to contribute their fair share, as it reduces taxes for working people, like educators and the families with kids in our public schools. Last week, UMBC polled Marylanders about income taxes. A supermajority, 63%, prefer a system where people with higher incomes pay a higher tax rate than those with lower incomes, and only 30% prefer a system where people pay the same rate regardless of income. In the economics portion of this class, we'll learn it's not the economy or the schools, it's both. Investing in our students, our future workforce, will grow our economy. Finally, we tend to think of politics as us versus them. If they would just get out of the way, we could solve it. There is no them here. This is us, doing what we can only do together, funding our future plans. Thank you.
Right. Chair Barnes and Chair Atterbury and members of both committees, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today on the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act of 2025. My name is Miles Trinidad, and I'm a state analyst with the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan research organization that specializes in state, local, and federal tax policy issues. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of ITAP on Maryland Governor Wes Moore's tax reform plan, which would make the state's tax system fairer, simpler, and better able to meet the state's needs. When people are asked to think of a fair tax code, most people wouldn't point to a tax code where the wealthiest are asked to pay a lower share of their income than low and middle income households. Yet, this is currently the case in Maryland. According to ITEP's Who Pays report, the top 1% of Maryland taxpayers pay only 9% of their income in total state and local taxes, which is the lowest of any income group in the state. So those with an average income of $1.2 million are paying less taxes as a share of their income than the state's teachers, firefighters, and factory workers. Our analysis of the proposed changes to the income tax, which make up the bulk of Governor Moore's proposal, finds that it asks more of those at the top and provides an average tax cut for those earning less. More than 3/4 of the new revenue would come from the wealthiest 20% of households, while nearly 65% of households would see a tax cut. And those cuts would primarily go to low and middle income households. The proposal contains several provisions that improve tax equity in the state, including higher tax rates for high income households, a surcharge in capital gains income, and narrowing a corporate tax loophole. Another key feature of the proposal that improves tax equity in the state is the elimination of itemized deductions. Itemized deductions are regressive. These policies offer the largest benefits to higher income taxpayers and little, if any, benefit to low and middle income families. While itemized deductions are often touted as tools for incentivizing behaviors such as charity or purchasing a home, these itemized deductions have design flaws combined with inherent limits of using state tax policy to shape behavior and make these deductions ineffective in achieving these goals.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you both for being with us. Have a great day. Mr. Romans, your team, come on up. I want to remind Ways and Means, who are not as familiar with the DLS recommendation, haven't been on appropriations. We routinely see the Department of Legislative Services, our nonpartisan DLS, make recommendations to us on the budget. These are just recommendations, so these aren't places to argue with DLS about recommendations. These are for us to consider, to accept, or reject when we see the BRFA. So just a little housekeeping on that. David?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to just say, our document that we're going to go through provides some ideas for changes to the governor's BRFA, many of them just changes to his proposals. And then we also have some additional ideas both for spending reductions as well as some revenue options. Again, we're trying to give you as many options as you can have to try to figure out how to resolve the budget challenge. I'm going to turn it over to Tanya Zimmerman, who's going to start off going through our document.
Our document has a kind of summary of all of the provisions that are in the BRFA as introduced. I'm just going to focus on we're going to just focus on the DLS ones we have a recommendation on and our new actions. Looking at the documents, so the first recommendation we have on the budget is related to continuing the core partnership fund, which is a provision that authorizes the governor to use general obligation bond funds to satisfy the requirements for the funding. DLS is recommending deleting the funds directly in the budget rather than contingently. On the Maryland New Start grant program, the provision as introduced reduces the amount that the governor is required to provide beginning in fiscal 2026. There is a deficiency appropriation for fiscal 2025 that's contingent on this, and so DLS is recommending modifying the provision to reduce the mandate beginning in fiscal 2025. DLS has a similar recommendation for a similar reason related to the Career Pathways for Healthcare Workers program. There is a provision that repeals the requirement that the governor set aside at least 20% of the amount included in the budget for the Information Technology Investment Fund. DLS is recommending deleting all of the funds, $28.8 million, rather than only the portion that was contingent, $13.8 million, and therefore recommends striking the language making the reduction contingent. There's a provision that suspends for fiscal 2026 only the requirement to appropriate funds to the rainy day fund and permanently eliminates the requirements to include appropriations to the state retirement supplemental payments to the state retirement and pension system and the post-retirement health benefits trust fund based on prior year surplus. Again, DLS is recommending striking the language making those contingent and taking the reduction directly in the budget. On the Maryland State Arts Council, there's a provision is introduced to eliminate the requirement that the governor provide funding to the Maryland State Arts Council beyond fiscal 2025. There's a portion of the funding for the State Arts Council that is reduced contingently on this. DLS is recommending striking the language making that reduction contingent. and taking a larger reduction to level fund it with fiscal 2025. On transportation revenues, there is a provision that authorizes the Motor Vehicle Administration to increase the level of miscellaneous fees up to 115% rather than 100% of their costs. They're not currently meeting the level in statute of 95%, and so DLS is recommending rejecting the increase and instead modifying the existing statute to require them to reduce the fees only after 2 consecutive years of meeting the 100% of the cost recovery instead of after 1 year, and also requiring MDOT to include in their financial forecast the projected cost recovery percentages. The BRFA is introduced, includes a number of transfers to the general fund from a variety of special funds. DLS is recommending increasing 3 of those. The Renewable Portfolio Standard Alternative Compliance Payment, DLS recommended an increase of $30 million in the transfer to $180 million. For the Resilient Maryland Revolving Loan Fund, increasing the transfer from 9 to 12 million, and the Maternal and Child Health Population Improvement Fund from 10 million to 14.1 million, which would be the amount of funds that would be expected to be remaining under the current authorization at the end of the current authorization to spend the funds. DLS is making a recommendation, technical recommendation on the language related to the consumer protection law enforcement that requires the mandate to be met with special funds to more closely align with the provision. On the Chesapeake and Atlanta Coastal Bays 2010 Trust Fund, the provision as introduced expands the allowable uses of that fund to support up to $10.5 million of Department of Natural Resources operating expenses. In the annual budget bill, DLS has recommended modifying the provision to not specify a particular amount that they would be limited to using to support DNR operating expenses through fiscal 2029. There is a provision that authorizes a transfer of about $4 million from various Health Occupation Board fund balances to the Behavioral Health Administration in fiscal 2026 to support provider reimbursements. DLS is recommending the provision to increase the proposed transfer by a total of $6.1 million to $10.1 million by adding additional boards and modifying the boards, and is making some recommendations on language related to that. There's a provision that reduces the state's share of the cost of the teacher retirement and pension system for those employed by the local school systems and community colleges. It's a shift of 50% of the fiscal 2026 increase in those costs, and DLS is recommending shifting 100% and is making recommendations on the language that makes those reductions contingent on that provision to align with that. There is a provision that would establish an administrative fee for the unemployment insurance administrative costs beginning January 1, 2026. There's $33 million in the Department of Labor's budget that is assumed to be from this revenue, and DLS is recommended making that appropriation contingent on the provision creating the administrative fee. There's a provision that establishes a Medicaid primary care program. There are a couple of technical issues in terms of the name of the program, and DLS was recommending technical corrections to those, as well as recommending deleting general funds that are budgeted for this program, as it provides for a special assessment for the hospitals, so general funds would not be needed. There is a provision you heard a little bit about related to the across-the-board reductions. The provision eliminates permanently the requirement that the governor specify across-the-board reductions, including the allocation among agencies, and DLS is recommending applying that to fiscal 2026 only. There's a provision that alters the Transportation Trust Fund requirements related to operating expenses and how they're required to be forecast, and DLS is recommending rejecting that provision. And finally, the final recommendation related to provisions in the BRFA is introduced, as there is a provision that would authorize the Maryland Department of Health to transfer funds among programs in fiscal 2025 and 2026 within the department with an approved budget amendment, and DLS is recommending rejecting that provision. The next set of recommendations were new provisions that DLS is recommending. The first set of them relate to mandate relief. The first would reduce the required distribution from the state lottery fund to the major sports and events entertainment program fund from the amount that's necessary to restore the balance to $10 million to the amount that's required to restore the balance to $5 million. The next would eliminate the Selinger formula for aid to non-public institutions of higher education and instead establish a grant program to provide funds to those independent institutions based on financial need, with funding required for that grant program of about $36.7 million annually. The final mandate kind of relief provision DLS has recommended is reducing the amount that the governor would be required to provide for the Community College Promise Scholarship from $15 million to $10 million to better align with spending in recent years. There are two cost containment related actions. One would prohibit the Interagency Rates Committee that sets rates for providers for like foster care, group homes, and juvenile services placements from increasing rates over the rates that are in effect on January 1, 2025. The second of the cost containment recommendations is to limit the expansion of the Tier 2 full-day pre-kindergarten eligibility through fiscal 2030. It would stay at the 360% level that it is in fiscal 2060, and reduce the per pupil funding increase for fiscal 2027. And I'm going to turn it over to David for revenue proposals.
Yeah, so we have a few revenue options. The first is to reduce the amount of the purse dedication account it gets from the video lottery terminal revenues from 6% to 5%, send the money to the general fund for 2 years, for 26 and 27, and to the blueprint fund for the longer term. Second option is the state has a film production activity tax credit. The credit rate now is $20 million for fiscal 26 is the maximum amount that can be awarded. It goes down to $12 million in statute starting in fiscal 27. We're suggesting you just take it down to $12 million now rather than wait until fiscal 27. Page 14, we have a tax-free period for back-to-school shopping. Repealing that would save about $7 million for the general fund. There's a sales tax exemption on a certain coin and bullion sales of over $1,000. It costs the state about $4 million in revenue. We're suggesting maybe you consider repealing that exemption. On the income tax, there's an income tax exemption for seniors in the law right now. So we have two things going on for seniors. We have an income tax exemption of $1,000. It applies to every senior. They get a $1,000 exemption to reduce their taxable income. And then a few years ago, you passed a tax credit for seniors of $1,000 that is means tested. And that costs you about $300 million of revenue. We're suggesting maybe you don't need to also have the exemption, which only costs you about $30 million of revenue. That maybe you just need one of the two. So this would pick you up $30 million of general fund revenue if you repealed the exemption for seniors. Transfer tax. So we have an option here to raise the transfer tax rate on high-value properties from 0.5%, which is the current law for all properties, to 1%. This is the state transfer tax rate. It would generate about $40 million, where the proposal would kick in at $1 million for residential properties, $10 million for commercial properties. It would impact, based on actual experience in 2024, about 3% of residential sales and about 6% of commercial sales. Back in the 90s, the state had a snack food sales tax. It would generate, if we brought it back, about $29 million of revenue for the general fund and the blueprint fund. The tax was targeted to essentially salty snacks, if you will. Two more on revenues. We send about $150,000 of our lottery revenues just automatically off the top. It isn't even budgeted to the Maryland Humanities Council. We're questioning why they get this special set aside of revenue and don't go through the regular budget process. And then finally, on the state transfer tax, so our proposal here is that the state, and for 4 years, pause the purchase of land. So no appropriations for state land purchases for 4 years. And then we reduce the local program open space amounts by 50% for those 4 years, fiscal 26 to 29, and send all of that revenue to the general fund instead. It would generate about $48 million in fiscal 26 and over $100 million by fiscal 29. So I'll turn it back to Tanya for the rest of our recommendations.
So we have 3 proposals related to transferring funds to the general fund. The first is was 47 million of the University System of Maryland state-supported fund balances. It's about 10% of those state-supported fund balances. There's a recommendation to transfer 30 million from the administrative account of the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. They're currently projected to have about a 60 million balance at the end of fiscal 2026. And the third is the 20 million from the Land Records Improvement Fund. They would still have a balance of about 30 million after that transfer. Then there's some provisions related to the use of special funds. The first would be to reduce the statutory distribution of lottery revenue to the Montgomery County Bus Rapid Transit by 10 million, and then restore that funding with 10 million from the Transportation Trust Fund. The next authorizes the appropriation for the Clean Water Commerce account to be used for the operating expenses and the Water and Science Administration in fiscal 2026 only. They seem to be having a delay in the timing of the use of the funds, and so they wouldn't. It would just be a 1-year hiatus on that. There were funds in the statewide expense account to pay from the Senior Prescription Drug Assistance Program for the depositing into health reimbursement accounts for certain state retirees enrolled in Medicare Part D. The authorization for that would apply to only fiscal 2025, and so this would provide an authorization to use the funds for that purpose. Under state law, the use of funds received from litigation related to the cigarette restitution fund can be used only to support the HBCU settlement. This would allow for fiscal 26 only those funds to be used for Medicaid expenses. There's one additional cost sharing recommendation, which is to require that local governments be responsible for 50% of any payments owed to an individual for any new erroneous conviction settlement entered into by the Board of Public Works beginning in fiscal 2026. And then the last section is not a BRFA recommendation, but is an additional budget proposal, which is to increase the state property tax by 1 cent per $100 of the assessable base, which would allow for a reduction of general fund expenditures of about $95 million. The rest of the document that we prepared just provides more detail on those recommendations that we've made.
Okay, thank you for the very thorough presentation. Questions for our analysts?
Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. It's very, 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 very detailed. No one could possibly intake all of that information and in a period of time and ask questions. It's one of the problems with the system we have here. It's not your problem. You guys do a wonderful job. It's impossible for people voting on the things to actually understand everything that's going on. But what I didn't hear, I tried hard to pay attention, and I just had 2 questions. Is there anything in your recommendations or in the BRFA as you analyze it at all about changing or affecting Medicaid eligibility? I did a little bit of research and was somewhat surprised to find, depending on how many children you have in your family, family could be making up to somewhere between $80,000 to $100,000 and still qualify for Medicaid under our income eligibility. Is there anything in the governor's proposals or in your proposals that may affect that income eligibility for Medicaid?
No.
Okay. And is there anything in your proposals about mass transit? I heard from my friend, Delegate Lutke, former Delegate Lutke, about the delivery fee affecting wear and tear or paid for on wear and tear on roads. I remember last year we significantly increased registration fees for certain types of trucks and heavy vehicles. That was the argument. They tear up our roads, they have to pay more money. I guess my question is there anything in your recommendations or to your analysis in the BRFA where the users of mass transit, the people who utilize mass transit, it's a fairly small number of Marylanders, are they going to have to pay more money for the mass transit costs under your suggestions or under the governor's suggestions?
No.
We did have a recommendation on BRE, Bus Rapid Transit, BRT.
Right, which would shift who pays for it, shifted from the
To the
lottery
TTF.
to the TTF, but wouldn't affect
Just
the
wanted to be
actual
clear.
riders.
Delegate Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to your whole team. And I really just want to thank the analysts. They've done an amazing job and have been just such great helps as we've gone through the budget. Just to address my colleague's point, I know Metro saw a 12.5% fare increase for riders. So absent the BRFA, I know there's been provisions there, but that was not my question. The question I guess I wanted to pose to you all is I know there's a number of recommendations throughout the agency budgets on personnel and vacancy rates. And so we had a report that came out in the Baltimore Sun yesterday that talked about the $404 million in overtime that we were spending as a state. And so I'm just sort of curious whether you feel like the BRFA does enough to kind of target our personnel issues writ large at some of those overtime rates to try to bring that down and get us some long-term savings.
Well, I think, as you know, the state has had a very high level of vacancies for a number of years. Since the governor took office, the vacancy rate has dropped from, I want to say, like 13% to 10%. So the state's been doing better in filling positions, which in places like corrections is good news because it reduces overtime when we have more staff in place. Similarly, in state hospitals with nurses. You know, I don't think there's anything being recommended in the BRFA or in the governor's budget that would harm that progress. I mean, the governor's proposed salary increases for state employees, and the budget assumes the vacancies fall from 10% to 7.5%. So the budget is trying to support the filling of more positions, which, again, in targeted places, corrections and the health department particularly, would potentially reduce our overtime.
Delegate Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is here. Thank you. I see through your approach, you had a lot of fund balance to fund our operating budget. So what happens after next year? What's your thought about our budget?
Our overall budget? I think what you aren't seeing here is we've made recommendations in our budget analyses to the Appropriations Committee of roughly $1 billion of structural budget cuts, so actual ongoing spending reductions that will save the state money. So we've tried to provide a number of options to either supplement what the governor's proposed or to substitute for things that you don't approve of the governor's proposal to help reduce the structural budget and make the budget more sustainable going forward.
Mr. Chair, would you just succinctly repeat your recommendations on program open space?
Okay, I'll do my best to be succinct. So what we're suggesting is that we not appropriate new money for land purchases at the state level at all for 4 years, starting in fiscal 26. We're proposing on local program open space money, cutting the amount by 50% for each of those 4 years. So the locals will still get some money, but less money. And we're sending almost all of that money to the general fund as sort of an ongoing revenue for 4 years to help with the structural shortfall.
What on that? For the first year versus the fourth year?
Yeah, fiscal 26 is about $48 million, and it gets into the 100 million range by 29.
And do you account for the law that we passed several years ago that says that type of funding being transferred to the general fund would need to be paid back over 3 years?
We did not make an explicit recommendation regarding that. That would certainly be a policy decision for the General Assembly in terms of whether you want to pay it back or choose not to pay it back.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this. So my question is around the transfer tax proposal. So my question is, a couple of years ago, the General Assembly increased the recordation tax exemption on the IDOTs from $3 million to $12.5 million, with the primary focus to create incentives for housing, specifically affordable housing. So is there any sense or is there a way to get some data to show if this was to be adopted, how much that would kind of eat into that incentive that we've created for affordable housing?
We can follow up. I don't have an answer for you right now.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Delegate Miller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So could you go over the part again on the shifting of more of the local cost share back to the counties from the community college pensions and the teacher pensions? And I did have a follow-up question on it.
Yeah, so the BRFA has introduced, proposes 50% of what was the increase from 2026. DLS's recommendation is to increase it to all of the 2026 increase. So it would be 195.4 instead of the 97.7 that was in the BRFA is introduced.
So it was 97.7, and now it'll be 195 point almost 5. Okay, and so the school systems are doing their budgets now. So those some of the impacts that it will be. In Frederick County, it would be like another 6 million. Baltimore County would be like another 20 million. Montgomery, or another 10 million on top of what they were already expecting.
Yeah, but just to clarify, it doesn't impact the school systems, even though it's for teachers' retirement.
It's the county.
Local government itself that would be paying that additional cost.
Okay, but the teachers drive, the school systems drive a lot of that cost, and a lot of the mandates from the blueprint are what's driving a lot of these costs in as we increase teacher salaries. Obviously, pensions go up as we increase things like national board certification.
So I think if we have,
No, it's just
Delegate, if we have specific questions, we can
Yeah,
do
so
that.
were there assumptions or changes to the actuarial formula to account for the changes that we're seeing in the pension?
So the actuaries look at the actual, how many teachers are employed, what the salaries are, and they adjust their actuarial assumptions each year based on the latest data that they have.
For each year?
Based on, so just to be clear, so there's two parts of the pension costs. The locals pay the normal cost, which is just the cost for all the teachers that year's cost. The part that's being shifted, and that the state has been paying before, is the unfunded liability, if you will. So you get an unfunded liability for a couple of reasons. One of the state's investment returns in the pension system are poor versus the assumptions of the actuary. Then you have a loss, and that's when the unfunded liability goes up. You can also have a unfunded liability if the salaries for the teachers went up faster than the actuaries assumed that it would. Like I say, so in the current law, the locals pay the normal cost, the state picks up all of the unfunded liability cost. This is saying the growth in the unfunded liability in fiscal 26 would be borne under the DLS proposal entirely by local governments, under the governor's plan, half of it by local governments. And under the governor's proposal, that number, that dollar amount, his 97 million, is a permanent cost shift to locals, that they would always pay that 97 million going forward.
Okay, and yours is a temporary one or a permanent to
No,
100%?
we're piggybacking on his, so it would be permanent.
So it would be
as well.
100 permanent. Thank you, and thank you for the explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the analysis. I want to ask you about the Department of Information Technology, and in particular, the Information Technology Investment Fund. The governor's budget book seems to indicate that the balance of that fund at the end of fiscal year 2025 is in the ballpark of $17,000. But the DLS analysis seems to indicate that the balance of that fund at the end of 2025 is in the ballpark of $260 million. So I was wondering if you could talk about what is really in there and what might be available for use to offset our deficit challenges. Thank you.
So DLS's estimate that was in the analysis, we were not assuming, because we didn't know the timing for which they were planning to spend those funds that were from the balance from prior years. And so the question that we had posed in the analysis to the department was how they were planning on spending that down, the timeline by which they were spending it down to reach that kind of $0 balance in fiscal 2026. So they're assuming they're spending that balance down. So the question to them was about kind of how they were going to accomplish that. The budget did kind of reduce some of the spending in fiscal 2026, I think assuming that, for some projects, assuming that there was balance to use. And I think the question we were looking to them to answer in that analysis was kind of what the more specific plan was about how they were using that balance down to get to that $0 balance.
So do we have that answer? Do we know?
I believe we're still looking into that. As the question came up yesterday in the hearing, so I think we're still looking into that. I don't think in the hearing itself it was fully articulated, so we're still looking into that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I serve on the Maryland Tourism Development Board, and I'm being advised through some folks there that DOS has made a recommendation for a cut for the tourism funding down to like $6 million. Is that, I haven't been able to find it since yesterday evening in the stack of paperwork that we have.
Yeah, it's not in this document. It's a recommendation that appears in the budget analysis for the Commerce. The recommendation was to reduce the funding down to the mandated level. Because it was reducing to the mandated level, a BRFA wouldn't be needed to make that reduction, so it does not appear in these documents. It is in the analysis for the Department of Commerce.
Okay, so if we're left with $3.5 million in tourism, is there impacts of that, the impacts to small businesses as a result of the loss of tourism spending, to small business, hotels, restaurants, and things of that nature?
So I think, Delegate, that's an offline question. This is just to focus on the BRFA.
Yeah, we have a Commerce analysis.
Okay,
Actually,
thank you.
Appropriations has analysis on every agency. We get these recommendations in each agency. So joint appropriations, we'd love to have you.
Well, the question was, what is it going to show up in the impacts to other things? Thank you.
That's all the questions. So thank you, as always, for the great presentation. All right. Uh-oh, do we have somebody else?
Chair. Just to clarify.
Okay, so we'll call on you. Delegate Miracle North.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, I was rushing for no reason. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question on the interagency rates, committee provider rates you talked about. It says here in your recommendations that it's talking about residential and non-residential childcare. Does this recommendation also apply to adult daycare?
No.
I'm just asking, I have a constituent that asked about
It's just the
that.
foster care system. So.
I'm sorry?
It's just in the foster care, well, it doesn't affect.
Nothing to do with
adult.
adult daycare.
Right.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, once again, thank you all. Have a good day. All right, now I think we've had about 6 witnesses. We have about 100 to go. We're going to get through them. We're going to do it by subject matter. We're going to start with OAG, VOCA, Public Safety, Lisa Jordan, Kurt Wolfgang. I'm going to try to keep the subject matter as best we can. Okay, hey folks, we got to keep it down. We're in the middle of a hearing. If you're exiting, exit quietly. Thank you. Lisa, you're good.
Members of the committee, I'm Lisa Jordan with the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault. We represent all of the rape crisis centers across the state of Maryland, many of which also provide services to survivors of domestic violence and work with child advocacy centers. We're here to ask you to reject 2 changes that are proposed in the BRFA. First, the permanent cut in the Victim Services Stabilization Act, and second, the depletion of the Rape Kit Testing Fund. The proposed BRFA reduces the Rape Kit Testing Fund altogether by $5.7 million, including $4 million currently in there, and then $1.7 for this year. We continue to have a huge backlog of rape kits in Maryland. We started with 6,000, more were added. We don't really know how many have been tested, but certainly we have thousands to go. I want you to think about Emily. Emily was violently raped by a stranger more than a decade ago. She sought medical treatment, evidence was collected, she supported the crime, nothing more happened in her case. She went for years living in fear, years. Finally, her kit was tested, and her rapist was in jail. He was a serial offender who pled guilty to other rapes years ago. While she was living in fear, no one bothered to test her kit and let her know that she could have some peace. So on behalf of women like Emily, please don't deplete the Rape Kit Testing Fund until we're done with the Rape Kit backlog. Regarding the Victim of Crime Act funding, VOCA is the primary source of funding to help survivors of sexual assault and other crimes. Maryland's Victim Services Stabilization Act is a model across the country. It was championed by Chair Barnes and Chair Gazzoni, and it was enacted in response to fluctuations in federal victims of crime money. It said, what the feds don't provide, Maryland will. So victims have $60 million each year. It's not enough, but at least it's stable funding. And right now, when I dare say with what's going on in Washington, we need it the most, the BRFA is saying let's slash the Victim Services Stabilization Act by $10 million this year, up to $20 million in the future. That will cut services. It will cut over 100 jobs. What do you want us to tell survivors who were raped? Oh, that's too bad?
Yep.
We're sorry that happened? No, we can help them. We can help them make rape and sexual assault a chapter in their life that they can heal from instead of allowing it to be their whole life. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you as always for your advocacy. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Kurt Wolfgang. I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Crime Victims Resource Center. I've been testifying on behalf of Maryland's crime victims now for 43 years. We are, and the rape crisis centers are as well, the 911 for people in great extreme distress because of what has happened to them. These are not nice-to-have services. These are must-have services. We have, for example, in the past year, implemented a new service providing a full panoply of mental health services for any crime victim. It's critical for someone who is facing the worst tragedy of their life to get mental health services and get them quickly. I think you can understand why that might be so. If you've lost a loved one or you have been raped or some other tragedy has befallen you, you need services and you need them quickly. We are, as far as I know, we are the only service provided that gives rapid mental health services. In addition, obviously, we provide other services, but they're all critical. They are not nice to have. They are necessary, and perhaps they're not necessary to 100% of the population until you experience a tragedy, but when you do, God forbid, you will find that they are critical and necessary, and they need to be continued to be supported. And the cuts to the VOCA fund, the Victim Services Stabilization Act, are unacceptable. Please find another way. Please find something that is less critical to make those cuts.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony, sir. Questions for this panel? Delegate McComas.
Just for panelists, very quickly, if, let's say we don't do this, we're not going to give you the money, isn't there significant long-term financial, social, emotional, health factors that are going to cost a heck of a lot more than what you're asking to make those rape kits and the help for the victims? So can you just explain that? In other words, we're being penny wise and millions of dollars foolish.
Thank you, Delegate McComas, for that question. You're absolutely correct. If we don't respond to trauma, if we don't take care of that child who was sexually abused, if we don't respond to the student who was raped at college, if we don't respond to the family whose son was murdered, we are going to have more long-term costs. We are going to have more homelessness. We are going to have more child poverty. We're going to have longer-term health care costs. We're going to have people who are not able to work, and they're not going to contribute to our society. So this is a moral duty that you have to help rape survivors and other victims of crime. But you're correct. It also has financial implications, and if you don't spend the money now, you're going to spend the money later.
And a lot more money.
And a lot more money.
I'd like to add a couple of things to that. Number one is that the rape test kit situation is a scandal. Even over the years that it has been addressed already, the backlog is higher than it's ever been, and it's not appropriate. It's completely inappropriate, and of course it needs additional funding, not just what is seeking to be cut at this point. And the other aspect to your concern essentially is we face another internal crisis with these cuts, because any of these organizations, if we have to lay off employees, we're going to find very qualified employees going to find more stable employment, and it's going to cause a problem within the entire industry for us to retain the outstanding employees that we have. It's a very specialized field.
And don't we also have a problem with Maryland being a high percentage human trafficking venue? And then also the issue, if we don't do these rape kits, we're not gonna get after the guys that are serial rapists and potentially murderers as well. I mean, there are some bad actors in the world, even though we don't think they exist.
Delegate McComas, you're correct on both counts. Because of our location, the I-95 corridor, BWI airport, we do have a high incidence of sex trafficking and human trafficking in Maryland, and it's vital that we stop that. Did you want to add to that?
I think you've covered it very well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just a quick question. If you could, one, thank you for all your advocacy in this space. If you could just very briefly, what would these cuts mean for you specifically? What would you have to stop doing that you're doing?
Well, thank you for that question, Madam Chair. You know, the thing is we have increased demand. So if the world were different, I would be sitting here asking you for more money, because we don't have enough people to respond right now. We can't keep people as it is. If you cut $10 million, that's easily over 100 jobs. This is laying people off. These are the people who go to court with people to get a protective order, who staff shelters, who respond to children who need counseling. We are affected by inflation. Just like everyone here, the price of eggs, you know, affects the price of sheltering someone and providing housing. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we're already losing over $10 million in ARPA money that went to domestic violence, sexual assault. And looking at the federal budget, at least $6.5 million that is dedicated for ending violence against women could be delayed, denied. I obviously can't predict what will happen in Washington. So what will happen is we'll lay people off, we won't be able to hire, and victims won't get services.
And Madam Chair, if I could add to that, sadly, what we're looking at first to cut is our extremely successful program providing mental health services. And that is so because it's a contract service to us, looking to try and conserve our employees. We would have to cut that first. And we have had over 255 victims of all kinds, and I'm very proud of the fact that a good number of them have come to us because of the clergy abuse scandal. And they are receiving, for the first time, mental health services that they could not otherwise afford. It is also very disturbing, of course, that the offenders get mental health counseling and treatment, and yet the victims are not afforded that through the government, and only through our program are they, for the first time, receiving it.
Thank you both for your advocacy and the work that you do. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Okay. We're going to do sports wagering table games. Only has 3 witnesses: Sean Malone, Efren Agasto, and Michelle McGregor. After these 3 witnesses, we're going to move to Health DDA, which has about 10 witnesses. So if you're here for that, you're next.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury and Chair Barnes, members of the committee. My name is Efrain Perez Agosto. I am the Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of NGM National Harbor. We are at NGM National Harbor consider ourselves proud to be corporate citizens of the state of Maryland in our local community of Prince George's County, where we operate our business. We employ over 40% of our 3,200 team members from Prince George's County alone. Since our opening through our community benefits agreement and other philanthropy efforts, we have spent over $200 million in small women and minority-owned businesses. We have given over $6 million in financial aid and in-kind support to our local nonprofit organizations, and we have spent over 30,000 hours volunteering in our communities. We have reinvested millions of dollars back into our business since our initial investment to open the property. These investments have led to growth, which has increased taxable revenue. Over 40% of Maryland's table games customers come from out of state, and they spend significantly more on both casino and hospitality services during their visits. I mention these key facts as they all will be negatively impacted if the gaming tax rate for table games is increased. Higher taxes will strain our marketing efforts and ability to compete with markets in surrounding states. High-end business could be diverted to states with lower taxes. Loss of revenue and higher tax expense could lead to dozens of losses of union jobs. In fact, table games jobs count for 45% of all casino employment in Maryland. Additional capital reinvestment planned for the next 5 years may be reduced, and our philanthropy initiatives and investment in our community may also be reduced. We understand the budget challenges the state is facing, but believe there are alternate ways to raise revenue without the negative impacts of increasing taxes, such as growing the market by legalizing iGaming. For these reasons, NGM National Harbor joins all other casinos in Maryland in opposition of House Bill 352.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, members of respective committees. My name is Sean Malone. I'm testifying on behalf of Hollywood Casino in Perryville. We're the state's oldest casino. We're located behind a toll booth up in Cecil County. We're excited with our partnership, to continue our partnership with the state in gaming in Maryland. The impact for our casino is that this tax increase from 20% to 25% of our table games is revenue that we utilize to continue to invest in our facility to attract customers. That's important for us. We're actually on the border. We're kind of fighting a border war for Maryland with Delaware casinos, Pennsylvania. So these dollars to our casino, while they pale in comparison to my colleague's casino, are very significant to maintaining our property and attracting customers and helping continue this partnership that we've been successful with in Maryland. With that, I would submit.
Okay, we have Michelle McGregor here virtually.
Yes, hi, Chairwoman. Thank you so much. Sorry for my video. Thank you so much for the time today. I know it's already been a long hearing so far, but I'm here on behalf of the Sports Betting Alliance, trade association for online gaming operators that includes BetMGM, DraftKings, Fanatics, and FanDuel. And I appear before you today just to urge you to reject the proposed 100% tax increase on sports wagering included in this proposed budget. This proposed tax increase will harm Maryland consumers by subsidizing the illegal market while undermining the state's regulatory efforts, including responsible gaming and know your customer protections and investments. It also has the potential to destabilize a nascent industry that has already provided economic benefits across the state, all while making Maryland among the top 4 highest sports betting state taxes. Our written submission provides details on the harmful and misguided burdens of this tax increase, but for now, I just want to highlight just our top concerns. One, Maryland's existing 15% tax on sports betting is already above the nationwide median tax rate. Doubling the tax on operators who faithfully adhere to strict regulations is both harmful to a young market that operates on extremely low margins, but it also serves as a subsidy to platforms that operate illegally within these borders and contribute nothing in taxes to the state of Maryland. Indeed, the ability for illegal operators to thrive in Maryland is in large part due to the absence of a legalized iGaming market. But coupled with a 100% tax rate increase on legal sports betting will be exactly what the illegal operators need to bolster their position within the broader online gaming space. I'll close by saying that legal operators have invested in relationships with local retail casinos, partnered with businesses and MBEs, created jobs through their retail sportsbook, and worked with philanthropic organizations to give back to this great state. I think this tax increase will just hurt their ability to continue to make this type of progress and investment. So I respectfully urge this committee to reject the proposed tax increase. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Any questions for the panel or the online witness? Okay, thank you all for being with us. Have a great day. All right, we're going to take the first 4 health DDA, Liz Zogby, Adam Windham, Robert Stone, and Geneva Stone. If you are here for this subject matter, come on to the front. There's some seats over there so we can move through quickly.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Adam Windham, and I'm here today as a parent advocate for individuals like my daughter Emily who have intellectual and developmental disabilities. I'm deeply concerned, not just about this proposal, but about the relentless attempts by the Maryland Department of Health to cut funding from people with severe disabilities. These cuts unfairly target families like mine, families already barely holding on, and they will cause irreparable harm if allowed to move forward. I'm tired of fighting. I've been fighting for 7 years against healthcare systems, school systems, and the state systems. I live every day in fight or flight mode, battling to get my daughter what she needs to thrive. No parent should have to live this way. MDH is back for the 2nd year in a row trying to cap individual and family-directed goods and services, or IFDGS, after this legislature already rejected this proposal last year. Yet here we are again, forced to fight the same battle. MDH should not be allowed to keep coming back, chipping away at services that support the most vulnerable among us. Honestly, I don't even understand why MDH is so focused on IFDGS. It's already designed to be as difficult as possible to access. For years, I had never used it because the process is so confusing and time-consuming. In the past, I've been told I needed to get a doctor's order and 3 estimates just to get a toothbrush, even though toothbrushes are listed as a specific example of approved items in the policy. That's not oversight. That's designed to discourage families from even trying. When I finally used IFDGS this past year, I faced pushbacks and attempts to shuffle me off onto another state program that didn't even apply to my daughter's needs. These are the kinds of obstacles families like mine face every single day. Our lives are already complicated enough. The system should be working for us, not against us. It's 2025. With all the resources and knowledge in the world, families like mine should not have to fight for every service, every piece of medical equipment, every shred of support. It should all simply work much better than it does. Maryland should be leading the way in supporting individuals with disabilities, not turning its back on them. I urge you to reject this proposal. Stop letting MDH try to balance the budget on the backs of the most vulnerable citizens in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your powerful testimony. Let's go ahead and then we can come back. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Barnes, Chair Atterbury, and members of the Appropriations and Ways and Means Committee. My name is Liz Zogby from the Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition, a coalition of organizations, individuals with Down syndrome, and family members. MDAC believes that 3 provisions in HB 352 will negatively impact our community. First, MDAC is deeply concerned by the proposed elimination of the Low Intensity Support Services Program. These $2,000 grants are a lifeline for families. Some context: many families in our community with minor children don't receive any DDA services and don't qualify for Medicaid. Our families face significant additional expenses and often have less income because of needed flexibility at work to keep up with the intensive therapy, medical appointments, and challenges of finding and keeping childcare. Our families use list funds for medical supplies, assistive technology, fences and door alarms to prevent elopement, and summer camps that provide our kids the support they need to participate well away from structured school routines. Second, with respect to allowing the DDA to set a limit for IFDGS for those who self-direct, the limit for every individual is their budget, which is based on a person-centered plan approved by DDA and may only include expenses authorized by the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare. The breakdown of communication and trust between DDA and participants appears to be at the heart of this issue, not inappropriate expenditures. Finally, MDAC is concerned about the proposed 70% cut to funding for school-based behavioral health services. Unaddressed behavioral health concerns have severe negative impacts on students and schools, leading to poor student achievement, attendance problems, and exclusionary discipline. The common thread in our concerns is that the weight of these cuts will ultimately fall on disabled people and on their family members, who will be left trying to fill the breach left by our state in retreat from promises made to the community. We've heard today about values and principles. A budget is a moral document. If we are to invest in our people, invest in people with developmental disabilities, their families, and direct support professionals.
Good?
Thanks.
Okay. Maybe try and get the microphone over, if possible. If not, okay.
This device is actually very loud. Let's see if I'll turn it all the way up. One sec. Sorry, everybody.
My name is Rob Stone. I use self-directed services. I need my IFDGS funds for my community activities that are in my person-centered plan. Vis Arts, UCR classes, Spirit Club, and my music lessons. That's also how I hang out with my friends with disabilities. If I can't see my friends, I will be sad. I also need a day-to-day administrator. That is also paid for by IFDGS. As you can see, I have complex needs. There's a lot to manage with my care. My mom says it takes 10 to 20 hours a week. Please let me keep my IFDGS funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the excellent testimony. Great job. Are you testifying as well?
Yes, I was, if that's okay. Okay, thank you to the chair, vice chair, and distinguished members of this committee for giving Rob and myself an opportunity to share our thoughts. My name is Geneva Stone, and I am Rob's mother and family caregiver. Our position on individual family goods and services is that returning to a $5,000 cap will be damaging to Rob's civil right to community integration. Lifting that cap through the SDS Act of 2022 has been key for two aspects of his life. One, the original $5,000 annual cap left our family to cover roughly $7,000 in expenses directly related to Rob's goals in his approved person-centered plan. For comparison, Rob's SSI funding for the whole year is roughly $7,500, which, if he had to use that, would leave him nothing for clothes, entertainment, gas, and other expenses. Two, currently, I'm Rob's day-to-day administrator, a position paid for under the IFDGS cap lift, and it's a constant stream of work. I refer you to my written remarks for a long list of these duties. If Rob is to become more independent, someone must be paid to do this, whether it is me or someone else. Despite the fact Rob is enrolled in 2 state Medicaid programs, neither of his coordinators can manage his administrative needs on a daily basis. Each has 15 to 30 other clients. Rob and I urge you and the DDA to establish the day-to-day administrator as a budget line separate from IFDGS to preserve the important role of this employee. We understand that the legislature faces difficult budgetary decisions this year, but please keep in mind that disabled Marylanders with complex needs, whether these are medical, behavioral, or communication related, are clustered in self-direction because traditional providers cannot take them due to their higher expenses. Thank you for listening.
Okay, any questions for this panel? Delegate Griffith.
Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for testifying. And I, with my son, we received list funding. And I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the chair's work on restoring the DDA funding. Me and my family are very grateful for that, and Marylanders are as well. So, and the efforts around that. But with that being said, with the list funding, one of the things that we've discovered is there's some really broad opportunities in the way to spend it. We spend it much like you do. I mean, we spend it on diapers, we spend it on, my house is a fortress, not to keep people out, but to keep my kid in, right? So I'm sure you guys relate to that, and you testify to that. Yeah. But do you think there are some opportunities for reform? Because there are some pretty broad things you can spend that money on that may not be the intent towards, bettering the lives of people in developmental disabilities community. Is there any recommendation that you would have towards maybe refining some of those criteria to make sure this money is going towards programs and services that these folks need?
I'm sure that there is. I think there's, we've worked with Penmar as the provider that helps in the region where I live. And they're very helpful in helping families figure out what is allowed and what's not allowed. So I don't think that there would be any problem with sort of figuring out what categories of things should be in or out. But I would say that some things I think that sound to people like it's a perk or summer camp, I think can sound to people as though, well, why should the state be paying for children to go to summer camp? And yet, it's very expensive to find a summer camp that will take a child with a significant disability, and it's often very expensive because they have to provide additional support. There might need to be someone there who can, handle a child who has incontinence issues or things like that. So, so it isn't a perk, and it allows, family members to work. It can be a form of respite for families. So I think many of the things that we sometimes think of, I think the list doesn't necessarily do justice to sort of why it is that families need some of these things.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all so much. Another lifetime ago in 2021, I was the secretary for the interim study group that worked on the Self-Direction Act that put together the recommendations that built that legislation. And Rob was on that committee and served proudly and did such an amazing job. We highlighted a lot of challenges with DDA in 2021 that you all came to the table to talk collaboratively with DDA and MDH. And you, pardon me, the name is eluding me, I apologize. Yes.
Liz Zogby.
Yes, Liz, thank you. You illuminated that you're not sensing there is a communication that's happening right now between you and MDH, and I was wondering if you could expand on that as somebody who sat in on these interim, during this past interim, sat in on many of the MDH and DDA updates from the community and seen a lot of the outrage. I was wondering if you could illuminate for the body what that's been
Sure.
like.
So I'll just say my daughter does not yet receive DDA services, so so I am sort of representing folks who's do. And what I'm hearing from families is that in the past there was a lot of communication between advocates, families. If you had a problem, you could pick up the phone and call someone, and that there's just been a lot of breakdown in rather in sort of edicts being delivered and big policy changes being dropped on people, and then families trying to scramble to figure out how they're going to adjust and fear that their family member with a disability is going to be very severely impacted. So my sense is that breakdown in trust and communication has made it so that, to Delegate Griffith's point, where there may be opportunities for discussion about how do we make the system work better, there isn't the open lines of communication to make those conversations possible or fruitful, because there needs to be an assumption of best intentions on all sides, in order to advance that kind of work.
I concur with Liz. I mean, Robert has been in DDA services since 2005. He's also in the REM program, and I had always said that the DDA was much easier to navigate because it was easier to communicate with them than it was with the Division of Nursing Services and the REM program. Yeah, as a parent who has shepherded Rob through a lot of different phases with the DDA, there's just less community engagement, and I do think if there were another such group, perhaps. I mean, I'm not sure what the correct legislative solution would be, but yes, we need to come back to the table and all talk together about how to ensure the integrity of the state and federal funding. I'll stop there unless.
Thank you. No, thank you for sharing. Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
And I just want to remind the body, Delegate Shetty actually has her DDA hearing tomorrow. There are 42 witnesses on that hearing where most of the cuts reside. You're going to see that in a lot of the BRFA items, that there are other cuts in the budget, But let's just try and stick to BRFA items today if we can, so we can just get through this. These are important issues. We don't want to gloss over that, but we do want to stick to BRFA items. Thank you all for being with us. Jessica Gallatin, Jennifer Gallatin, Carol Custer. Okay, yep. You can start, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Carol Custer. I'm with the Self-Directed Advocacy Network of Maryland. Thank you for letting us speak today. We urge you to reject the proposed change to Section 7-409 in the BRFA regarding individual and family-directed goods and services. CMS allows those who self-direct to assess any savings within their budgets for IFDGS items such as dental expenses or appliances to increase independence. These expenses do not increase the overall budget. They come from within waiver services they receive, such as personal supports. But Maryland incorrectly classifies some administrative and programming costs as IFDGS, which you've already heard testimony about today. The day-to-day administrator is a staff position that should rightfully be covered by the administrative portion of the service rates. The administrator ensures the participant's home is in order, staff are scheduled and backups arranged, and doctor's appointments are scheduled and attended. Most people who have this position in their plan live in their own homes and often require 24/7 supports. Again, funds for this position do not increase the overall budgets because it is already in the rate for the service. Any caps on IFDGS could eliminate that service. Programming costs related to community activities are likewise a portion of the rate, as shown in my written testimony. There should be no cap on any component of the rate. As the DOS analysis included in my written testimony shows, IFDGS and self-direction in general were not the reason for DDA's spending overruns. A cap is not needed. People in self-direction merely use all the funds for the service they actually received. No one receives funds for services they did not receive. You stopped this proposal last year. We believe you did the right thing. Please do it again this year. Do not allow this revision to go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and being with us.
My turn. Hi, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jess Gallatin, and I live in Cecil County, District 35B. I'm here today as a sibling of a self-directing participant, and we are here to reject the proposed cuts to DDA services, specifically the cap on IFDGS services. My sister and I believe that you are all listening to us today because you want to do better and are aware of the very broken system before you. The cost containment actions already taking place, specifically to the IFDGS category, with little to no regard of the impact, have already created harm and jeopardized safety. DDA has denied my sister's entire plan and every service in it. She is now in the appeals process with no end in sight. Her annual plan should have renewed in September. Backlogs are at the Office of Legislative Hearings and backlogs of intakes at the advocacy law firms like DRM. We heard from them in December. There are increasing complaints filed with the Olmsted Civil Rights Office, increasing complaints filed with the Department of Labor, lawsuits beginning in every corner of the state because of these actions. It's all very overwhelming. No one knows where to turn, and all of this started months before these proposed cuts. Even speaking today has many in fear of retribution. Today, I'm afraid the proposed cuts in the BRFA feels like sealing the envelope, an action codifying what is already actively taking place. As a state, we need to acknowledge the harm that can be anticipated and seek true solutions.
It's okay, we'll give you a little extra time. Take your time.
We need to seek true solutions to these problems, solutions that do not jeopardize or sacrifice anyone, including my sister. The administration should hold accountable the contracts they have in place for targeted case management, the agencies that essentially hold the keys to all access for all participants. The widespread lack of knowledge and directed subterfuge is causing significant and unnecessary harm, confusion, and costs. No two coordinators are able to provide the same information anywhere. The contracts in place for FMCS providers are massively undermanaged with little to no accountability for the extreme miscalculations and constant mistakes in people's budgets. The legislative body should be asking pointed questions, and these are only a few examples of inefficiencies that should be taken more seriously. We provided written testimony and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Any questions for this panel? Okay. Thank you all so much. Thanks for what you do. Ruth Langston, Greg Snyder, Richard Colm. This will complete our DDA panels. We'll move to K through 12 education next. So if you're here for K through 12 education, please be ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Barnes, Chair Atterbury, and members of both committees. My name is Greg Snyder, and I'm here testifying today on behalf of the Maryland Developmental Disabilities Coalition regarding the Budget Reconciliation Financing Act of 2025. We are here today to oppose the elimination of the LIST program. We support the change to the Waiting List Equity Fund, and will provide an opinion on the IFDGS caps. First, I would like to address the proposed elimination of the Low-Intensity Support Services, or the LIST program, as outlined in Section 8 on page 128 of the BRFA. The Maryland Developmental Disabilities Coalition strongly opposes this elimination. As you've heard, the LIST program is a vital resource for children and adults with developmental disabilities who are not receiving other services from the Developmental Disabilities Administration. It provides up to $2,000 annually for essential services and items that enhance quality of life, promote independence, and support community integration. Eliminating this program would impact over 2,500 people and families who rely on these funds for respite, home modifications, adaptive equipment, and more. We understand that the leaders in the budget committees, the General Assembly, have worked with the Governor more to have an amendment to remove this language from the BRFA, and appreciate the acknowledgement that it only requires LIST services to be delivered if funds are available. Next, I would like to express our support for the proposed changes to the Waiting List Equity Fund. The DD Coalition supports this change to offset some of the proposed budget cuts to DDA's FY 2025 budget. And then finally, regarding the Individual Family-Directed Goods and Services, or IFDGS, it is crucial that any reinstatement of caps on these funds be reasonable and informed by data. Many people and families who self-direct rely on IFDGS for essential items and services as part of their person-centered plans. Caps that are not thoughtfully considered and communicated could disrupt the lives of so many people or Marylanders with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families.
Thank you, Greg. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rich Combe. My deaf-blind daughter, Kate, gets DDA services under the waiver self-directed, or SD model. She was in the traditional agency model, but had to switch to SD because of neglect related to staffing issues. Her day program in traditional was a key area of neglect. Kate's going out into the community often meant warehousing in an agency day center with too many participants and no meaningful activities. Under SD, Kate is active in her home community due to the use of IFDGS. This funds truly adaptive activities and a day-to-day administrator position to schedule and manage, a position also crucial to long-term sustainability. These allow meaningful activities that keep her healthy and fight stress. This is why we oppose the cap on IFDGS. The SD cuts for FY26 overall are harmful and disproportionate. The IFDGS cap applies only to SD, and at $29 million is 4.1% of total SD budgets. Cuts overall show a reduction of 30% in SD and only 6% in traditional. News about DDA includes stories of a staggering shortfall of $350 million from billing issues in traditional. We believe DDA's new restrictions on current SD spending and deep cuts in the FY26 SD budget deflect attention from this shortfall. They imply growth in SD budgets is a major contributor to DDA budget problems, and this is a misrepresentation. Rule changes and budget cuts are already doing great harm to SD and will do little to solve budget problems. Please reject the IFDGS cap as part of disproportionate cuts from the smaller, lower-cost SD model. Thank you.
Thank you, and I understand we missed a witness, Ruth Langston. Ruth coming up. Okay, let's take questions for this panel, and there's Ruth.
Dear Chairman and committee members, my name is Ruth Langston. My son, Desmond Langston, self-directs his service through the DDA services. Day-to-day administrators is a cornerstone to ensure that my son's life continues taken care of when his home maintained, when I am no longer able to provide the services I am now. His behavior issues required that my son no longer live with me. The last 3 years, he has lived in a separate home on our same property. He receives 24/7 supports from 4 long-term dedicated staff members and a agency provider as a fill-in. Early on, it was obvious that the services to maintain the separate home was quite a substantial effort, especially when it comes to ensuring all the necessary supports are in place and functioning smoothly. An administrative position was created with a blend of multifaceted roles. This position is classified by DDA as IFDGS, but it's essential administrative job that's crucial for maintaining his supports. It encompasses administrative, managerial, and caregiving skills. It requires acting as a liaison with several agencies, ensuring staff are scheduled 24/7 and are present, maintaining health-related assessments and appointments, which require 2-to-1 staffing, locating and securing community activities, monitoring health supplies, medical equipment, and all aspects related to his home care. These tasks for my son is unable for him to manage. Additionally, over the past year, my son has been denied access to his programming portion of his rate, which he has for years to attend community activities at Baltimore Therapeutic Recreation Center.
Thank you,
I
Ruth.
hesitate to send bank statements due to privacy concerns, but he does not have the independent funds to pay for these supports. I am confused to why he needs to provide these informations to access a portion of the rates for his services when he never did before.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
What you're doing. Questions for these witnesses? Okay. Thank you all. Have a great day. K through 12 education, starting with Cindy Sexton, Sam Zwirling, Terrence Kavanaugh, Damian Lang. If you are here for K through 12, fill up the seats in back so you can come right up when you get called. If you're here through K through 12, come on up now, please. Sam, since you're there, you can start.
Great. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Samantha Zwirling, representing the Maryland State Education Association, representing 75,000 educators across the state. I'll be brief. You've heard me testify before, but I'm here to speak to the shift in educator pension costs from the state to the county governments. When you all did pension reform in the last decade, there was arguments around, that the locals should have skin in the game, as kind of was mentioned earlier, and to have some financial responsibility for employee pension costs. The deal then was, as Mr. Roman said, that, the state would take the normal costs, or the counties would take the normal costs, and the state would take the unfunded liabilities. As the representative of those employees, I'll also remind you all that employees also pay into that system, and that since the reforms, educators generally are paying about 7% of their salaries to continue to be a contributor to their own retirement security. So we're not here to relitigate that, the deal that happened a decade ago, but to ask you to reject the BRFA recommendation to shift those costs to the locals. But if you are going to do that, I would also ask that you reject the DLS recommendation to add to that, the other half of the unfunded liabilities. As we've talked about here, locals need the ability to raise revenue, and that is an ability in the governor's bill and here in the BRFA. As Paul said, that we support that. But obviously there needs to be some additional enabling legislation for locals to raise the revenue that they need. So please pass that tax reform as well as some other the proposals for locals to raise their own revenue. Thank you.
Chair Barnes, Chair Atterbury, members of the House Appropriations and Ways and Means Committees. My name is Damian Lang. I am the State Government Relations Director for Shepherd Pratt, which is the nation's largest nonprofit provider of mental health, substance abuse, special education, developmental disabilities, and social services. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the drastic and disproportionate cuts to the Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports under the BRFA. The consortium was Maryland's first large-scale initiative to systematically improve youth mental health in schools, increasing access to services, improving outcomes, and ensuring accountability. Since its inception, the consortium has trained 754 behavioral health providers and 1,185 school staff in evidence-based interventions, hired 475 new behavioral health professionals addressing Maryland's workforce shortage, provided behavioral health services to over 58,000 students across 1,124 schools, and achieved measurable improvements, with 77% of students showing progress in behavioral health outcomes. Despite this success, the BRFA proposes cuts of 75%, while other blueprint programs face only 15% reductions, which begs the question, why are mental health services disproportionately targeted? At a time of rising absenteeism, gun violence, and youth mental health crises, these cuts will shut down critical programs. This funding has supported innovative interventions, funded treatment for uninsured and undocumented students to ensure equal access, expanded the behavioral health workforce to meet growing demand, established care coordination hubs to prevent children from falling through the cracks. Cutting funding after just 2 years undoes all of our progress. In addressing Maryland's longstanding school mental health gaps, research confirms early intervention reduces juvenile justice involvement, improves graduation rates, and lowers hospital utilization, saving money long-term. Shepherd Pratt stands ready to support.
Thank you, sir. Terry Kavanaugh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, Chair Barnes, members of the Ways and Means Committee and the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Terry Kavanaugh on behalf of SEIU Local 500. Local 500 represents 23,000 workers across Maryland, including family child care providers, educational support staff in our public schools, and college professors. Our members have a role in the lives of Marylanders from cradle to career, impacting Maryland's economy and economic future every day that they work. We urge the committee to fully pass Governor Moore's proposed revenue package. His proposal raises much-needed revenue to fund essential services, reduces taxes for working families, and helps ensure the wealthiest individuals and large corporations contribute a fairer share. Maryland families and communities cannot afford the additional $1 billion in cuts to services that would be required if the legislature does not adopt this proposal. Governor Moore's revenue package, as included in HB 352, provides an essential foundation for our state's budget for the next year and into the future, and we urge the committee to adopt it. However, this is just a starting point. Adopting the Fair Share for Maryland Act, as outlined in HB 1014, would go a step further in preventing some of the other proposed cuts to public services and providing the state resources to help respond to harmful federal budget cuts. Both Governor Moore's proposal and the Fair Share for Maryland Act would also help create a more just and equitable tax system, ensuring that the wealthy corporations, individuals who are getting a break under our current system are paying a fairer share in taxes. We can't grow our economy if we are cutting back on things like public schools, child care, and transit services. Thank you.
Terry. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all for being with us. I don't see anyone else from K through 12 who has come to the front. If you're here for K through 12, okay. All right, if you're here for K through 12, please come to the front and sit behind. Come on up. Oh, Madam County Executive, good to see you. Fill the 4 seats here that are vacant, and then whoever, come on up, guys. Madam County Executive, good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Barnes and Atterbury and members of the House Appropriations and Ways and Means Committees. For the record, I am Frederick County Executive Jessica Fitzwater, and as you have heard from other panelists here today, the proposed BRFA pushes a large amount of state liabilities to county governments. For Frederick County, this cost shift amounts to $7.5 million in just FY26. My written testimony outlines several specific concerns about this cost shift, and I will also note my strong opposition to the DLS recommendation to modify the transfer tax formula. This proposal would decimate Frederick County's preservation programs. However, for the purposes of today's hearing on the proposed BRFA, and as a former educator of 17 years, I would like to speak to the impact these cost shifts will have on local government's ability to meet the needs of our communities while fulfilling the commitments of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Frederick County consistently funds our schools well above the maintenance of effort. In my first budget as county executive, I allocated $49 million over maintenance of effort to our school system. I made this record investment in my first year of my term because I'm deeply committed to the success of our school system and the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. However, just like the state, many counties are facing decreasing or plateauing revenues and tighter budgets. I have been clear and transparent with our Frederick County Public School partners that our current budget projections indicate that we will not have the discretion to fund the school system significantly over MOE this year. And that was before this proposed budget package introduced over $7 million in cost shifts, state liabilities being shifted to my county and others. If this proposed BRFA is adopted, Frederick County would likely only be able to fund at the maintenance of effort level, and will likely have to make cuts to county services to meet these obligations. So to put it frankly, county budgets simply cannot absorb $7 to $10 million in costs shifted from the state, which is what this proposal asks of us. Unlike the state, local government has very limited tools at our disposal to raise revenue, and many of the local elected officials that are before you today, including myself, have exhausted those tools already. The only tool I have left is to fund FCPS at maintenance of effort and make significant cuts to county services. So in closing, I respectfully request that your committees will reevaluate these cost shifts and consider the impact that they will have on a county's ability to implement and maintain Blueprint programs. Thank you so much for your time today.
Nice to see you.
Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name's Jenny Ryan. I'm coming from Backpack Healthcare. We're a pediatric mental health provider. I'm an LCSW as well, and have served the youth in Maryland for the entirety of my career. I stand before you today to express deep concern over the proposed reduction and the Maryland Consortium on Coordinated Community Support, CHRC, funding, over $90 million. This significantly threatens the essential mental health services that our youth depend upon. It's a lifeline that can't be fully replaced by Medicaid, especially for those without formal diagnoses, those at risk, the resources available to parents and educators, uninsured individuals, and the critical preventative care that makes our communities healthy. I have counselors walking down the hall to my clinicians that are housed in the schools every day, asking us to take on more kids. To make an impact. We're in Howard County right now and have served over 250 students, educators, and families with these services, and are planning to expand those efforts with the next round of the CHRC. The mental health crisis among our youth is escalating. Over the 2022-2023 school year, over a quarter of Maryland high schoolers reported their mental health was not good most of the time. These funds have allowed 4 out of 5 Maryland schools to receive these services. That's a substantial amount of increase, and it's been working. Taking it away now is a detriment to our youth. I urge you to consider the profound impacts that these cuts would have on our youth. Let us prioritize the mental health and ensure that the CHRC receives the funding it needs to continue its invaluable work. Our children are our future, and they deserve our unwavering support. Thank you.
Mr. and Madam Chair, thank you for the time today. Jason Bennett, Allegheny County Administrator. We're here today also to talk about the painful effects of the governor's budget proposal on Allegheny County specifically. For us, we are seeing teacher pension costs as recommended by the governor of $754,000. DLS is recommending another $600,000. As you heard today, that puts us at $1.3 million. This is on top of teacher pension shifts from 10 years ago in the amount of $2.2 million. We are dealing with $816,000 of additional, which was supplemental teacher pension shift funding taken away from our disparity grant. Things not directly related to K through 12 funding, but that will hurt us trying to fund K through 12 in the future in the governor's budget is a 90% shift of cost of SDAT. That's an extra $368,000 for Allegheny County. The biggest effect that we have, and you guys have heard it many times today, Allegheny County will lose $3.2 million as a result of the governor's income tax proposal. That for us is more than 10% of our income tax. We have 98% of our residents are under the level. They will pay less tax, which is great, but it creates a large problem for us. The potential of all these cuts is $5.7 million. That's more than 5% of Allegheny County's budget. We have a relatively small operation, obviously. So for us, that's going to mean eliminating services. We reduced a $13 million budget deficit last year. We did so by freezing positions, eliminating 20 positions, laying off EMS workers, continuing to reduce outside agency funding. The next round of cuts for us will be severely deep and will be services directly. So today, we simply ask you to not balance your budget by crippling ours. Thank you.
Chair Barnes, Chair Atterbury, members of the committee, my name is Lee Beeman. I'm the county attorney for Allegheny County, and I echo what my colleague has said here today. While Governor Moore has discussed the idea of one Maryland and leaving no Marylander behind, the budget proposal that he's put forward will do exactly that in Allegheny County. It will leave us behind. The BRE report that you all are intimately familiar with at this point lists Allegheny County with respect to the income tax cuts. 24 out of 24 were approximately $3.2 million in cuts. Cumulatively over the next 5 years, that ends up being just on the income tax side alone, not taking into account disparity grants or any of the shifting teacher pensions. That's a $12.8 million loss for us over the next 5 years. Contrast that with our friends in the Beltway corridor. Montgomery County stands to gain $300 million in income tax revenue over the next 5 years. It's a shocking contrast. Delegate Grice had asked the question of Secretary Grady earlier, would Dorchester County be in a worse position under the governor's budget? I can't speak for Dorchester County, but Allegheny County will certainly be in a worse position. What we're asking this body to consider with regard to the income tax, the disparity grant, all of these, is to consider some sort of hold harmless for Allegheny County. For Delegate Ruff mentioned Baltimore City losing $40 million. There has to be some hold harmless for these counties that are going to be impacted so drastically and so disproportionately. So we would ask the committee to take that into consideration in amending the budget. Thank you.
Where's Allegheny County on the piggyback? Where's your piggyback currently?
I'm sorry, sir?
Piggyback rate, where are you currently?
We are at 3.03% right now.
Almost 2 points below what you could do?
Yeah, and if we were to move to 3.2, it'd generate about 1.7 million for us, which is roughly half of the cut we'll experience. So we're not able to make it all back up.
Gotcha. 1.7 million, you can make it back up.
Roughly, yes.
Got it. Thanks. Any other questions? Delegate Heimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all. This is for Allegheny County. Thanks for making the trip down to Annapolis. You threw out a lot of numbers there. We've had a lot of discussion today about funding cuts, funding shifts, funding for local governments, but I missed there. So what's the total impact of all these changes on Allegheny County?
So for Allegheny County, it's $5.7 million, and that's a little over 5% of our budget.
And I know statistically you're the second or third poorest county in the state. What's your overall operating budget?
So $106 million last year.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just to be clear, what Allegheny County is saying is that your residents, because they're lower income, are going to get a tax break under the plan, and that you oppose that because it will also hit Allegheny County's revenue.
Yeah, we love to see our residents see a tax break. Unfortunately, at the same time they get one from the state level, it
Well, we agree, you
cripples our
have to provide
operations.
services. I think that's the tension here, right, that
Yeah.
we've been talking about. Your residents will get a tax break, but it's going to hurt your coffers and ability to provide services.
Correct.
That's what we're all talking about today.
So some sort
I
of
think it's very
fairness would be
important,
great.
and I think, thank you for raising it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Delegate Greist.
I know that Western Maryland is very similar to the Eastern Shore. And yeah, most workers who show up to like a small business, they will certainly they will get a tax cut because they already take the standard deduction, which is great. That's a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, Western Maryland, Eastern Shore, Southern Maryland, we're not as reliant on government jobs as other jurisdictions are, and so our economy is driven by small businesses. Have you guys had a chance to look at what that impact will be on your pass-through companies, where they're not going to be able to itemize their deductions?
Yeah,
And potentially.
Yeah, Delegate Grace, thank you for the question. I think earlier Delegate Buckle was asking questions about those individuals that fall into the $100,000, $150,000 income ranges. Many of those small businesses in Allegheny County, we don't have many folks that itemize, but those who do almost exclusively fall into that small business category. Those individuals are going to be impacted in Allegheny County.
Employment for the folks who are going to take the standard deduction, unfortunately.
That's correct. Ultimately, when we've looked at it on balance, the $173 that a household in Allegheny County is going to save by doubling the standard deduction ultimately isn't going to add up when we have to start cutting services.
Georgina Maybe, only one witness in this category. Georgina Maybe, are you here? Right, after labor, we're going to move to transportation. So if you're here for transportation, be ready to all come on up. I'll call the first four, and then you'll be ready to testify. Hey, Georgina, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Barnes and Chairwoman Atterby and the committee members for hearing from me today. My name is Gina Maybe, and I am here representing Cloverleaf Standardbred Owners Association. And we represent the standardbred horsemen and women that race here in the state of Maryland. We understand that DLS staff has put forward an amendment to cut 1% from the purse dedication account. And I'm here on behalf of the Maryland horse women and men to urge the committee not to take such actions. We have serious concerns about the proposed reduction to the purse dedication account from 6 to 5%. While it seems like this is a minor 1% reduction, it will have a significant cascading effect on Maryland's standardbred breeders and the horse people. It results in a 16% decrease in our funding. On the breeding side, that will disproportionately affect the small mom and pop breeders here in the state of Maryland, which make up 50%. Furthermore, on the overnight purse account, of the 12,000 horses that race in the state of Maryland on the standardbred side, 9,700 of them are owned by Marylanders or have a Maryland connection. Our owners are not the rich people sitting in the stands. They're the people that are on the Eastern Shore or Southern Maryland. We would just like to urge you not to take those recommendations.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Questions? Okay. Thank you for being with us. Have a great day. Transportation, Jennifer Vey, Michael Sakata, Stephen Skippen, and Peter Kitzmiller. If you are here for transportation, I did not call your name, please come sit behind the row. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like anyone else is here, so the other two witnesses can come on up. Yeah. Come on down and you all can start. Let's start on the end here.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barnes, Chairman Atterbury, and distinguished committee members. For the record, I'm Mike Sakata, serve as President and CEO of the Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association, the leading voice of the Maryland transportation industry. Collectively, the 240 member firms of our association employ about 100,000 men and women in Maryland. These men and women literally out there every day, filling our potholes, maintaining our aging rail lines, expanding our crumbled highways, modernize our congested interstates. It is on their behalf that I'm here today in strong support of the BRFA Act of 2025. As many of you can attest, our association has been a consistent and vocal advocate for transportation funding. We've been before your respective committees to express our concern about our state's multi-billion-dollar transportation funding shortfall and the corrosive effect it has on our public safety, our economy, and our hard-earned reputation as a good place to live. It is in this spirit of concern for Maryland lives, livelihood, and quality of life, we strongly support Governor Moore's commitment of $420 million in new transportation revenue in fiscal year 2026. This investment, leveraged with federal funding, will bring about $695 million in new money for safer roads, reliable transit, and pedestrian safety improvements. Each of which, I promise, will save the lives of countless children and families. This money will be used to better connect commuters with job sites, products with markets, tourists with destinations, and family members with one another. We urge your support of the transportation portion of the Budget, Financing, and Reconciliation Act of 2025, and grateful for your consideration.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Vey, Chief Strategy Officer and Executive Vice President at the Greater Baltimore Committee. As the leading business voice for the Baltimore region, GBC works with over 400 public and private sector partners to grow a dynamic and inclusive regional economy. Investment in our public transportation network is critical to that growth. Most obviously, a robust and reliable transit system is vital for connecting the region's workforce to jobs and consumers to businesses. In fact, during the many listening sessions the GBC hosted during the development of our recently released Economic Opportunity Plan, I don't think employers mentioned any single challenge more than the state of Baltimore's transit system. Aside from supporting current residents and businesses, a robust and reliable system is also key to attracting and retaining talent, investment, and visitors. A strong transit system provides choice and convenience and contributes to a higher quality of life, and thus makes regions that have such a system far more competitive than those that do not. Given the state's anemic economic growth, it simply can't afford not to invest in MTA. In the first place, we're already facing a system on the verge of decline. Deferral of state of good repair funding would lead to further deteriorations in service, threatening safety and dependability, and leading to higher costs over the longer run. Failure to invest in the transit system also jeopardizes already allocated and future federal funding that's essential to maintain and expand the system. And finally, future development simply won't be viable if current investments fall behind. We can't improve bus service to regional job hubs or make transformative investments like the Red Line if we can't support what we already have. And investments in future and planned development around transit hubs really hinge on the confidence that we're going to see that kind of maintenance. In short, we need to invest in the system as we value it. The budget and BRFA provide an important, but to be clear, step in that direction. We hope you will issue a favorable report. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, esteemed committee members. Brianna January with Chamber of Progress in strong opposition to the regressive proposed delivery tax in this year's BRFA. Chamber of Progress is a tech industry coalition advocating for the progressive future of tech and inclusive access to that future. Our partners include innovators like Amazon, Uber, and DoorDash, but they do not have a vote or veto on our positions, unlike traditional industry associations. We understand the challenge this legislature faces to meet the state's transportation infrastructure needs. But please, committee members, do not do so on the backs of Maryland's most vulnerable residents for whom delivery services are quite literally a lifeline. And at a time when inflation and national economic volatility are at a critical tipping point for Marylanders. Committee, a delivery tax could be devastating for your fixed income, disabled, and low income constituents. Let's consider the hypothetical case of a constituent who very well could be your neighbor, your voter, maybe even a family member. We'll call her Jane. Jane is a fixed income, chronically ill 67-year-old with mobility issues. She relies on deliveries several times a week just to make ends meet. On Sunday, she gets household necessities delivered for the week. On Monday, she orders pet supplies for her service animal. On Wednesday, medical supplies are delivered from 2 different stores. On Thursday, her groceries are running low, so she orders Uber Eats. In just 1 week under the regressive tax proposal in the BRFA, Jane would pay up to an additional $3.75 in taxes for critical goods and daily essentials. That's about $15 in additional monthly expenses that do not fit into her fixed Social Security income of $1,200 a month. Committee, that hypothetical is a very real one based on the experience of hundreds of each of your constituents. Adequately funding Maryland's infrastructure is essential, but I implore you to please think of the Janes in your own district and do not do so on the backs of Maryland's most vulnerable. Thank you.
Yep. Good afternoon. My name is Chad Horrell, and I'm with DoorDash. DoorDash opposes the 75-cent delivery tax imposed in this bill because it is both regressive and inequitable. As drafted, this tax treats any and all deliveries the same for the customer without accounting for how the delivery is made or the dollar value of the items ordered. A $25 lunch order is treated the same as a $250 retail delivery, forcing the customer ordering lunch to pay a higher tax as compared to the overall price of the order. A legislator recently said that delivery is a luxury item. This perspective is off base. Such a comment does not take into account the 30% of deliveries on the DoorDash platform that are made by customers who earn $55,000 or less per year. Delivery has become a lifeline for many, those who live in food deserts, some elderly, and others constrained by different life-altering realities that makes it difficult or even impossible to leave their home to get a hot meal or groceries. With delivery, they can get these meals or everyday essential items delivered to their doorstep. And because of the proposed delivery tax, they will be forced to pay more for those items. We are already living in a time of higher costs for basic needs. With the delivery tax, Maryland is only exacerbating the problem, not helping to solve it. The delivery tax is regressive, it is inequitable, and it defies the basic principle of fairness for Marylanders. We urge the committee to vote no on the delivery tax.
Thank you. Any questions? Delegate Greist.
I'll be very quick. So what is Uber and Lyft's position on forcing those drivers to take the standard deduction? Because mileage is obviously a huge expense for them because they're independent contractors. Have you guys taken a position on that?
I'm not sure if you're directing that question towards me, Delegate. They are both a member of Chamber of Progress. We have not addressed that particular issue with them, but I'd be happy to get feedback and bring it back to you.
Any other questions? Delegate Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the last 2 panelists, there's nothing in the BRFA that says that the tax, the retail delivery tax, has to be passed on to the customer, right?
I'm not sure that it specifically says that, but it would be, right?
Right.
I mean, that's what it's imposing, though.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that question. Any other questions? Okay. Delegate Solomon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to piggyback off of my colleague, Delegate Ruff, was reading my mind. Just Amazon, which I know is a prime funder of Chamber for Progress, had an annual revenue of about $638 billion in 2024. And I guess I would just sort of ask, I know you don't represent just Amazon, but as a huge funder of your organization, to piggyback off the delegate's question, Amazon trucks are using a lot of our roads. Does Amazon have an alternative position on how we could potentially be paying, or would they be willing to contribute to the wear and tear on the roads that I know the good gentleman from the governor's administration offered?
Thank you for that question, Delegate. You're right that Amazon is one of our partners. I'd like to remind the committees again that they do not have a voter veto in our position as our partners, unlike typical trade associations. That said, Amazon is actually currently using almost all, if not all, EVs in Maryland, which has a greater environmental benefit for.
But they're actually heavy. So you've actually just made my point. They're heavier, and Amazon's not paying a gas tax because they're using EV vehicles that are not contributing to the funding of our trust fund.
Sure. Alternatively, you're looking at folks having to go to the store multiple times themselves, right? You're looking at more cars on the road versus a bundled package deal that maybe Amazon is delivering to a neighborhood, for example. I've actually submitted a bunch of detailed reporting from both Chamber of Progress as well as outside experts on the exact environmental and infrastructure impact on switching from a model of relying on deliveries versus folks going to the store more often. I'd be happy to share that again with your office, but it's part of our package as well.
I appreciate that, but again, you've sort of just made my point. One way or another, we're going to have holes on our roads, and again, it'd be great if Amazon would be willing to contribute to the greater good of making sure that we have solid roads for their vehicles to drive on. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think it's an important question, right? And I don't know why Amazon isn't here. And I know you don't speak for Amazon, but Amazon is wholly reliant on the condition of our roads. Okay,
Completely
and we
agree.
can disagree on the studies. I'm sure Amazon has a great study for us. But what I do know is the studies I've seen, these big trucks are exponential in the damage they cause to our roads. Exponential. So if you don't like this funding stream, I think Amazon should come back to us with a funding stream to pay for good repair and good condition of our roads. Can you please bring that back to them?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. I mean, Stephen Smith, Peter Kitts, come on up, whoever's here.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, members of the committees, my name is Sam Weaver, and I'm Vice President of Chevy Chase Acura in downtown Bethesda. While some may call me a car guy, I don't really see myself that way. My passion isn't necessarily for the love of cars, but for the love of my customers and my 130 associates that serve them. That's what drives me every day. Just as housing affordability has become a growing concern, vehicle affordability is now reaching a critical point. Many of my customers are paying more per month for their car than their parents paid in their mortgage. Consider this, just 6 years ago, the average new car cost under $39,000. Today, it's nearly $50,000, an $11,000 increase. That's significant. Meanwhile, interest rates have more than doubled in that same time period. Edmunds reported that new car rates are at 7.1% and used car rates are at 11%. And on top of that, adding to the burden, Maryland increased registration fees last year by 50%. Now, the proposed excise taxes and repeal of the trade-in allowance will only make vehicle ownership even more unattainable. Under these changes, a Maryland resident purchasing a $50,000 vehicle with a $20,000 trade-in would see an excise increase from $1,800 to $3,000, a staggering 67% increase on the back of people who buy cars. I fully recognize our state's significant budget challenges, but I also know auto dealers and their customers over the years have paid substantially to help. However, looming tariffs, government layoffs, and drastic tax increases will severely impact sales, directly harming the Transportation Trust Fund. I strongly encourage you to oppose the repeal of the trade-in credit, allowing the dealer industry to continue generating revenue and sustaining growth for the Transportation Trust Fund as it has in every year in the last 14 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Rob Smith. I'm the president of Fitzgerald Auto Malls, an employee-owned company with 1,300 members, employees in the state of Maryland. I'm also here to talk about the trade difference because it really does actually help the Maryland economy. Trade-ins are an important part of our transaction. By having trade-ins and with the trade difference, it allows trades to come into the dealership. As a result, what we do is we make them safer for the road. We make sure when they're retailed here in the state of Maryland. If a consumer doesn't have that trade-in allowance, they have every incentive to go sell the car to some big conglomerate like Carvana or CarMax. There's no guarantee that car will end up in the state of Maryland. So we recondition the car. The technicians get to work on it. That keeps them employed. We recondition the car, make sure it looks brand new, so my detailer also stays employed. And when we sell that car, the state gets the 6% excise tax all over again. So with that, I would also like to point out that it also helps sell more fuel-efficient cars, hybrids, and electric vehicles. I ask you to preserve the trade difference. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Peter Kitzmiller. I'm the president of the Maryland Automobile Dealers Association. We represent 300 franchised new car and truck dealers and our 23,000 employees, including the two gentlemen to my left. Again, we're here in opposition to the repeal of the trade-in credit. I want to talk a little bit about tax policy. So currently, 47 states, including Maryland, have a trade allowance credit. There are only 3 states in the country that do not. Our customers and our dealers have paid more than their fair share into the Transportation Trust Fund. It was mentioned a minute ago, excise tax receipts for the trust fund have gone up every year for the last 14 years. They've gone up over 15% the last 3 years. Vehicle-related taxes and fees are not the reason there's a Transportation Trust Fund shortfall. I want to refer, and we included this with our testimony, in one of the briefings that the General Assembly received from the Maryland Department of Transportation, they talked about motor fuel tax revenues will decline over time, and we've included these charts with our testimony. And I think that's one of the justifications for the need for additional funding for the trust fund. But if you look at it closely, I think those have been significantly overestimated. Part of their assumption assumes that in the year 2030, there will be 1.1 million EVs on the road in the state of Maryland. We currently have 128,000 EVs on the road at this point. So we are not going to have anywhere near 1.1 million EVs on the road. And so in conclusion, I would say, again, the governor mentioned in his remarks about a paradigm shift. There has been. We have no idea what these 25% auto tariffs are going to have on our industry. 150,000 of our customers have received multiple emails over the last 10 days questioning their job security. Those people are not likely to be running out and buying a vehicle. So we urge you not to remove the trade difference. Thank you.
Your testimony. Are there questions for this panel?
Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The gentleman to my far right, you mentioned, I think, we heard a lot about how we're going to pay for the potholes. We increased vehicle registrations by how much last year?
50%.
50%. Heavy trucks, we increased those registrations. Did they say that was to help pay for the potholes? Yeah, thought so. And so run that number through me again. It's a $1,200 tax hit that someone's going to take if we adopt this proposal on vehicle trade-in allowance for your average new vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And so I'm looking at the document that the comptroller's wonderful office provided. So the average tax break for people from $0 to up to $200,000 per year ranges from $98 under the governor's proposal up to a whopping $236. That's the average tax break they're going to get. But you're saying that if they came in and bought a new car, even once every 5 years, they're going to take a $1,200 tax hit, right?
Correct.
So all of this tax cut that they got is going to go straight up in smoke.
And in my dealership, we do 50% leasing, and our typical lease is 3 years. That tax hike would be even greater on that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question can be for anybody on the panel. If we accept the proposal to get rid of the trade-in exemption, and somebody buys a new vehicle for $50,000, aren't they paying taxes on a vehicle that's sold for $50,000?
Correct.
And do you have any numbers on how many Marylanders that have purchased vehicles from dealerships since 2007 would not have purchased those vehicles if they didn't get the trade-in exemption?
I don't think those numbers exist, no.
And prior to 2007, dealerships existed in the state of Maryland, right?
Yes?
And prior to 2007, people purchased cars from those dealerships, right?
They did.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you all. Thanks for being with us. 2 more witnesses on transportation, please come up.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, members of the Joint Committee, here today, my name is John Fiastro. I'm here on behalf of my client, the Mid-Atlantic Independent Automobile Dealers Association. Joining me today is Ms. Kathy Sabaski, the Deputy Director of the association. She will have her own comments. I do want to keep my comments short today, and that is basically this, that the members of our associations depend on the regular churn of trade-ins. It is important to have all aspects of the transaction on the member lot from acquisition to sale. By doing so, consumers get a better deal. The price of acquisition for the consumer is less, and the major benefit inures to the customer. Churn is important for our members, and with that, I conclude my testimony, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, my name is Kathy Sabaski. Thank you for giving us the opportunity as the Mid-Atlantic Independent Auto Dealers Association to address the board or the House. We'd like to offer the following points in addition to the written testimony regarding consumer impact. Modifying the current trade tax credit will negatively impact Maryland families, especially those whose structure necessitates a larger passenger vehicle, which may cost more, self-employed or small business owners who have a vehicle requirement of larger cargo capacity. This change would also impose financial burdens on working families and small businesses that may cause purchases to be postponed or avoided altogether, restrict accessibility to affordable transportation for lower income and rural families. The reduced selection may result in Maryland consumers seeking a wider or more affordable selection outside of the state of Maryland. For Maryland pre-owned vehicle dealers, whom our nonprofit organization represents, the unintended consequence of the proposed modification is that fewer Maryland residents will trade their vehicles in and therefore will result to selling them privately. Private transactions are not as easily monitored by the MVA, and the transparency would not be there for the reporting necessary to be able to gauge what revenue, tax revenue, is actually being gained or lost by this particular measure. Increased private sales will reduce the affordable and diverse inventory, negatively impacting the pre-owned industry, both retail and wholesale. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Questions for the panel? Hartman. Delegate McComas?
I'll make it quick. My concern is, say we do implement this tax and everything, I would think that it's going to cause more vehicles on the road that are kind of put together with Band-Aids and glue and ropes because people cannot afford to get a new car or to do trade-ins. And I just wondered is that correct assumption?
Both, that is a correct assumption as far as, yes, any of the, right now the average vehicle on the road on the East Coast as measured by the National Independent Auto Dealers Association is 12 and a half years. That has risen, vehicle age has risen from 11.2 years to 12 and a half years since 2016 because of the affordability of accessing parts and service. By having that trade-in tax credit, as our previous new car dealer representatives here stated, it allows them to bring those vehicles in, assess their quality, and either decide for themselves to retail those vehicles as a pre-owned vehicle or to wholesale them to our members who are the pre-owned independent dealerships. The new car dealer trade-ins are the lifeline of the pre-owned vehicle industry in the state of Maryland. If people aren't trading their vehicles in, vehicles are not going to auction. Those vehicles that go to auction need to be reconditioned to a certain point. Vehicles that are being resold by a pre-owned dealer or by a new vehicle dealer as pre-owned must be reconditioned to inspection specifications. So the idea of encouraging trade-ins is going to increase the safety of the vehicles on the road.
Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned auctions. Do we have much of a vehicle auction business in Maryland?
Currently, there are 6 wholesale-only auctions that sell only to pre-owned dealerships. Those 6 auctions, the largest of which currently supports over $100,000 vehicles through their lanes every year. The impact of their local economy would also need to be considered, because there are people who come literally from all over the Northeast area to Bel Air Auto Auction, to Manheim, Baltimore, Washington, to Odessa. These auctions support pre-owned vehicle sales to the rest of the Northeast of the United States. Their local economy has hotels that cater only to people coming into those auctions in order to purchase clean Maryland vehicles. And that's something that's actually spoken about a lot. I'm from the Pennsylvania area. Many of our dealers come to Maryland to purchase Maryland traded-in vehicles because they do not have calcium chloride or salt damage. They have less winter road damage, less pothole damage. So it is actually the wholesale end of the pre-owned vehicle trade also hinges on those trade-ins.
I was not aware. Thank you.
Delegate Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious, if I decided that I want to buy a new vehicle and I would go to Delaware and to buy a new car, truck, or whatever, would this new tax be exempt in Delaware? So if I trade my vehicle in, would it be exempt?
The taxes are collected by the motor vehicle of where the vehicle is being registered. So you could trade your vehicle into Delaware, yes. You, as a Maryland resident, would still pay the registration and taxes and would be subject to the fact that you are not getting the tax credit. The problem is that the Delaware dealership would be getting your trade-in. That Delaware dealership would then recondition that trade-in, and that dealership would see the income and see the results, the positive results down the line of that vehicle's future lifespan. The restricting the trade-in tax credit assumes that the vehicle's lifespan ends at the end of its first trade-in. In many cases, most vehicles in the United States had 4 to 6 transactions from the time of their original purchase until that vehicle is either declared salvage, non-repairable, or parts only.
All right, well, let me ask it one more time. The question I have is, if I would take my car and trade it in Delaware, would I still be affected by this new taxes that they're talking about for trade-ins?
Absolutely. Yes,
So
sir.
Delaware would actually implement the same thing the state's going to do?
Delaware would issue you a temporary tag to
No, I'm
return
not
to
talking
the
about
state
the
of Maryland.
purchase, I'm talking about trade-in.
Yes, sir. Your trade-in, any vehicle purchase, is governed by the vehicle where you are going to register the vehicle. So your taxes are collected by the Maryland Motor Vehicle Association, and that entire transaction is monitored and administrated by the Maryland Vehicle Association. Delaware would give you a temporary tag and hand you a pile of paperwork to bring back to a Maryland MVA office, where this specific situation would still be in effect, although the benefit of having that vehicle would no longer be with a Maryland dealer.
Thank you.
Reminds me of being a first-year litigator. Who else is up? Delegate Edelson.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I clarified the excellent point that my colleague just made, which is that if we accept this proposal and a Maryland resident goes to Delaware to purchase their vehicle, it's not like they'll be doing better by purchasing the vehicle in Delaware and getting a break there. A Maryland resident purchasing the vehicle in Delaware will still be subject to the same Maryland taxes, right?
Correct.
So this will not result in driving business to Delaware by Maryland residents.
Only in that the Maryland dealerships will no longer have the selection of inventory, and you will be pushing the business from the Maryland dealerships, the small businesses, and the independently owned dealerships out to Pennsylvania, West Virginia, or Delaware dealerships to them, then for them to take on that business that otherwise could be kept within the state of Maryland.
Got it, but there's no tax benefit to a Maryland resident in buying this vehicle in Delaware, Virginia, or Pennsylvania, correct?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Great.
Kent Roberson? Delegate Roberson, I'm sorry.
No, I like my whole name, thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Chair, thank you. And I think picking up on what Delegate McComas was speaking about, you were making reference to if individuals see this tax, they'll instead sell the vehicle themselves, so that way they don't have to pay the tax. Am I correct, is what you were referring to?
That is our larger concern, is that with the advent of Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, that the majority of consumers would go, there is no additional benefit for me to take this vehicle and trade it into a dealership, so I'm going to go to a private sale avenue. By going through a private sale, that's going to remove the MVA oversight on transparency of the transaction, so that there is no way with a private sale to absolutely guarantee that the taxes that are being paid on the actual transaction price. If that's done through a dealership, there is accountability through the dealership, through their contract with the MVA. The other thing is, what it's going to do is reduce the available inventory at any of the pre-owned vehicle dealerships, as well as the auctions. That's where the biggest impact's going to be felt, is that if there is no direct benefit to someone to trade that vehicle in, and yes, they'll still be responsible for the same taxes. However, if there's no benefit, why would they go through it? It's easier for them to sell it privately. They can probably gain more than they would and receive from a dealership on a trade-in. The incentive for them to trade that vehicle in is that tax credit.
Right.
Once that incentive's removed, a lot of the accountability is removed, the transparency in the transactions is removed, and future of those vehicles in the used vehicle industry in the state of Maryland is removed.
Decrease, right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the great dialogue. Okay, thank you all. We're going to go to health non-DDA. So if you're here for health non-DDA, come on up. The first 4 of you to get here, please fill up the witness tables. The next 4, please fill behind. Just so everyone has an idea, we're going non-DDA health, and I think we'll get to higher ed next.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, members of the committees, Dan Martin with the Mental Health Association of Maryland, here today urging you to reject the provisions in the BRFA that would greatly reduce access to mental health and substance use care across the state. I've outlined these in detail in my written testimony, but I'm going to focus on one key provision here today, and that is the provision on page 22 of the BRFA that would cut school mental health funding by $90 million every year. Over a third of Maryland's high school students are persistently sad or hopeless. 1 in 5 high school students and 1 in 4 middle school students have seriously considered suicide in the past year, and a full 10% of both middle school and high school students have actually attempted suicide in the past year. And despite these statistics, this bill would reduce the annual budget for the Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports, which provides mental health funding to public schools in every jurisdiction across the state, by 70%, from $130 million to $40 million. And I repeat, that's a $90 million cut annually, not just this year, but the bill would cut it this year and every year thereafter. The General Assembly made an historic commitment and investment to the mental health and well-being of Maryland youth when they included this funding as part of the blueprint for Maryland's future. And after several delays, the consortium has just become operational in the last year. And in its first 6 months, it's already having a tremendous impact. It's provided mental health resources to more than 58,000 students across 80% of all Maryland public schools. It's increased Maryland's school mental health workforce by nearly 500 individuals. It's provided mental health training to more than 1,200 school personnel, and it's improved mental health outcomes for 70 to 80% of all students that it's impacted. So I just want to close by saying this cut will be devastating to the schools and the jurisdictions that worked so hard to get these services up and running just last year, but even more devastating to the students that are benefiting from those services. Thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, my name is Joe Bryce from Manus Canning and Associates. I'm here on two issues. The first is representing Leading Age Maryland, which is a group of almost 160 nonprofit aging services organizations serving people in continuing care retirement communities, affordable senior housing, assisted living, nursing homes, and home and community-based service. Our concern is about the provision on the bottom of page 48, which reduces mandated funding for long-term and dementia care services in the state. 2 years ago, this General Assembly mandated that appropriation, recognized the importance of this in Maryland, which has the highest percentage of Alzheimer's disease in the nation, and we would urge not to go backwards. If indeed you do need funds, we would suggest there's not a need to permanently reduce that. You can come back and revisit it every year. The second issue is something the Ways and Means Committee is very familiar with, and it's the tax on cannabis and cannabis products, which this General Assembly, Madam Chair, and your committee set purposely as a matter of policy and didn't fall into the trap in other states where they tried to grab money and continued to drive people into the illicit market. The tax was set at a rate designed to drive people into regulated, safe products and away from the illicit market. This is especially true given the rise in hemp-derived products, which are still in our stores everywhere, unregulated, taxed less than cannabis products are already, and hopefully when the lawsuit is settled, they will no longer be legal in Maryland, but they still are. And so we would urge you not to increase this tax and further disadvantage it. And finally, it doesn't go into effect until FY 2027. If you come back next year and evaluate that there's a need to do it, you will still have the opportunity to do it then and reconsider that policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, Chair Burns, and committee members. I am Tiffany Smith-Williams, the Executive Director for the State Board of Acupuncture. I'm here to support the governor's efforts, but to request an amendment on behalf of the board. My testimony is specifically in reference to the fund transfer recommendations by DLS to move special funds from 18 health profession boards and commissions to BHA. 5 of those boards will have a fund balance of less than 20% when the MDH recommendation is to maintain a fund balance of 20 to 30%. More specifically, my board will be reduced to a 5% fund balance, so I respectfully request that you consider the standard when you make your final decision. This could result in fees being increased to licensees when we do our best to live as leanly as possible and to not increase fees to licensees, which may also have an impact on health care that is delivered. It is also a question of operational stability when you don't have the funds that have already been expended for operations considered and they intend to take money from your operations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Delegate McComas.
I just have 2 questions, one for the gentleman that's closest to me. Isn't it a factor that if a child commits suicide and he has other siblings, that it's more likely to be kind of like a curse on the family, that other siblings or family members could potentially do that? In other words, it's kind of like a bad virus, right?
Copycat type thing. I think you're right, Mr. Delegate McComas.
So the fact that we're maybe going to cut treating the depression and the anxiety on the kids is going to have a bad fall. Now, this is for Mr. Bryce. My question was that, darn, I forgot what it was. That's terrible. If I think, I'll come back. If
I'm
can-
sure I had a great answer for you, Delegate, so I'm happy to come back to it.
Joe, you've seen a tough budget or two.
I have, Mr. Chairman. I'm getting flashbacks to 2007 when I sat at this table for a week and dealt with problems very similar to what you're dealing with now. And I understand certainly the pressure you guys are under and the difficulty of the decisions that you have to make. And I wish you well, and I'm happy to sit this one out.
I'm sure that's right.
Do remember what it was.
Delegate McComas, this might be your last question of the day. You want to use
It
it now?
will be. Mr. Bryce,
All
you
right, use
said
it wisely. Go ahead.
No, you know it isn't going to be. Okay. You said that Maryland has the highest percentage of Alzheimer's disease in the United States. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it not true, and I'm just asking because I don't know the answer, that a lot of the African Americans have a high rate of Alzheimer's as well?
I do not have that information.
Okay, well,
I don't know.
I thought I heard that, but I know, anyway. So I guess my question is that if we have one of the highest rates, it's really important that we make sure that these people are taken care of because they're very vulnerable, right?
That is a very vulnerable population.
And they could be, and if, let's say we pass death with dignity, they, and their parents or their,
Getting a
not
little
their
far
parents,
afield
but
here,
other people
Delegate
are taking
McComas.
care of it. It's an issue, right?
It's a big issue
Thank you.
for families everywhere.
Delegate McComas comes to us by way of judiciary. We're trying to wean her off, but we haven't been as successful as we might have hoped. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much. Next four can come up.
Good afternoon. I'm Taufik Owenikoko, the Executive Director for the Greenbaum Cancer Center at University of Maryland in Baltimore. I want to thank the honorable chairs for the opportunity to provide this testimony to the committee members. To get started, more than 35,000 Marylanders will be diagnosed with cancer annually, and more than 110,000 of our state residents currently live with cancer. Through the expert care received at places such as Greenbaum and Sidney Kimmel at Hopkins, we now have more than 120,000 Marylanders who are cancer survivors. I want to share the story of a 26-year-old female Marylander diagnosed with a very rare type of liver cancer. She quickly exhausted all the standard care options and then came to the Greenbaum Cancer Center to participate in a clinical trial where we were able to create a personalized therapy for her type of cancer by taking our immune cells out, engineer that, and put it back in our bloodstream for that to fight and kill the cancer cells. The facility that we use for this type of trial and the expert that we recruited from out of state to be able to do this type of innovative therapy were made possible through the CRF funding that has supported our cancer centers for more than 20 years. Innovative treatments such as this are only available at top-notch cancer centers like Greenbaum and Sidney Kimmel at Hopkins, which are designated by the NCI as one of the best in the country. Indeed, we owe our designation as a comprehensive cancer center to the stable funding that CRF has provided us, and we've used this funding to create and maintain this infrastructure. We will rely, and we have to rely on this funding to maintain this critical designation going forward. CRF has enabled us and will continue to enable us to get the best and brightest to come to the state of Maryland.
Wrap it up. Thanks.
And we seek your help in restoring our funding, and we oppose the buffer language that seeks to take this mandate away and make this a discretionary support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next witness.
Chair Burns, Chair Atterbury, members of the committee, I want to thank you for your time and thank you for your attention. I know it's been a very long day for you. I'm Otis Brawley. I'm a physician, I'm a professor, and a cancer researcher at the Kimmel Cancer Center at Johns Hopkins University. I want to testify in favor of support for the Cigarette Restitution Fund. I won't make this very long. I'll just simply tell you that you've had Cigarette Restitution Fund money for well over 20 years. It's gone to both the University of Maryland and to Johns Hopkins. We've used it to collaborate. We've used it to work with the Maryland Department of Health. It has paid dividends. We've helped define what the cancer problem is in the state of Maryland. We've done research and helped to figure out things that we can do to lower the death rate in the state of Maryland. And people are not dead because this money has been allocated to these institutions over the last several decades. And I would encourage you to continue supporting us.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Grainer, and I represent the Community Behavioral Health Association of Maryland and our 87 community-based behavioral health providers across the state. Maryland is in a behavioral health crisis. Emergency departments are overwhelmed. Our workforce is stretched too thin, and too many Marylanders, especially in underserved communities, cannot access the care that they need. Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics, or CCBHCs, are one of the most effective solutions we have. Since 2018, Maryland's CCBHCs have expanded access to care, serving more individuals, including those who are uninsured, and assisting Marylanders in enrolling in Medicaid and other health plans. They've reduced emergency department visits and hospital stays by integrating behavioral health and primary care. They've improved health outcomes, helping individuals better manage chronic conditions like diabetes and hypertension. They've addressed health disparities by providing culturally competent care and translation services. In 2023, the General Assembly passed legislation directing the state to explore statewide expansion of the CCBHC model. In December, SAMHSA awarded Maryland a nearly $1 million planning grant. Now, the administration is proposing to walk away from this commitment, citing cost concerns, even though 3 other states implemented CCBHCs for half of Maryland's projected cost per clinic, and New York did so for nearly 1/10 the cost. Rather than abandoning a proven model, we urge the committee to allow Maryland's incoming health secretary to evaluate its effectiveness before making a decision that would severely limit access to care. Walking away now would halt progress and risk reducing or eliminating critical services for thousands of Marylanders, just when demand for behavioral health care is at an all-time high. Maryland cannot afford to take a step backward. I urge you to reject the proposed language in the BRFA and ensure that Maryland follows through on its commitment to expand CCBHCs statewide. This is not just about policy. It's about access to life-saving care for thousands of Marylanders who depend on these services. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Stephanie Petito. I'm the president and CEO of the Maryland Patient Safety Center, and I'm asking you that you strike the language in the BRFA that removes the requirement for state funding for a patient safety center. The state identified the need for a patient safety center, and in 2022 allocated funding for the patient safety center. And if we don't do it, there's no one else to do it. We work on reducing preventable harm and complications from care, including that for mothers and babies and preventable complications of pregnancy. All of patient safety efforts have an equity component to them. We know the facts are that people of color, older, and disabled people have a higher rates of harm from complications of care. We work across the Maryland healthcare system, and we've shown that we can do this. We've led the Birth Equity Maryland initiative to improve care for mothers and babies. We worked with nursing homes to reduce infections, and we've shown that that reduces emergency department visits. We worked with urgent care centers across the state to implement Lauchlin's Law, which is ensuring that urgent care centers have protocols in place to reduce pediatric sepsis. And we are working with the Maryland Department of Health and the Office of Healthcare Quality to ensure that we can understand the adverse events that are happening in hospitals across the state so we can proactively work on those across the state. So all of these have costs in terms of human lives and suffering, but they also have a cost to the system, including Medicaid, in the form of longer hospitalizations, more emergency department visits, readmissions, and the need for post-acute care. So our work impacts every hospital and healthcare organization across the state. Without this funding, there'll be no organization to coordinate and support patient safety in Maryland. The lack of the $1 million funding from the state will have effects in other areas, including increased cost in Medicaid, longer hospitalizations, healthcare workforce burnout and attrition, and widening health equity gaps. I request you striking the language in the BRFA, removing the requirement for funding.
Okay, great. Thank you very much to this panel. Are there any questions for this panel? Okay, great. Thank you very much. We have one more witness on here, Phil Atetto. Is anyone else here for health non-DDA? The next will be the other panel. Thanks for being here, Mr. Teddy. You have 2 minutes.
At this point, it's good evening. My name is Phil Atetto. I'm a lifelong Marylander from Severn, and I've been living here in Annapolis for 17 years. After a healthy, active youth playing sports and working out, I was diagnosed with a rare blood cancer called multiple myeloma in August 2010. I went through the standard chemotherapy treatments. Some didn't work. Others kept the cancer at bay for anywhere from 6 months to 2 or 3 years. I found that cancer treatment is like a game of Frogger. Sooner or later, the treatment you are getting is going to stop working, and you better have somewhere else to jump to or you'll drown. In this case, the jump being to a new treatment. After around 6 years of different treatments, I ran out of options, so I signed up to be a patient in trials my doctor ran at the University of Maryland Medical Center in Baltimore. Some worked, some didn't, to varying degrees. During these trials, it was immeasurably important for me to be able to stay at home and access treatments relatively close by. Home is where my community and support network are, which are crucial to anyone going through difficult times with health or otherwise. No person is an island. And who wants to live in a hotel during such a stressful time while going through treatment with all the various side effects? And if I'm being honest, I want to be at home around my cats who help bring me comfort and peace. Also, traveling out of state for treatment isn't affordable and therefore not an option, as my insurance doesn't cover out-of-state treatment, as trials cover the drugs, but often not the health care provided around it, which is paid for by insurance. I found that health care is expensive, even with good insurance like I have, and without it, the costs of treatment would be completely unaffordable. Take this as a plug for a single-payer health care system. I hear it said often that a budget is a statement of values. So when a line item that is crucial to my survival and well-being is completely cut, the message it sends to me is that my continued survival is of zero importance. With all the cuts of the new presidential administration, I felt safer to be in a state with a government who campaigned with the slogan, "Leave no one behind." But when I see a line item that's crucial to so many of us zeroed out, it shows me we don't count as someone. I urge you to show Marylanders like me that our lives and well-being are not expendable by funding the budget line item for cancer treatment and trials as much as possible. I understand the budget shortfall must be addressed and cuts must be made, but surely this doesn't have to be achieved by abandoning vulnerable people in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Artetto. Is there any questions for Mr. Artetto? Thank you very much. Have a great evening. Next, we'll have the other panel coming up. We have Matthew Pipkin with the Maryland Multi-Housing Association, Stephen Shupak with the Maryland Public Television, Megan Peters with the Alzheimer's Association. And then after that, we will have the Higher Education Scholarships panels coming up next. Okay, Ms. Peters, you can get started.
Good afternoon, Vice Chairs, members of the committees. My name is Megan Peters, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Alzheimer's Association in Maryland. I'm here today to urge you to preserve funding for the long-term care and dementia care navigation program housed within the Maryland Department of Aging. This program helps dementia caregivers, many of whom are unpaid family members, navigate the complex maze of dementia care in their local communities. Dementia is a growing fiscal and public health concern. As you heard, Maryland has the highest estimated prevalence in the nation for Alzheimer's. We know the cost of care is significant, and dementia takes a devastating toll on our caregivers. We also recognize the state's budget outlook, the uncertainty for federal funding. However, as we look into this future, it is important to continue investing in programs for our older adults as they can have long-term savings. As introduced, the BRFA will permanently cut the mandated annual funding for the navigation program in half, from $2.4 million to $1.2 million. If we do not address this, we know that the strain on Medicaid will increase. In 2020, Maryland Medicaid costs for people living with Alzheimer's was $1.2 billion. These costs are only projected to grow if we don't take action now. Care navigation has been shown to reduce healthcare costs and improve quality of life by helping people living with dementia to remain at home, reducing hospitalizations, emergency department use, and delaying long-term nursing care. The program will benefit the state, and I urge the committees to reject the permanent cut and preserve the annual appropriation of $2.4 million and adjust funding as needed each year. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Chang and members of the committees. For the record, my name is Matt Pipkin. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association.
I selected under other as, my options of where to testify at because I'm here on a housing concern for you while it is an MDE program. Relevant to MMHA, on page 35 of the BRFA, HB 352 will double the annual cost of residential rental units to register with the MDE's lead rental registry. This will effectively increase the individual unit cost from $30 per year to $60 per year, paid at a 2-year basis. Additionally, it will increase the fee by 400% for a lead-free report to MDE just for processing. I want to clarify and specify that MMHA fully supports the lead program, paint program at MDE. We've had great success with it over the years, but I want to note that the lead rental registry fee only applies to rental properties that were built prior to 1978, which generally comprises of Maryland's naturally occurring affordable housing. We are in a housing crisis, and this is the last thing that we need to be doing in this environment. As a result of the increased fees, this will specifically target this group of affordable housing stock that will, again, just lead to further issues down the line. I urge the body to find a better source of funding for this vital public health program that does not come at the expense of affordable housing in the state of Maryland. I yield my time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Pipkin. And Ms. Peters, are there any questions? Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is from Mr. Pipkin. These are significant increases. My understanding is that these are generally passed on to the renter. Does that seem to be accurate? And to your knowledge, because I have limited exposure on this, is it my understanding that the highest concentration of these homes is Baltimore City?
That is an excellent question. I'm not sure as far as that. I mean, these are older homes. I mean, these are your properties that have been out there that are naturally occurring, meaning they're not taking any state or federal funding. I mean, these are the ones that are giving the cheaper rental rates out there, where the margins are slim as it is. Operational costs as a building ages, as everybody knows, will go up. And this, I mean, will have to be passed on to the tenant. There's just no other way around it.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question about the lead paint. Wasn't the lead paint the biggest problem? Was that if you had chipped paint and an apartment that had children, little kids that might decide they liked sucking on the windowsills that the paint was chipping, so that if the housing is for people that are older people, let's say seniors or people that are not going to want to suck the windowsills, that we really don't need to be as concerned about the lead paint problem as long as there's not small children.
Well, I mean,
and it's not flaking on the carpet and everything and getting in the food.
I mean, any exposure to lead, obviously, it should be taken significant and it's serious. But what I will tell you is data that I have from 2021 tells us that lead paint exposures are only 22% of the time coming from rental housing units. Double that is coming from owner-occupied homes, and then you also can factor in schools, government buildings, and what have you. But we're footing the bill. That's the bottom line. That's the inequity in all of this.
Delegate Long.
Thank you. So the lead-free certificate, did you say it was going to go up 400%?
Yes, I should have specified the number, from $10 to $50. It is a processing fee.
And they're doing the same thing, and you're trying to bring it in compliance by getting a lead-free certificate. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Is there a Matthew Shupak here from Maryland Public Television? If you want to come up. Thank you very much for being here. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, committee members. I am Stephen Chupak, Station Manager of Maryland Public Television. Given the very real possibility that public television may be defunded at the federal level, the state's repeal of the 2017 law, Maryland Code Education 24204, a law protecting MPT from cuts at the state and federal level, would spell disaster for MPT and for Maryland. We don't say this lightly. This law passed several years ago had overwhelming support from both chambers of the Maryland General Assembly. It was enacted to protect us from present and future financial threats. Please oppose this repeal. MPT is a precious asset for the state, providing an essential town hall for high-profile debates, such as our gubernatorial debates and senatorial debates. These events, the only statewide viewed debates, were hosted in our studios because of our editorial neutrality and our comprehensive coverage on broadcast, cable, streaming, digital, and social media. Our last debate attracted 300,000 viewers, an audience size close to that of a local NFL game broadcast. Debate viewers leaned in to learn about state leadership and policy issues firsthand from the candidates. We're the only statewide broadcaster offering other media outlets special event feeds such as the State of the State address, inaugurations, plus weekly political reporting and town hall meetings with our governor. We are the exclusive broadcaster covering things like the Maryland Cycling Classic, Maryland 5-Star, and exploring subjects such as farming and outdoors. We reach homes, classrooms, libraries with free educational content, and we provide teacher trainings and certification for 80,000 teachers a year. If this law is repealed, everything's at risk, including history specials like Tubman and Douglas, Thurgood Marshall, the Key Bridge disaster, the Maryland State House, all of which build a sense of community. Besides these documentaries, we have a Maryland Center for History Films and a Media Literacy Center. And finally, it's critical to note that MPT provides wireless emergency alerts in partnership with FEMA through our broadcast towers that function even when connections from FEMA and NOAA are knocked out. We implore you to abolish this law which would protect MPT, provide educational media, and drives jobs in the state, at MPT, and throughout the state.
Thank you
so much for your time
Really
today.
appreciate it. We have a question from Delegate Young.
Thank you, Delegate Chang. My question for you is pertaining to your federal funding. How much federal funding are you anticipating, or rather, what is the outlook for your federal funding, given the changes in Washington?
Given what's going on in Washington, D.C., we do not know. Left a federal, an event this week looking at elimination. That would be 10% of our budget at MPT.
Okay, great. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Shabak, for being here. Next, we'll have the Higher Education Scholarships panel. So everyone who's part of that, please come on down. Abigail Slaviska, Haley Weiner, Carolyn Campos, Bruce Bariano, Carl Beam, Jenna Rodriguez, Taylor St. Clair, Zachary Clark, Emily Fox, Isabel Merritt, Faith Camara, Daniel Hispley. Okay, thank you everyone for being here. We'll start with right here, you, sir, and then introduce yourself, state your name, and 2-minute testimony, and then we'll just go right down. Thank you.
Will do. Members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Carl Bem. I'm speaking to you as a senior admissions counselor here at Stevenson University to express my strong support for the continued funding of the Sellinger program. The program provides essential state aid to Maryland's private colleges and universities, one of which is Stevenson. This program directly impacts the lives of our students facing the greatest financial pressures. As a high school graduate myself back in 2019, I can vividly remember the excitement I had during my college decision process. Having the opportunity to attend your dream school is a once-in-a-lifetime feeling. When I speak with my caseload of prospective students here at Stevenson, I sense that same level of excitement and eagerness from them. Halting the funding of the Sellinger program would unjustly rip this exciting opportunity from many of my students, stunting the growth of a future generation. 30% of our students are Pell eligible, meaning they have the highest level of financial need. Stevenson allocates the vast majority of our Sellinger funding directly to these students. This support is critical in ensuring that students not only have the opportunity to attend Stevenson, but succeed as a student and beyond. This allows students to focus on their studies rather than being overwhelmed by the pressure of paying for tuition, fees, and other essential expenses. Without continued funding, the burden on these students would only grow, jeopardizing their ability to graduate and succeed in their careers. We urge you to continue your support for the Selinger program, as it is a key resource in helping students who are already facing significant financial challenges. The impact of this funding cannot be overstated. It directly affects the future of Maryland students and the state's long-term prosperity. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all.
Hello, my name is Daniel Hipsley, and I'm a junior graphic design major at Stevenson University. First off, I would like to thank you for your time, consideration, and the opportunity to express our concerns on this matter. As we know, scholarships are an excellent form of financial aid to any student looking to pursue an education and meet goals in life. Although I cannot benefit from scholarships myself, I am still very familiar with the stress and anxiety that can come from student loans. I am constantly surrounded by friends and family that benefit and have benefited greatly from scholarships, but also feel the weight of debt looming over their heads. By working at Stevenson University, a relative of mine has given me a great hand in life with free tuition. They have been working at a nonprofit organization for more than 25 years and are still paying off their own student loans. Although I wish students could benefit from the same financial aid that I have, I know it is not possible. The next best thing, however, are scholarships, especially those that come from financial aid programs such as the Selinger program. A lot of scholarships wind up being the deciding factor for students to either stay or leave a college of their choice. Maryland is a state that holds many opportunities for students to gain a higher and more valuable education with their own personal interest and will assist them greatly in meeting their goals and dreams. If this opportunity of financial aid were to be reaped from these students, it would be much more difficult for them to pursue their goals and reach their full potential in life. I would appreciate if you could consider again the major benefits that the Selinger program has brought and can bring to students within Maryland and can help provide a greater, easier, and more enjoyable future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Haley Weiner, and I am a second-year graphic design student attending Stevenson University. I would like to begin by expressing my profound gratitude for your time, attention, and for the opportunity to speak with you today. As you may know, a quality college education is invaluable in today's society, but it's often accompanied by a price tag that can seem unattractive to many applying students. However, it is through funding from critical grants such as the Selinger program that the gap between the affordable and the achievable can be bridged. I consider myself extraordinarily fortunate to attend a university where my creative interests are not only supported and by dedicated and encouraging faculty, but they are continuously nurtured throughout my coursework. The rigorous curriculum covers a breadth of material that seldom compares to those of other institutions, and as a result, Stevenson students are regarded more than most by local companies when it comes to hiring. However, these opportunities to go above and beyond in my studies are not just supported by my professors, but also the generous scholarships I've been fortunate to receive thanks to the Selinger program, which has significantly reduced the financial burden of tuition that would otherwise have discouraged my application to the university. Having been raised in a household that was once familiar with financial hardship, I developed a firm sense of fiscal responsibility. As I enter adulthood, those lessons resonate now more than ever, especially in an uncertain economy. The financial aid offer from Stevenson played a crucial role in my decision to attend, along with receiving an education relatively close to home, all of which would save me from additional thousands of dollars in student debt. In addition, Maryland is an epicenter for occupational diversity. Its many organizations and businesses have the potential to support the career goals of graduates and interns from the state, and defunding a program that serves as a cornerstone in the emerging lives of these students would only inhibit the accessibility of countless future opportunities. With all this considered, I urge the committee to recognize how the continued and full investment in Maryland's college students will contribute to shaping a promising future for all.
Members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Jenna Rodriguez, and I'm a current second-year student at Stevenson University as well. As we know, a college education is expensive. Not everyone has the opportunity to further their education and knowledge. Funding from critical grants, such as the Selinger program, allows me to pursue my academics at Stevenson, while also achieving my dreams to pursue further education and become a licensed clinical counselor. Being a student at Stevenson has allowed me to grow personally, academically, and in my leadership ability. A Stevenson education will allow me to pursue further education and meet my academic goals. Scholarships play a crucial role in this goal of mine. 6+ years of education is expensive, and I do not want that to stop me from pursuing my academic dreams. Scholarships have allowed me to look at further education as a possibility and not as a hindrance to my finances. I'm a student at Stevenson on a full tuition scholarship, and that would not be possible without the gracious Sellinger program. This scholarship has allowed me to grow as a leader throughout the community here. The full tuition scholarship has connected me with like-minded students and pushed me to reach my full potential. Pursuing an education in Maryland specifically was and still is especially important to me. Staying local while also exploring a new part of the state has allowed me to gain new experiences and meet new people. An investment in us is an investment in Maryland. I'm in favor for the continuous funding of the Sellinger Grant. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much to everyone for testifying. Are there any questions for this panel of witnesses? Thank you very much. The next four could come up. And then after higher education scholarships, we will be moving on to the economic development panel. So if everybody from economic development could get ready. If we could start with you here, and then gentlelady, and then state your name in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Elin, and I am a second-year student at Stevenson University studying marketing and business administration. College expenses are a significant burden on me and my family. Funding from critical grants such as the Sellinger program allow me to pursue my education at Stevenson while working toward my dream of becoming a business analyst in the data analytics field. Attending Stevenson has given me the opportunities that I never imagined possible. Through my coursework and hands-on experiences, I have been able to develop skills in data management, business strategy, and analytics. Stevenson has provided me with invaluable mentorship and a foundation for my future career. However, without the support of scholarships and grant funding, achieving my academic and professional goals would be far more difficult. The budget proposed by the governor enables me to continue my education, and I strongly urge you to support the preservation of funding for this program. This is not just an investment in me, it's an investment in the future of our state. I respectfully ask you to reject the recommended cuts to the Sellinger program and support Maryland students. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committees. My name is Zachary Clark, a senior cybersecurity and digital forensics major at Stevenson University, and I want to share a little bit of my experience. I'm currently leading as a senior ambassador for our admissions ambassador program, an SGA student representative for the School of Business and Leadership, a captain of the men's swim team, a leadership scholar, and the secretary for our Ethical Hackers Club on campus. To get straight to the point, Stevenson has been a vessel of growth for leadership, opportunity, and academic excellence in my life. The Sellinger Grant that we receive as an institution is not just an opportunity for financial relief of thousands of students, but a vital investment in future leaders and workers. Specifically, in my academic field, I aspire to become a digital forensics analyst. This role requires critical thinking, expertise in cyber investigation, attention to detail, and a deep understanding of latest technologies and security practices. To be transparent, I'm not a traditional textbook student. I am a student who learns through experience, immersion, and practice. I'm eager to learn new skills and techniques every day and continue to teach my peers through higher education. The support system and educators at this institution continuously break academic boundaries of standard education and create critical assignments, projects, and lectures that engage students. They care about each and every one of us. For a first-generation student like myself and an individual who does not come from financial stability, the Sellinger Grant has made all of this growth possible for myself. If you had asked myself 4 years ago what I would be doing in college, I would not have listed a single thing that I did in my introduction. It was not until Stevenson that I truly came out of my shell and took advantage of these opportunities to grow, starting with the ambassador program, moving to clubs, SGA, and now attempting to assist in curricular growth for my program as a whole. Without this funding, I would not be sitting here as a Stevenson Mustang, and more importantly, with the experience higher education fosters. By funding this grant, you have made it possible for students like myself truly to grow as an adult and prepare ourselves for the real world. No one could tell me where I would be if I attended a different university that did not make me feel seen, appreciated, and provided daily opportunities like Stevenson. With that, I thank you for your time and consideration and hope you can truly see how impactful these grants are for students like me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Isabel Merritt, and I am currently a student at Stevenson University. As we know, a college education is expensive. Funding from critical grants such as the Sellinger program allows my peers and I to pursue academics at Stevenson while achieving our personal and professional dreams. My experience at Stevenson is one you could call jam-packed. As the first person in my family to attend a 4-year institution, I have the goal of experiencing it all. I am a sophomore in nursing school, but I am also a student ambassador, senior resident assistant, treasurer of our National Student Nursing Association, philanthropy chairwoman of my sorority, vice president of PR for sororities, and founding member of our club field hockey team. While you and everyone in my life may see this list as a crazy experience, the truth is, maybe I am a little crazy about it. But Stevenson is not just about the education in the classroom. It's about the education you receive around campus and immersed in college life too. Stevenson truly believes in creating well-rounded college students that can leave university with more than a fancy piece of paper, but life lessons they will carry with them for the rest of their lives. Without scholarships, I would have never been able to attend Stevenson. Even with scholarships, college is something I cannot afford out of pocket. I know this is true among my peers. Many students who I've talked to about the Sellinger have 3 common statements. I will have to drop out. I can't afford to lose this scholarship. I can't be more of a financial burden for my parents. Taking away the Sellinger grant would change more of the trajectory of how thousands of college students achieve their degrees and set our generation of college students back financially. College affordability is already a struggle, but it is nearly impossible without scholarships. I understand the Sellinger comes at a great high cost, but with the cost of this robbery and future college students like mine. While I cannot stand up here and make you care about the education of current and future college students, I hope I can leave you with this. College is not just about getting a fancy piece of paper in 4 years. It is about the experiences you gain inside and outside of the classroom, the life lessons you take away, and gaining the best experiences you can while still achieving all of your personal goals. Taking away Sellinger would be a robbery of this. Think about the future of Maryland and the youth who need you to look out for them. We need your help, so do not rob us of this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emily Fox, and I'm a current student at Stevenson University. As we all know, college is very expensive. I've been able to pursue higher education only through funding from critical grants, such as the Sellinger program. Pursuing academics at Stevenson as a first-generation college student has given me a platform to more knowledge, connections, and opportunities that I would not have had access to had I not been a student there. And I would not be a student there without the help of programs like the Sellinger program. Pursuing an education in Maryland specifically is very important to me because I was born and raised here. I'm proud to be from Maryland, and I feel like I should be able to stay here while seeking higher education. Colleges just like Stevenson are shaping the minds of the future and building up Maryland's community. Stripping away these critical grants would be stripping away opportunities from Maryland's own young adults and stopping them from being able to follow their dreams. No young adult can afford a college education on their own. Grants are how we can afford to educate ourselves and make the world a better place and make Maryland a better place. And with that, I urge you to keep the Sellinger funding the same. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much to this panel. Are there any questions from this panel? Great, thank you very much. Have a great evening. Next four, please come on up. State your name and 2 minutes. Then as a reminder, we have the Economic Development panel coming up after higher education.
Good afternoon. My name is Taylor St. Clair, and I am here to express support for the continued funding of the Sellinger program, which provides vital state aid to Maryland's private universities. I am an alumna of Stevenson University, and I currently work as an assistant director of admissions. As a first-generation college student, I was uncertain in my ability to afford a college education, one that would allow me to gain valuable professional experience to prepare me for a successful life after graduation. The financial support I received allowed me to focus on my academics and build my leadership abilities, serving as the student government president rather than being restricted by financial stress. The Sellinger program directly impacts the lives of our students, and I want to highlight its importance in alleviating excessive financial pressure on those who need it most. As I work with families going through the college search process, their biggest concerns are scholarship opportunities and need-based aid. Financial burden is weighing heavily on families throughout our state. Stevenson is proud to serve a diverse student body, with 30% of our students being Pell eligible, meaning they have the highest level of financial need. Without this funding, many of our most vulnerable students would face significant financial barriers to achieving their academic goals. I have the distinct pleasure of supervising our Student Ambassador Tour Guide program, where I oversee 70 remarkable college students. I hear firsthand how current Stevenson students heavily rely on scholarships that allow them to engage in the Stevenson community without financial strain. Some are here today to share their story, to stand for support of their peers, and allow you to see a small portion of the special community that Stevenson provides. Without continued funding, the burden on these students would only grow, potentially jeopardizing their ability to graduate and succeed in their careers. We urge you to continue your support for the Sellinger program, as it is a key resource in helping students who are already facing substantial financial challenges. I thank you all for listening and to have this opportunity to stand in front of you in support of the Selinger program and to stand in support of our future.
My name is Faith Kamara, and I'm a current student at Stevenson University. As we know, a college education is expensive and the financial burden can be overwhelming. However, thanks to critical funding from grants like the Selinger program, I am able to pursue my studies at Stevenson and work toward achieving my dream of becoming an attorney. As a legal studies major, I've had the opportunity to delve deeply into the intricacies of law and justice. One of the most rewarding experiences has been seeing how the concepts I learn in the classroom are related to real-world situations. I've been able to conduct legal research and writing and become Westlaw certified, all in my second year of college. I've become more vocal and confident in my abilities, and being at Stevenson has helped greatly. Pursuing my education here in Maryland is important to me because Maryland has a rich legal community. The state's commitment to fostering higher education is not only vital for my future, but for the future of all students. The continued support of programs like the Selinger program ensures that students like me can stay in Maryland and pursue their education, knowing they have that support system. Without the financial support provided by scholarships, including those provided by the Selinger program, I would not have the opportunity to continue my education at Stevenson. These scholarships and grants allow me to focus on my studies without the financial burden. So I urge you to consider the impact of these scholarships and the role they play in shaping future leaders in Maryland. After today, I hope that you all are in favor of keeping the current Selinger budget in place. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Campos, and I'm currently a junior at Stevenson University. As we know, a college education is expensive. Funding from critical grants such as the Selinger program allows me to pursue my academics at Stevenson, which with this scholarship opportunity makes me the first person in my immediate and extended family to go into higher education, while also achieving my dreams of becoming an elementary school teacher, teaching the future generation of students. My education means everything to me and my family. Being able to attend Stevenson has allowed me to experience what my future in a classroom setting will be like. I've been able to teach in different classrooms in different counties, seeing how each school helps shape the minds of our youths. Not only that, I've been fully supported in all aspects of my educational and personal life, making me feel included. I'm also allowed to pursue other interests and be involved in campus life, such as being part of the marching band as an Emerald and being a student ambassador, without stretching myself thin. These scholarships not only help me with achieving my degree, but also my family. My little sister goes into college as soon as I graduate, and she's excited to start that journey. For my parents, this could have been hard to achieve, but by having this scholarship opportunity, my parents will see both daughters receive higher education, one of their lifelong dreams when they came to this country. Their efforts have not been in vain thanks to this opportunity. Others who are in similar situations as me can agree when I say that these scholarships are providing opportunities for those who used to believe that they didn't have anything to succeed and achieve what maybe our parents couldn't or weren't able to. We urge you to continue your support for both the governor's proposed budget and the Selinger project to ensure students are supported in their educational dreams. Thank you for your time.
Hello everyone, my name is Abigail Slavikoski, and I'm currently a student at Stevenson University. As we know, a college education is expensive. Funding from critical grants such as the Selinger program allows me to pursue my academics at Stevenson, while also achieving my dreams to become an elementary school teacher. Without these resources, my ability to complete my degree would be in jeopardy. I'm a proud transfer student who began my education at the community college level. This decision helped me manage the cost of college. However, the financial cost of a 4-year degree remains a challenge. I have been able to continue pursuing my bachelor's degree without having to worry about crippling student loan debt because of scholarships and state funding. These scholarships stand for hope, opportunity, and the freedom to focus on my studies rather than worrying about whether I'll be able to pay for my education. As an education major, I will be shaping young minds. I love teaching, and without the financial support, I will not be able to finish my education. These scholarships do more than just help me, but they impact the future students I will teach. These financial supports ultimately invest in my ability to teach. I strive to graduate college debt-free, as I will be working in a service field. I do not want to be worried about paying off college debt, but rather invest my money into the lives of the students I will be teaching. I do not want financial barriers to stop me from becoming the teacher I aspire to be for my students. Beyond my personal journey, this funding impacts my peers around me. Students are worried about their educational futures, as many will not be able to earn their degree without the proper funding. Investing in students like me is investing in the future of our state and building a strong workforce. In order to provide Maryland students with access to higher education, I urge you to keep funding scholarships programs like Selinger. Many students like myself will find it difficult to succeed without these programs. Thank you for your time and dedication to making higher education possible for Maryland students. I truly appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Questions for the panel? Okay, thank you all for being with us. Congratulations on your education success, continued success.
Thank you.
4 more, come on up. Okay, wait, I'm sorry. Okay, that concludes higher education. We will move to economic development, and Keisha Mason, Jose Rodriguez, and Nicholas Cohen asked to be on a panel, so we'll start with them. Anyone else here for economic development, come on up, we'll get you next. Keisha Mason, Jose Rodriguez, Nicholas Cohen, please come on up. Whoever sits down first, you can start testifying.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Barnes and Atterbury, and honorable members of the Appropriations and Ways and Means Committee. My name is Nicholas Cohen. I'm the Executive Director of Maryland Citizens for the Arts. We are the statewide arts advocacy organization that champions public investment for Maryland's vibrant arts sector. We represent the interests of over 300 arts organizations, 24 local arts councils, 29 arts and entertainment districts, and thousands of artists across Maryland. First, I'd like to thank Governor Moore, his administration, and the Maryland General Assembly for supporting the arts in this year's budget, especially during a challenging fiscal climate. Your commitment sustains a sector that, according to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, adds nearly $13 billion to Maryland's economy and provides more than 80,000 jobs. That said, I and my colleagues on this panel appear before you today to strongly oppose the governor's recommendation to eliminate the 1994 Art Stabilization Act in this year's BRFA. For 30 years, this formula has ensured predictable bipartisan investment for the Maryland State Arts Council, an investment that helps every region of our state thrive. The funding model has made Maryland a national leader in equitable arts investment, allowing the State Arts Council to distribute resources fairly and effectively across the state. Eliminating this landmark formula now would undermine decades of bipartisan support, risk future investment, and jeopardize Maryland's national leadership in per capita arts investment. The arts are not a luxury, they're a strategic investment that delivers tangible results to our state. That said, I urge this committee to reject the proposed elimination of the 30-year Maryland State Arts Council funding formula found in the BRFA. Thank you for your time and continued support of Maryland arts sector.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Keisha Mason, and I'm the Deputy Director for Prince George's Arts and Humanities Council. We are the county's legislated art agency, and we drive the county's diverse creative economy through sustainable and equitable programs, advocacy, education, and financial support. On behalf of the Prince George's Arts and Humanities Council, I extend our great appreciation to Governor Moore and the General Assembly for their firm support and continuous dedication to the arts across the state. Our leaders understand how the arts enhance the quality of life for all residents, and we greatly appreciate that. With that, today I am here to firmly urge all of you to reject the proposed elimination of the Maryland State's Arts Council funding formula. This elimination is fully outlined in the Governor's BEFRA Act of 2025. This proposal will have wide-ranging catastrophic outcomes for the stability as well as the future of Maryland arts sector, including the film industry. This sector is a significant contributor to our economy, education, community health, and well-being. And for 3 decades, the Maryland State's Arts Council funding formula has provided reliable and sustainable arts investment, supporting a sector that generates $13 billion each year and more than 8 80,000 jobs across the state. The arts are an economic powerhouse, an educational force, and a community revitalization and development pillar. The arts build stronger communities, attract tourism, drive local economies, and foster community engagement. Maryland has long been a leader supporting the arts by preserving the Maryland State's Arts Council funding formula. You're not only investing in Maryland's future, one where innovation, economic growth, and cultural identity thrive, but you're also reaffirming the state's commitment to ensuring access to the arts for all. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Dear Chair, Madam Chair, and delegates of this commission, my name is Jose Ocasio Rodriguez, and on behalf of Cultura Plenera, a non-profit organization, and our dedicated artists, we're here with the sense of urgency about Governor Moore's fiscal year 2026 budget proposal. This proposal, if implemented, could have a devastating and immediate impact on Maryland's vibrant cultural fabric, especially like community like ours. The governor's proposal to eliminate the 30 years arts funding formula established in 1994 as the Arts Stabilization Act poses an imminent threat in preserving a growing vital cultural traditions, including Puerto Rican arts such as bomba and plena. For over 30 years, the funding formula has been a beacon of hope, providing a stable foundation, enabling communities across Maryland to thrive culturally and economically, irrespective of political and economic fluctuations. At the heart of the funding formula's success is recognizing that the arts are funding. It's an investment in the state's diverse and dynamic cultural landscape. The proposed budget cuts could lead to erosion of cultural initiatives that serve as vital pillars of connections, education, and understanding throughout the state. Moreover, eliminating the funding will undermine decades of bipartisanship support for arts funding in Maryland. Governors from both parties have supported this legislation, recognizing the arts' crucial role in fostering economic growth, creating jobs, and enriching communities. We urge you to support the arts community and reject the proposal to eliminate the funding formula. By doing so, you will ensure that organizations like Cultura Plenera can continue to share Puerto Rico's rich cultural heritage with the people of Maryland, enriching the life of all who call this state home. Your decision will impact the present and shape the cultural landscape for future generations. We are grateful for your past supports of the art, and we hope you continue championing our cause. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair Barnes, Chair Atterbury, and esteemed members of the House Appropriations and Ways and Means Committee. My name is Adam Strait, and as a Cecil County executive, I'm here to highlight the critical role that the Maryland Enterprise Zone has played in fostering capital investment, creating jobs, and revitalizing distressed areas within Cecil County. Please know that the Maryland Enterprise Zone program is Cecil County's most useful and effective business attraction and expansion tool, which means it is the most important tool we have in our toolbox for incentivizing economic growth. In the last 7 years, the Cecil County Enterprise Zone designation has been instrumental in generating over 5,000 new jobs in Cecil County, with new businesses such as Amazon, Smithfield, and Great Wolf Lodge. We've also seen existing businesses expand, such as Northrop Grumman, which with a new hypersonic capability center in 2023 and the Scram slot and cutting machining built last year, has created 200 new jobs in just 2 years. These new buildings represent a $125 million investment at Grumman's Elkton campus, and they're still growing. From the Maryland Department of Commerce's most recent Enterprise Zone annual status report, Cecil County is among the top 5 jurisdictions in the state in terms of capital investments made, and one of the top 5 counties having the largest percentage increase in investment dollars. To continue our trajectory growth, which strengthens the state economy, it is vital that the Enterprise Zone program remain in effect for Cecil County. Governor Moore just said that we need to grow our way out of our structural deficit, and I'm here to say that Cecil County is helping the state do just that. I urge you to respect the proposed sunsetting of the incentives. Simply keeping the name but ending the incentives effectively ends the program.
It has proven to be a transformative force in Cecil County, driving job creation, investment, and community revitalization. I implore you to continue supporting this important program in Cecil County so that our success can be sustained and expand for the benefit of all Marylanders. And I apologize for going over my time.
County Executive, get a little privileges, right? Okay. County Executive, so we gave you a few more minutes.
Oh, so I still had more I could say?
No, that's enough. That's a good, I appreciate the effort. I can see how you got elected. I think there's some.
I have a quick question for Mr. County Executive. I've been to Great Wolf Lodge with my kids, love it, it's fantastic. So you heard the proposal that the enterprise zones, the burden would shift to the counties. Do you know how that would affect you? If not, sitting right here, you know, you can get back to us, but I'm wondering how that would affect you if you had to carry that cost.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I can't overstate just how detrimental this would be to our economic growth. We would not be able to afford this, to subsidize these ourselves. And my economic development director is here, and she'll be testifying after me, and she probably has better numbers, but I can tell you that we have data that shows that what the state gets in the long term from the property taxes that they get back more than makes up for the initial investment. And these are the things with costs shifting to the counties, with whether it's the teachers' pensions or other mandates. This is the one tool that we have that will help us fund this, that will help us fund the things that make our quality of life in Cecil County and all of Maryland, which is public safety, education, our roads, infrastructure, these type of things. And we're asking that with everything coming down to the counties, please don't take away the one tool that we have that can grow our revenues to help us pay for these things.
Thank you. Delegate Roberson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, everyone. I just had a question regarding the arts. I know that you all were initially opposing. Appreciate you all coming by my office just to share last week during Maryland Arts Day. But the question is, DLS had a recommendation striking the language of reduction in funding, instead reducing the funding for the Maryland State Arts Council to the level of fiscal 2025. I don't know if you saw this language in the working appropriation rather than the amount that was contingent. So are you all supportive of that effort?
I mean, our position is we want to keep the formula for like the future. So, I mean, right, in this budget climate, we understand there might have to be a cut to the State Arts Council this year, but like our main position is that we keep that funding formula for future investment in the arts.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Hornberger.
Executive Straight for coming down today. I wanted to put a finer point on this, and your office has shared some numbers with us. We're talking about 5,000 new jobs that have been created in Cecil County as a result of this. And it's difficult, we've alluded to this earlier, with DLS. DLS can't score everything, right? So when we take this tool out of the toolbox, there's income revenue that comes with that, in the form of income taxes that goes to the state and county. There's expansion of homes. There's purchase of new vehicles, all of these things that we've discussed today. My understanding is that you have even more projects in the pipeline that want to locate in Cecil County.
Yes.
With the uncertainty of what's going on and taking this off the table, is that going to impact these future deals and maybe jeopardize the 5,000 additional jobs that we're looking at?
It absolutely would, and thank you, Delegate Hornberger, for that question. Just for the edification of this body, one of our main sections in our enterprise zone is the Bainbridge Development Corporation, which was the old naval site in Port Deposit, Maryland. That has been developed to bring these businesses good, high-paying jobs to Cecil County. We've had there are three in the works right now that they pretty much told us that if this goes away, they're going to look elsewhere. And now I have a naval base that we can't do anything with. if these companies don't come. One of the companies that we talked to, I asked, what is the average starting salary for the worker coming in? 750 workers they're talking about bringing in initially. The average starting salary is $50,000 a year. That's certainly nothing to sneeze at, particularly in today's economy. And these are things that would go away from Cecil County and from Maryland if we did not have the Enterprise Zone program as a tool to attract them.
Thank you.
Mr. County Executive, I'm certainly sympathetic to the economic development arguments you're making here today. That's, I think, a $25 million restoration on enterprise zones. Do you have any ideas for us as to revenue where we would come up with that $25 million?
I would have to defer to my economic development director when she comes up to testify.
Maybe Delegate Hornberger has some tax ideas.
I don't want to guesstimate and give you a bad answer.
Okay, well, we look forward to that because every restoration we make has to come with a revenue or a cut, and cuts are equally hard across the board. So
Sure.
we definitely would like to hear from you on that and work with Delegate Hornberger on that. Thank you. That's all the questions we have. We'll bring the next three up. Thank you.
I'll go first here. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and members of the committees. My name is Patrick Hosford. I'm Director of Strategy and Research at the Greater Baltimore Committee. And on behalf of GBC, we voice our support of the Budget and Reconciliation Financing Act of 2025 with specific amendments regarding the proposed phase-out of the Enterprise program designated under Title V, Subtitle 7 of the Economic Development article. As the leading voice for the private sector in the Baltimore region, GBC is deeply committed to fostering a dynamic, inclusive regional economy. As such, we believe the Enterprise Zone program is indispensable to this effort, and its termination would impact beneficiaries and significantly damage public and private sector relations. The program's growth, noted by DLS over the past 2 decades, underscores its success and utilization throughout the region. In Cecil County, over 5,000 jobs have been created with the Enterprise Zone over the last 7 years. Similarly, in Baltimore City, there's been 267 companies certified in the city's Enterprise Zone, representing $2.8 billion in new construction, over $700 million in property rehabilitation, and producing 20 million square feet of new commercial, office, and industrial building space. The implications extend far beyond today, thinking about future projects, generational projects that would be impacted by this. Sparrows Point Container Terminal is one. SPCT, for example, is projected to expand the Port of Baltimore's operations by 70%, attract over $1 billion in private investment, and create 1,100 well-paying jobs. Now, this is the time to protect and secure these consequential investments, not undermine them. For this reason, we support the bill, but we urge you to look at amendments such as continuing and sunsetting the program until 2030 and talk with regional stakeholders thoroughly and current participants to help find a way forward. Thank you for helping drive Maryland's growth.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Ridgway of Prince George's County. I own Yard Dramas, a sole proprietor LLC, and I am the president of Teaching Artists of the Mid-Atlantic, also known as TAMA. And I'm speaking on behalf of 69 teaching artists who signed the written testimony, including Jimmy Reynolds of Queens Anne County, who brings arts learning experiences across 5 Eastern Shore counties, and TAMA's Maryland director, Kalicia Thorpe Price of Montgomery County, who uses theater to help teens become storytellers of their own lives. When discussing economic development, let's remember the teaching artists who have small businesses embedded in our communities, operating at the intersection of art, education, and community, extending their impact beyond the arts sector, contributing to education, health, justice, business, and the environment. Working in schools, libraries, retirement homes, detention centers, healthcare facilities, and more. Serving your children, your elders, your neighbors, Maryland's communities, including its environment. Teaching artists have established art practices and specialized training to teach and work with community. Yet historically, we are invisible, undervalued, and overlooked. Not even the Federal Department of Labor's classification system, with nearly 900 occupations, recognizes our work, causing exploitation and inadequate compensation, depriving us of traditional benefits, health care, job security, pension, sick leave. State funding sustains these vital transformative programs, often at no cost to participants, and makes a living wage possible for artists to cover benefits and sustain the operating expenses of our independent small businesses. We need Maryland's support to thrive and help our communities remain vibrant. Now's not the moment to undercut the power of the arts. Now's the time for visionaries and champions to safeguard our work and collaborate with teaching artists to ensure policies, incentives, funding, and programs recognize and support us. Won't you please be our hero? Thank you.
Good evening. I am Sandra Edwards, Economic Development Director for Cecil County, and I am here to tell you how important the enterprise zone is to us. It is our most effective tool for attracting businesses, creating jobs, and revitalizing areas that need it most. I was pleased to hear about the amendment to eliminate the sunsetting of the program. However, the provision that phases out the state's reimbursement of the 50% tax credit would effectively kill the program anyway. Counties and local jurisdictions, municipalities, they can't afford that. As my county executive said, 5,000 jobs in 7 years created within the enterprise zone. Plus fiscal year 2021 through 2024, we saw $1.2 billion of capital investment in our enterprise zone. And we also have the largest percentage increase in investment dollars within an enterprise zone and are growing higher percentage of GBT growth per the most recent data released from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. And the numbers don't lie, and the impact doesn't stop there. We're seeing growth outside of the enterprise zone. For example, the South Fields development in Elkton includes 285 apartments, 85 townhomes, 330 family homes, retail and commercial space, a hotel, and a regional sports complex. Medco is a partner in that. Cecil County is clearly doing its part in growing Maryland's economy, and that's why I'm asking you to reject the provision in the amendment that would remove the 50% tax credit.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions to this panel? Okay, thank you all for being with us. Have a great day. Safe getting back. We're moving to Ag, Conservation, Environment, Natural Resources. This is our largest subgroup, so please everyone come down. First 4 of you here, please take the first 4 seats. And the rest of you, please line up in the back or on the sides so that we can move through as efficiently as possible.
Chairs, members of the committee, I'm Casey Wetzel, Vice President of Programs with the Chesapeake Bay Trust, a nonprofit grant-making organization. You all in the General Assembly established the Bay Trust in 1985. Originally, we just distributed funds from the Chesapeake Bay license plate and a tax checkoff, but over the past 20 years, because we are so efficient and cost-effective, we have been managing money for other entities too. Some of those sources are solid for the next fiscal year, like the Bay Plate revenue. Some sources are under threat, like the federal funds we distribute. One pot of federal funds that we don't have access to after the freeze, despite court orders, is specifically for urban underserved communities. We are here today to talk to you about 3 sources of revenue under your purview. We know that you have tough decisions to make, but we want to make sure you know the value of these programs to community-based groups as you deliberate. The first is for urban underserved communities, a similar audience to the federal funds that are still frozen. The Urban Trees Grant Program was established through the 2021 Tree Solutions Now Act as part of the 5 Million Tree Initiative. Urban trees help mitigate impacts of climate change, reduce heat island effect, and improve human health. We can counterbalance what's going on at the federal level by keeping this program strong. The second pot of funds is for the very popular Chesapeake Conservation Corps, which was created in 2010 by Senate President Mike Miller and bolstered through 2022's Climate Solutions Now Act. The program places 50 young adults each year in a 1-year term of stipend-supported service. We're also working with DSCI on this as a climate option under the service year umbrella, a very important program. A third is not an appropriation directly to the trust, but indirectly through DNR. We partner with and manage funding from DNR, MDE, and MDA. We want to emphasize the importance of programs like DNR's 2010 Trust Fund. We understand that DNR's special programs are listed as options for reduction in the recent operating budget analysis and wanted to note that both DNR and trust programs directly fund jobs in both the private and nonprofit sectors that strengthen local economies. Maintaining grant programs such as these allow nonprofits to deliver essential services more efficiently than government agencies could. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate what you do for the state.
Good evening. My name is Allison Colden. I'm the Maryland Executive Director with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here today to urge you to resist DLS recommendations to drastically cut environmental program budgets and to support the governor's allowances for DNR, MDA, and MDE. Maryland's blue economy relies in no small part on a healthy Chesapeake Bay and watershed. It supports more than 115,000 jobs and $10.2 billion annually in revenue. This includes tourism, recreation, and commercial fishing, all sectors that rely on clean water and healthy habitats. The Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Bays Trust Fund is one of the state's most cost-effective programs in producing clean water results. With more than 80% of its annual funding going to local projects, the trust fund gets money on the ground in targeted areas where it's needed most. These projects support local jobs, more than 30 jobs for every $1 million invested, and directly support Maryland's farmers, local governments, and community organizations. For FY26 alone, DNR has already received $98 million in requests, leveraging $110 million in outside funds, which would be under threat if DLS's recommendations are adopted. Just yesterday, the Trump administration issued a memo warning of mass layoffs for federal environmental agencies and announcing a 60% cut in the EPA's funding. Along with the federal funding grant freeze, Maryland's environmental agencies are under threat. Recognizing the state's significant fiscal challenges, we understood and accepted the targeted one-time cuts included in the governor's budget. At more than $255 million, the cuts are significant, but it would allow these agencies to continue their critical functions. Without that, Tree Solutions Now Act plantings, Whole Watershed Act funding, cover crop programs, and others would come to a halt, impacting jobs, undermining climate goals, and placing lives and properties at risk. As you contemplate the immense challenge before you, I urge you to support environmental funding to continue Maryland's legacy of environmental leadership and resist any further cuts to these critical programs. Thank you.
Good afternoon, chairs, members of the committee. I'm Kristen Harbison, Political Director for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, here to urge you to reject recent recommendations by DLS to drastically cut funding in the BRFA for the 2020 Chesapeake Bay Trust Fund, the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, and Program Open Space. And now we are led to believe that additional cuts may be proposed for climate funding. I have a letter which was circulated by email to every office and signed by more than 40 organizations from across the state who stand with us in this. Collectively, we do work in and represent constituents from every county and legislative district in the state. As a community, we believe that the governor's budget, as proposed, represents a balanced, responsible approach to this year's budget challenges while maintaining the state's commitment to environmental protection and community health. At the same time, we do want to reinforce the 24.4% reduction in general funds from environmental state agencies is not a sustainable path forward, and we reject any additional cuts. Collectively, these agencies are a small part, barely more than 1% of the state's overall operating budget, but carry a heavy burden to protect the health and safety of our communities, as well as protect the resources that are the cornerstone of our economic future. I'd like to draw attention especially to the SEIF, the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. As the federal government signals a decline of support for renewable energy and energy efficiency programs, Maryland's commitment to these initiatives will be increasingly critical. The CEF is the only program in the state that directly helps communities and consumers reduce their energy costs and climate pollution contributions. Among other things, the CEF provides grants to help increase energy efficiency, which is the most immediate way for homeowners to reduce their energy costs, as well as supporting energy assistance programs, which will be increasingly vital in the face of increased energy bills. We urge you to accept the governor's proposed budget with no additional cuts. Environmental protection and robust climate programs should be recognized for what they are, an essential part of the solution to bring the state out of its fiscal woes. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Hamna Sharif. I'm here to represent the Nature Conservancy, where I lead coastal climate adaptation programs. In Maryland, TNC's work focuses on delivering data-driven, on-the-ground solutions that secure clean water, air, and healthy living communities for our communities now and for generations to come. TNC is strongly opposed to the cuts being recommended within this legislation for the environment, conservation, and resilience programs carried out by our state's environmental agencies. This includes programs at DNR, MDE, MDA, and MEA. We want to specifically highlight the following: Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Bays Trust Fund, Program Open Space, Rural Legacy, Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Foundation, Strategic Energy Investment Fund. TNC's work touches down on every part of the state's diverse ecosystems. Within my own climate adaptation role, I have the privilege of working with our program directors in land protection, forest conservation, coastal ecosystems, and urban centers like Baltimore City. All of this conservation work and the resilience and stewardship work that we do is carried out in partnership with the state agencies mentioned. DNR, MDE, MDA, and MEA are extremely important for the state to have a sustainable path forward where we protect our communities and our natural heritage. TNC recognizes that it's a really difficult budget year, and we really appreciate your leadership so far and in your leadership in making sure that these environmental programs have continued to receive funding over the years. And we respectfully ask that you continue to do so in FY26 as well. Thank you for your time.
Panel. Okay, thank you all so much. Just 4 of you pop up, we can just, sure. Whoever sits down first can start. Yes, sir, go ahead and start.
Thank you, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Matt Johnston. I am the executive director of Arundel Rivers Federation. Hey there, Delegate Jones. Arundel Rivers Federation is one local watershed organization out of dozens that use the Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Bays Trust Fund grants to hire local contractors in your communities. That's anything from stormwater engineers to truck drivers, to material suppliers, to landscape professionals, to construction companies, and the like, to provide the stormwater infrastructure for our Chesapeake economy that we've all promised to provide. We can do this very efficiently and effectively, and I urge you to reject the DLS's recommendation to cut the Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Bays Trust Fund and use it for operational expenses within DNR. In the history of the trust fund, the organizations that have used these grant dollars, like Arundel Rivers, have brought $238 million additional dollars to the state to help build these projects. That's our Chesapeake economy. Nonprofits like Arundel Rivers, who employ these local contractors, we've been scrambling over the last few weeks as Washington threatens our federal grants. We cannot handle threats from the state to our grants as well, or else many of those contracts, which I have now had to put in pause terminology, it's not a termination, it's a pause potentially because of lack of funding, we will have to cut those contracts moving forward. So we urge you not to abandon your leadership role in the Chesapeake Bay and not to cut the Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Bays Trust Fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Barnes, Chair Atterbury, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening. I'm Matt Stegman, Maryland staff attorney for the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. We support House Bill 352, the BRFA submitted by the governor, and would ask you to please resist some of the cuts that have been recommended by the Department of Legislative Services, specifically the cuts for the Atlantic and Coastal Bays 2010 Trust, Waterway Improvement Fund, Clean Water Commerce Account, and Program Open Space. I want to build on what Mr. Johnston spoke about earlier and draw your attention specifically to some of the impacts of the 2010 fund. This is really the fund that is the primary tool that the state has available to deal with non-point source pollution, particularly agricultural runoff. Ag runoff is the #1 contributor of nutrient loads to the bay, and I want to caution when I say that it's not necessarily because that sector isn't doing its part, it's just because of how much farmland exists in the state. It's also a tremendous opportunity to make meaningful progress in relatively short order. So in addition to that $283 million in public investment over the last 5 years that has been leveraged by this public investment, the 2010 Trust is projects funded through the 2010 Trust have also been responsible for reducing nitrogen input by more than 1.5 million pounds and preventing more than 200,000 pounds of phosphorus from reaching the bay waters. Again, we're supporting the BRFA as it was submitted by the governor, which already includes a number of targeted but significant cuts into these programs. We're clear-eyed about the reality of the situation that the committees are dealing with. And we also appreciate that DLS has modified their recommendation from what was originally put forward in some of their analysis. All I want to say is that long-term sustained significant cuts to these programs put the future and viability of those programs in jeopardy, and we'd ask you to resist those recommendations. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Barnes, Chair Atterbury, members of the committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Annie Richards. I'm your Chester River Keeper, here today representing Shore Rivers, a clean water voice on Maryland's eastern shore. Thank you for this opportunity to submit testimony defending Chesapeake Bay restoration funding, including the 2010 Coastal Trust Fund, the Clean Water Commerce Account, and Tree Solutions Now 2021 funding. We are deeply concerned about recent DLS recommendations and DBM recommendations, respectively, that reduce these funds. Shore Rivers has been fortunate to receive over $31 million from the state over the past 10 years through competitive grants made possible by many of these funds. The majority of this funding has been passed through to local Maryland businesses to implement restoration projects on local farm fields and in communities. This funding creates jobs and sustains conservation economy that helps us achieve clean water, keep Marylanders employed, and supports a robust and vibrant rural economy. State support has enabled us to work with landowners to prevent over 200,000 pounds of nitrogen, 24,000 pounds of phosphorus, and 28 million pounds of sediment per year from entering our local waterways. In fiscal year 24 alone, this supported over 24 acres of tree restoration, that's 95,000 trees, and 30 acres of wetland restoration. My written testimony provides additional comprehensive details on these programs. This is just a snapshot of what rural Maryland has benefited from these funding commitments. But what we have to lose if these funds are rescinded is trust. Trust from our farmers, trust from our local rural communities. This state's commitment to bay restoration and our environment has built incredible trust, slowly but surely, between conservation and industry. As our farmers and rural communities grapple with recent federal actions that freeze or rescind financial support, Maryland can and must answer their uncertainty and fear by affirming our commitment to these environmental funds.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir.
Good afternoon, good evening, Chairman Barnes, Chairwoman Atterbury, and distinguished committee members. For the record, I'm Michael Sakata, President and CEO of Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association, leading voice of the transportation industry. We must call your attention to a specific concern and a solution which is responsible and pragmatic, and we believe ideal transportation funding strategy is one predicated on balance. In this case, a balance between a need for dependable sources of revenue and the need to remain competitive in this time of profound fiscal and economic volatility. Our industry has serious concern of the proposed increases to MDE's surface mining fees. A new fee on material providers would disrupt the carefully balanced system, making Maryland's transportation materials sector the most expensive in the region. This would incentivize businesses to buy its materials from Pennsylvania, Virginia, and other states in the region, jeopardizing local jobs, threatening independent businesses, and compromising our supply chain at a time when we should be investing in growth. While we acknowledge fees haven't changed in 30 years and support a reasonable adjustment, MDE's initial proposal raising that $1.3 million is simply unmanageable. MDEs remain firm on their initial $1.3 million proposal, a figure industry cannot meet. We offer an alternative, meeting them more than halfway, increasing funds by over 316%, and raising that per acre fee up to $50, capping it at $55,000, implementing a biennial increase. This compromise, though, ensures a stable funding while keeping our sector and the jobs it supports competitive with our neighboring states. Our industry does support this, and however, at Monday's MDE budget hearing, we learned that their proposed $1.3 million is still insufficient to support their mining operations, raising concerns that additional funding may be requested annually. With state's transportation funding already strained with federal dollars uncertain, to put it mildly, a burden of this nature would further destabilize our industry. For these reasons, we greatly appreciate MDE's collaboration and enthusiastic urge adoption of our compromise proposal. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions for the panel? Okay, thank you all. I think we have a few more people to testify, so let's get 4 more people up, please. Just 2 on the end. Let's come on up. Yep. If you're testifying, come up. We got 1 more. If you're not testifying, then that's fine. All right, you can go ahead, sir.
Good evening. Thank you to the committees. My name is Bill Crouch, and I am the Maryland State Director for the Conservation Fund, a national 501c3 nonprofit land trust. At the Conservation Fund, we believe in balancing the economic and environmental benefits of land protection. Despite the numerous environmental, health, and economic benefits of public land, the Department of Legislative Services has recommended diverting funding for land preservation programs, POS stateside, POS local, Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Program, and the Rural Legacy Program. I've been with the Conservation Fund since 2006, and I've had the pleasure of working with the outstanding staff at DNR and other partners to complete many significant projects. The Jesuit transaction completed in 2017, DNR in partnership with the Conservation Fund and the Nature Conservancy acquired over 4,400 acres of not just historic land, but land that represents the very birthplace of Maryland. Without program open space, these lands would likely have become waterfront condos and subdivisions. Just last year, Anne Arundel County and the City of Annapolis used local side program open space funding to protect Carr's Beach, the remaining 5 acres of beach used by African Americans during segregation. This land was in fact on course to become a high-end condominium development. Without program open space, the rich cultural history would have been lost forever. I reflect on the Harriet Tubman Rural Legacy easements in Dorchester County that protect the landscape that was so important to Harriet's story and the tourism created by people looking for inspiration. I think of the agricultural easements that help farmers put food on the table. Both the MALF program and the Rural Legacy program also make farming more accessible to young farmers. Program Open Space has historically done its share to help during tough budgetary times, $600 million having been diverted.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ann Jones, and I'm here today representing the Land Preservation Trust. And first of all, I sincerely do thank you all for your service. I know that sitting here and listening to this is difficult, and there are a lot of very good things that you're looking at here. Unfortunately, we found out just 2 days ago of some of the additional cuts that were being proposed to all of Maryland's land preservation programs. So we don't have people out the door. We don't have a large number of people here because it came up very suddenly. This is a proposed 4-year total cut, a 4-year total cut. I was around, I've been at this for a while, and I love doing it, and we have managed to put together a great bunch of land where you've got close to Baltimore City where everybody can enjoy it. You've got clean water, you've got agriculture. But this total cut, when it happens, these programs don't pick up quickly again. Landowners lose credit in them. They don't think they're going to happen. And it takes you a long time to get these programs going again. You can't just snap your fingers. 4 years total cut of the Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Foundation, the Rural Legacy Program, stateside program open space, the acquisition portion of local side program open space, and green space equity. Also, due to the nature of the transfer tax, right out of the gate this year, all of these programs are cut by $85.3 million because the transfer tax is based on a snapshot in time about what they think the revenue is going to be going forward, and that camera has not been in very good focus of late. So that is about a 30% cut before anything begins. The governor's buffer included an additional $16.4 million from stateside and $340,000 from the heritage areas to go to funding for planning. So we urge you cut these. Thank you for taking the time to look at all these difficult issues and look forward to continuing to talk about it. Thank you.
Chair Barnes, Chair Atterbury. My mother's maiden name is Atterbury, by the way. My name is Brian Wirt. I am farm manager at PA Bowen Farmstead in Prince George's County. And I'm here today to strongly urge you to reinstate full funding for the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission. The proposed $250,000 cut in the fiscal year 26 budget would significantly harm the vital programs that SMATIC administers, programs that directly support Maryland farmers, strengthen our rural economy, and ensure food access in our communities. We at PA Bowen Farmstead have utilized SMATIC services for over 12 years, including many educational workshops and events and grants for installing our livestock fencing, for example, when we first started, and a hoop house for garden vegetables. We've been able to accept Maryland market money at the Anne Arundel County Farmers Market. SMATIC's value goes far beyond just providing grants. Their Southern Maryland Meats program helps build awareness of our farm and our offerings to the community at large, helping us find customers for our products. Their annual holiday shopping guide brings people from the whole Delmarva region to our area for holiday shopping. Their dedication to keeping Maryland farmers informed of everything agriculture in Maryland is unparalleled with any other agency in my experience. I know several young new farmers that have been given not only grant opportunities to help them build their business, but also the education, knowledge, and support necessary to implement their endeavors through SMATIC's FarmLink programs and ensuring resources to support urban and small-scale agriculture. When the COVID pandemic hit and all the grocery stores ran out of food, who fed our residents? Maryland's small local farms. While most people complained about being bored during lockdowns, we never worked as hard as we did then to serve our communities. In an age of increased focus on food security, cutting funding from the hands that feed us is not a prudent decision. I respectfully request you to reinstate their funding.
Evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, honorable members of both committees. The budget is forcing you to make some very hard decisions, and I want to personally thank you for not only your time and consideration, but also your service in this. I know it is not easy. My name is Shelby Watson-Hampton, and I'm the director of the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission, known as SMATIC, which is a division of the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland. SMATIC serves farmers and rural businesses in all 5 of the Southern Maryland counties and manages several statewide programs as well. The proposed budget now seeks to eliminate SMATIC by cutting funding over the next several years completely. I'm strongly urging your committee to please support the reinstatement of full funding for the Tri-County Council SMATIC, as we play an important role in supporting local farmers and expanding the rural economy. It is important to note that these funds are not taxpayer dollars. SMATIC is funded from the special fund called the Cigarette Restitution Fund, known as the CRF. That fund itself is continual, non-lapsing, and comes into the state each year. When these funds arrive, they are directed to either the Maryland Department of Health or to SMATIC. The Health Department gets approximately $108 million a year, if not more, from the CRF fund alone. SMATIC just requests keeping our share of the fund, which is $1 million annually, so we can continue to support the farmers in our region. Ironically, a bill for permanent funding of $1 million a year from the CRF passed the Maryland legislature in a bipartisan bill just last session, with the Senate passing it unanimously both times and the House passing it almost unanimously with only 2 nay votes. It was signed into the law by Governor in April, and yet here we are again. It is worth noting that in the last fiscal year before the bill was signed, with just $900,000 in base funding, SMATIC was able to leverage that money to bring in over $2 million additional dollars in grants to the Southern Maryland region. This is a significant return on investment. We ask that you please reject the proposed cuts in the budget, reinstate full funding of $1 million for SMATIC annually in the coming budget and beyond. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you all for your advocacy and being here and hanging in there with us. Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all. I think we have 3 more here, so come on up.
Hello, chairs and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Christina Berthelot, and I am the External Relations and Development Coordinator for Maryland Market Money, a food access program of the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission. I moved to Maryland in 2021 from Louisiana, drawn by my passion for food systems work. Agriculture is Maryland's #1 industry, and organizations like SMATIC make that possible. When I saw an opportunity to work at this program, at the very organization I had hoped to join, it felt like the stars had aligned. I chose to make Maryland my home because of this work. SMATIC's mission to support farms, farmers, and the future of agriculture isn't just impactful, it's essential. Without full funding, SMATIC programs like Maryland Market Money and the farmers, food producers, and families who rely on them will suffer. This isn't just a budget cut, it's a direct hit to Maryland's agricultural economy and food security. Maryland Market Money is a statewide food access program that feeds Marylanders and supports farmers. In the past year alone, the program has helped over 700 farmers, ranchers, and watermen sell directly to their communities at more than 60 farmers markets and farm stands statewide. We've also provided over $500,000 in federal nutrition benefit matching, boosting farmer income while making fresh local food more accessible to all. Cuts to SMATIC would be devastating. It threatens the very programs that keep small farmers in business, programs that ensure fresh food reaches families in need and strengthen rural economies. This isn't just about the numbers, it's about the people. The farmers who are working before dawn to bring food to the markets, the parents stretching every dollar to put fresh food on the table, and the dedicated individuals like myself and my team who serve them. SMATIC is a driver of economic growth, sustainability, and community resilience. Without this funding, essential programs will be scaled back or disappear, leaving gaps that cannot be filled. This is not an investment we can afford to lose. I respectfully urge this committee to fully reinstate SMATIC's funding in fiscal year 26 and beyond. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Dear committee chairs and esteemed members of the committee, my name is Sabrina Dobbins, and I'm a small-scale farmer in St. Mary's County, Maryland. I raise dairy goats and create value-added products utilizing their milk. In 2019, I stumbled upon the Buy Local Challenge celebration, an event hosted and organized by the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission. The event had an incredible impact on me as a small business. Not only was it the most financially successful event that I had been to, but I had the ability to network with other vendors, creating a lasting network of fellow small farm producers. In early 2024, I had the opportunity to apply with and accept a position with SMATIC as the Agriculture Program Coordinator. As I began my time in this role, I dedicated my professional life to farmers in Southern Maryland. I work with farmers and producers offering mini grants, regulatory assistance, and event planning for workshops. As the coordinator for SMATIC's mini grant program, we have had over 230 applications and over $300,000 distributed to Southern Maryland farmers since the origination of the program in 2017. I provided regulatory assistance to over 24 farmers, including 4 Mennonite producers, assisting them in acidified food inspections. SMATIC workshops have been well attended with incredibly positive survey results. I strongly urge the committee to reinstate full funding for SMATIC, a division of Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland, as they play a pivotal role in supporting local farms, promoting agriculture education, expanding the local rural economy, and fostering sustainable practices. We ask that you please advocate for reinstating full funding of $1 million for SMATIC in the coming budget and beyond. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, all. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Catherine Casino, and I'm the operations manager for the 32nd Street Farmers Market in Baltimore City. Today, we're going to zoom into a hyper-localized scale here. We're talking about one farmers market in Baltimore that is always positively benefiting from SMATIC, which we all have been hearing lovely things about. I do want to focus on the Maryland Market Money program that they do provide, which positively impacts my vendors. So our market is year-round, divided into 2 6-month seasons. We have about 70 vendors, and 40% of those vendors are farmers and producers. And in our last 6-month season, we distributed about $86,000 in Maryland market money incentive dollars. That's a match to SNAP money. So not only is that money going directly into the pockets of the farmers and producers, but it also is benefiting the Baltimore local community in order for them to receive fresh, locally sourced, and nutrient-dense produce local in Baltimore City. I know that about 25% of Baltimore City residents are on SNAP, and that is about double from the national average. And so our communities really do benefit directly from the SMATIC funding, and I would urge you all to reinstate to their full funding allocation. Thank you.
Questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all for being with us. We're going to go to our online panelists. Jocelyn, welcome. You're on. 2 minutes.
Hello, good evening all, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Jocelyn Tidwell here in my personal capacity as an Anne Arundel County resident and someone who has worked for over a decade in food systems as a farmer myself in other states, and having led agricultural education and farmer development programming. I'm here to urge reinstating the full funding for the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission, SMATIC, in the FY 2026 budget. This is a treasure that Maryland has that does not exist in the other states where I've worked in the food system. I've seen firsthand the effectiveness of SMATIC's programs and personnel. I've collaborated with several farmers who've benefited from these programs, and they cite the support available through SMATIC as the deciding factor at times in being able to expand their marketing channels and bring healthy food to more local communities across Maryland. I see the light bulb go on when they hear about the support that SMATIC offers through right-sized grants, their marketing support, and the matching funds for the nutrition benefits purchases through Maryland Market Money Program. Knowing that these crucial supports are available is how they begin to see a way forward to grow their businesses while increasing food access. I keep sending more and more farmers to get enrolled in the Maryland Market Money Program, and it's really a key part of statewide food access efforts. Each element of the program is essential. They're efficient and effective and trusted advisors, and their work generates a clear return on investment. At a time when sources of federal funding and technical assistance for farmers are being drastically withdrawn, it's absolutely critical that we fully fund our state-based ag resources, and the need for SMATIC's programs has never been greater. This 25% proposed cut would be absolutely devastating to farmers, families, and food access partners, and would stunt our growth towards the strong, independent Maryland ag access sector that was mentioned at the very beginning of this 5.5-hour hearing. If that's where our goal, SMATIC is a critical part of achieving that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nick.
My testimony says good afternoon, but I will update that to good evening. Thank you all for listening. I really want to echo what other folks in support of SMATIC, especially Shelby, has said this evening. My name is Nick Stavely, and I'm the Director of Incentive Programs for Fresh Farm. We develop innovative ways to solve critical problems across our regional food system and connect people to their food. We have operated the downtown Silver Spring Farmers Market in Silver Spring, Maryland since 2005, in addition to operating more than 20 other farmers markets throughout the DMV, and we have worked very closely with SMATIC to support the Maryland Market Money Program since 2020. I strongly urge your committees to support the reinstatement of full funding for SMATIC because they play a pivotal role in supporting farmers, promoting education, expanding the local rural economy, and fostering sustainable practices. As Shelby articulated, I think the unique funding relationship of the CRF is a very nice thing that has kept SMATIC operating, and you have heard about the very impressive return on investment and the way that this small and impactful team has been able to leverage the small amount of funding that they receive to very big outcomes for all Maryland farmers and many other residents, farmers market operators, and small business owners throughout the state. Their success has been a key part of Fresh Farm's success as well, and our partnership has brought even bigger value to work and stakeholders across the region. Many farmers that are based in Maryland sell in many farmers markets outside of the state and take advantage of the same types of food access programs that the Maryland Market Money Program partners with and helps facilitates. We ask that you please advocate for reinstating full funding of the $1 million for SMATIC in the coming budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas.
Good evening, Chairman Barnes, and good evening, Madam Vice Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Serge Thomas, and I am the Strategic Support Specialist for the Mid-Atlantic Food Resilience and Access Coalition, MAFRAC for short, and we are partners with the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission. I am here today to strongly urge you, members of the committee, to reinstate full funding for the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission. The proposed $250,000 cuts in the fiscal 26 budget and subsequent cuts following in the other fiscal years would significantly harm the vital programs SMATIC administers, programs that directly support Maryland farmers, strengthen the rural economy, and ensure food access to our communities statewide. One program that we support as MAFRAC is SMATIC's Community Fridge and Food Security. SMATIC has been instrumental in launching a community fridge program in Southern Maryland and helping to provide free fresh food to those in need while reducing food waste. These efforts strengthen food access to networks and promote sustainability. MAFRAC and SMATIC recently wrote a grant from the Growing Justice Fund to try to promote this kind of program, supporting the Charles County Public Schools. They also support the Buy Local Challenge and Celebration event. And so they help local farmers and also consumers in Southern Maryland with purchasing food at a relatively cheap cost. MAFRAC offers a similar program in our region where we offer matching grants to hunger relief organizations, encouraging recipients to buy local and strengthen our local economy within the DMV region. I live in Silver Spring, Maryland. In summary, SMATIC is an essential driver of agricultural innovation, economic development, and food security in Maryland. The $250,000 funding cut would severely impact farmers, families, and food access programs statewide. And at this time,
Thank you.
Given everything, sorry.
Thank you. No worries. Nobody can say SMATIC didn't show up today. You guys are certainly here. Yes, sir, Dan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, distinguished members, good evening. My name is Dan Ryder. I'm the president of the Rural Maryland Foundation. We urge a full restoration of SMATIC's budget. Rural Maryland Foundation is the nonprofit organization that was established to augment and support the Rural Maryland Council. Our mission is focused on economic development and community needs across all of rural Maryland. We're small. We go about our business quietly, and you're probably not familiar with us, and that's okay, because we seek results rather than recognition. It's our hope that we can find a way to fully restore the budget to SMATIC, because we know how effective they are. We also know how much of a bargain the state gets for their investment with SMATIC. The governor said, and rightly so, that we're going to grow our way out of this program. SMATIC's a engine of growth, and rather than canceling the state's investment in that engine, now would be the time to actually increase the state's investment in that engine of growth. So to close, I just want to say, the foundation, we're very, very grateful for your listening and hearing our perspective and our experience with SMATIC, and we hope that we can find a way to restore their budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Any questions for the online panel? Okay, thank you all so much for being with us. Have a great day. We'll move to our last taxation is last. So if you're here for taxation, come on down. And the first four can sit at the seats. Everyone else, please line up behind them. Price is Right. Okay, yes, sir, you can begin. Yes, sir, right in the middle. You're sitting down, you're ready to go. Go ahead and start.
Oh, me? You're up first. Chairman Committee, thank you for the time today. My name is Greg Brown. I'm President of Monocacy Hospitality. Delegate Fair, Delegate Miller, good to see you. I own a couple restaurants in Frederick, Maryland. I'm involved with the brewery. You have my written testimony, but I think my big point today, and it kind of comes off a different engagement I was in with Governor Moore. You know, he said that he would unapologetically support small business, and the whole idea of where we are right now is we can't continue increasing taxes. We have to grow our way out of this thing, and in my opinion, with where we are with the federal government, which is very challenging for Maryland, we have a big opportunity to look at things a bit differently and really rejuvenate small business in Maryland. So I have a significant concern with HB 352's inclusion of increasing personal income tax impacting pass-through entities. The reason for that is, like I said, I'm a small business owner, so obviously we have the state income tax. But if you think about that, that's for everyone. The big difference that I see from a business owner, most businesses are levered. And that's really, I think, the only way that small businesses can grow and create jobs is through leverage. So while small businesses are growing, investing, and trying to create jobs, on the other end of it, you can't take the bonus depreciation in Maryland. So at the end of the day, you continue to pay more and more tax in, and it's very disincentivizing for businesses, and I think it's something we have to take a very, very serious look at. It's totally different than a typical W-2 employee because you're still saddled with the risk as the business owner. You have the leverage, you have the risk of uncertainty, and at the end of the day, you have to do your best. You need a heck of a lot more than $500,000 or $1 million to be responsible on behalf of your employees. So I really appreciate you guys taking a look at that, and if anything, please do not increase the personal income tax rate. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Barnes and Atterbury, Vice Chairs Chang and Wilkins, and members of the committee. I am Faith Leach, City Administrator for the City of Baltimore, and I'm here today to testify in reference to the impacts included within HB 352 on Baltimore City. First, I want to convey the Scott administration's appreciation for the effort that was put into crafting this year's budget when faced with such a significant shortfall. These are not easy choices, and I know that the governor and his team worked hard to mitigate the impacts on programs across the state and onto local jurisdictions. While we understand the difficult trade-offs that must be made, there are some elements within HB 352 that are alarming from a local budgeting perspective. As introduced, HB 352 would shift approximately $18.6 million in direct costs to Baltimore City, $24.2 million in indirect costs to city schools, and would prohibit new awards of enterprise zone credits after June 30th, 2025. These direct costs include teacher pension contribution shifts and SDAT costs, but do not include income tax reform, which could negatively impact Baltimore City by $10 million. Baltimore is currently facing a $106 million shortfall for fiscal year 2026. That shortfall is made worse by the $18.6 million in HB 352. To balance this year's budget, the city is focused on opportunities to enhance revenues, strategies to reduce citywide costs, and minimize major service disruptions. However, with a gap of this size, service cuts may be inevitable. Potential budget reductions include reducing funding for local nonprofits that support community programming, increasing service level agreements for service responses for core city services, and reducing service levels for fire and police. With the above comments, I urge the committee to consider amending HB 352 to reduce the strain being imposed on local governments, including Baltimore City.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of the bill with amendments. I'll say right off the bat, we get it. We know that you're in a very tough spot. I'm here to tell you that, as you all know, counties are also in a very difficult position. So you have our written testimony outlining all of our concerns with this bill, but I do want to be direct. Between what is in the BRFA and the DLS recommendations, this puts counties in an impossible position. It shifts well over, with both the DLS recommendations and the blueprint, $250 million onto county budgets, forcing local governments to either raise property taxes or cut essential services. That is not sustainable. Counties already face massive obligations funding the blueprint, public safety, school construction, environmental priorities, etc. This is not sustainable. 2/3 of Marylanders live in counties already at the maximum 3.2% local income tax rate. The only remaining option are property taxes. That is not sustainable. That is going to hurt affordable housing, and it's going to make our crisis even worse. It's not sustainable. Make no mistake, this is a state-mandated property tax increase for 2/3 of Marylanders that, again, live in counties at the maximum rate. The state, it forces counties in this instance to fund a very progressive blueprint with a regressive tax, and I don't believe that is sustainable. The bill hands counties $186 million in new pension liabilities, costs that are tied to investment losses and salary-driven increases that counties did not create. The bill forces counties to cover over 90% of SSTAT's costs while giving them no control over operations. Counties don't set assessment policies, oversee personnel, or manage the agency's budget, yet the BRFA demands that they pay nearly all of the bill. I will say about SSTAT and that shift, Maryland's centrally administered property tax system is done the right way. It provides objectivity, and it doesn't create situations where there's political pressure locally to either raise or lower assessments. So we feel like that's done the right way. The enterprise zone credit, you heard about that all day. That's not sustainable, but I will say the bottom line is that—
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Vincent Brannigan. I'm a retired professor at the University of Maryland. I'm an Alzheimer's spouse. My wife has had Alzheimer's for 15 years. My costs for her to keep her alive are $160,000 a year. Now that makes me a giant cash cow to the suits over there eliminating itemized deductions. They throw me under the bus, crush it, stand by with their little bucket, and collect their blood money. $14,000 in tax, that's all I am, is tax revenue by telling me and all the other families of desperately sick people, we are your cash cow, just stick it to us. All right, that's where I'm telling you, I want to thank the secretary for staying so she could hear that. She also snuck a cookie, so I felt like I could, which I appreciated. But that's what you're doing. That's what that itemized deduction is doing to the sickest families in the state of Maryland. Let me tell you the other half that's even worse. I've already been consulted by children of elderly indigent parents as to how to shift their parents onto Medicaid. Okay? I can't do it. Our wealth comes in pensions and Social Security. But they can do it. So it's not just cruel and inhuman, it's mind-bogglingly stupid. Okay? Every one of them can shift an elderly parent onto Medicaid. It eliminates any tax benefits. So I urge you to tell the people to go back and look at this again and take the medical deductions out of the elimination of itemized deductions. It simply doesn't make sense to do it. And it is about even the Republicans down in Washington didn't do this. The Republicans weren't so miserably cruel. And I'm asking you not to do that either on behalf of me and my wife and hundreds of other families in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us and your strong advocacy and sticking this out. Any questions for this panel?
Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Madam CAO. Thank you for coming down to Annapolis today. There's two quick questions. The first one has to do with enterprise zones. Can you talk to us about how the city's been able to use those enterprise zones to spur economic development and what the impact will be when that leaves? And then the second question has to do with the opioid funds. I think previously y'all had mentioned to us that those funds might be in jeopardy if some of these cuts, cut too deeply to help keep the city's budget balanced. Can you talk to those for us, please? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Delegate, for that question. On the enterprise enterprise zones in particular, this is a key economic development tool in the city of Baltimore. We've been able to, through the enterprise zones, generate between 60 to 75 million in annual gross tax revenue every year since FY28, including net revenue to the city between 30 to 42 million in that same time period, an amount that substantially exceeds the tax credit that is being provided. So this is absolutely a key tool for the city of Baltimore in order for us to continue our growth and to deepen our investments around economic development. On the opioid restitution funds that the city of Baltimore received, it is not that the funds would be in jeopardy if there are cuts at the federal level or at the state level. It is that those funds might be needed to cover if there are reductions that our health department receives from federal and or state dollars. We would have no other place other than cutting services, so not providing core health services, or we would have to tap into those restitution dollars to be able to provide those key services that our most vulnerable residents need in the city of Baltimore.
Delegate Grist.
I asked my question to Nally. Clarify the discussion that we had earlier with the Secretary in regards to aid to local governments. So the total aid to local governments from the state is $601 million. Of that $601 million, $492 million is going to go to our public school system. So this is the state share of the blueprint, basically. And then there's libraries, community college, local government, but the counties and municipalities are only getting $14.4 million out of that $601 million. So that's a little over 2% of that increase. And so the issue or the concerns that I had and the questions that I had earlier had to do with the shift in the state cost to the local jurisdictions. What we're seeing right now is about $150 million. It could be up to $250 million if we take DLS's additional cuts. That's far outweighs that $14.4 million that's in the budget for counties and municipalities. So the question I had for the Secretary earlier in regards to one county specifically, and it's probably the poorest, well, it is the poorest county on the Eastern Shore, and that's Dorchester County. Will these impacts to Dorchester County be as rosy as what we heard? I think it was $1 million or something like that. Could you comment on that?
Thank you for the question. I did run the numbers because of the conversation earlier. So I think just with $2.6 million in school funding increases, they take a $1.4 million hit in the income tax proposal, disparity grant reduction, and then other cost shifts and reductions. Dorchester County has to find around $5.3 million just to fund what they need to fund this year. They're a 3.2% county. They're a disparity grant county. Like you said, they are a poor county, a poor rural county. To generate that kind of money, they'd have to raise their property tax by 12 to 13 cents. So again, those are just the numbers. This is a poor county. The only place they can go is property tax. But again, just to raise $5 million, they'd have to raise, their property tax would be 12 to 13 cents on top.
And there are a lot of other counties in a similar position as them. Allegheny, probably, Caroline, Somerset, and some others too. Thank you.
Kevin, look, certainly we're all sympathetic to the counties. There's no question. But the state is sitting here looking at cuts to DDA, cuts to numerous programs. DLS recommended cuts to environmental programs. What is the right balance for the county to find savings as well? Isn't it fair for the county to have some, lack of a better term, skin in this game, or is it just that the state should take all the cuts and the county should just be held harmless?
So I think it's a fair question, and again, we don't envy the position that you're in. I would argue that we do have skin in the game. We did get a teacher pension shift back in 2012. That did come with grants for our poorest jurisdictions to help them, cover those costs. Those are cut in the BRFA as well. But then it also shifts more onto the county. So we get it. I think there are areas we can we're open to talking with the legislature about that and with the governor's team. But I would argue that these kind of cuts that we're looking at, these shifts are just, we're also facing the challenges from DC, right? The uncertainty, and that definitely flows down to the county level. So certainly we understand and we want to be part of the solution. I don't have the best answer for you, but I will say the state several years ago passed a bill to drastically reduce the the interest on unpaid taxes, so for late taxes. Maybe this is the year we can't do that. I think that would save a chunk of money. So there are things out there, I think, and we're certainly happy to be part of the conversation.
We'd love to get your ideas.
Thank you very much.
Other questions for this panel?
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the UMBC poll that keeps getting thrown around, one of the ones was asking residents if they've thought about leaving Maryland. And Mr. Canale, have you heard from your counties that they are facing possibly the exodus then if we raise property taxes, or if they have to raise property taxes that much? Are they concerned about businesses or small businesses and families leaving? Because it was 69% of independents have considered leaving, 63% of Republicans, and 39% of Democrats have thought about leaving the state, and only 56% said that they thought it was a good place to raise families. So all of these things that we're doing to keep people here, and now is this going to have what do you think they'll have an adverse effect or not on that?
So I would say that I think counties hear the same things that you hear here in Annapolis from their residents and businesses when there are proposals upon the table. I know it's tough to strike a balance, but I would say that they're hearing the same kind of things. I mean, I'm in Ways and Means a lot, so I hear a lot of the testimony, and I think it's the same thing at the local level. So certainly I think anytime you're talking about property tax increases, it's regressive. People don't like it. They have to write a check. You feel it a lot more. So anytime there's any proposal on the table like that, I think they're hearing about it for sure.
Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the gentleman that's taking care of his wife with Alzheimer's, I'm very glad you came, and I'm very glad you pointed out the need for the deduction for medical expenses. And I just want to say, I understand where you're coming from. We've had that problem in our family, and you're doing the Lord's work, and thank you.
Well, if I can respond, I will say my wife was a brilliant, brilliant physician, and she came up with early onset Alzheimer's at 58. So I've been living with this disease for 15 years. I'm very familiar with the Alzheimer's community. I'm very familiar with the people who try to finagle the Medicaid system. I've paid privately for all of her care. But the aggressive shift to try to put people into Medicaid will be the effect if they do this. I mean, it just follows like night and day. I can't, but they will. If I could say, I was professor of both consumer economics and law and technology at the university. So I taught the Medicare area when I was in consumer economics.
Anyone who's dealt with a loved one with early onset Alzheimer's knows
I'm sorry, I'm very
anyone who's dealt with a loved one with Alzheimer's knows that you're a saint, sir, so thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you.
Delegate Acevedo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be quick. My question is, well, first, I just wanted to echo the Chair of Appropriations' comments about, we're facing cuts. We have decisions that we need to make. And I understand that there's a need for revenue at the local level. And just hearing from MACO, I'm curious because as it stands right now, the special assessment that's given to private country clubs and golf courses, if that were to be repealed, you are looking at revenue for local government in the form of property taxes that could potentially come into county coffers. Where is MACO on that? Because I hear you on this shifting of the costs to the counties, but we are also looking at policy solutions so that we can find the revenue both at the state level and at the county level. And I'm curious, what is MACO's position on ending this sort of subsidizing of private country clubs that will bring in more funds to your county coffers?
Thank you for the question, Delegate. And certainly, we agree with you in terms of trying to create more flexibility for local revenue. We have several bills before the General Assembly that seek to do that and create more flexibility. I'm happy to talk offline about the country clubs. I don't think we took a position on the bill, but I'm happy to talk about that with you. I do think from our perspective, more flexibility is always a good thing. Local governments understand their communities more than anyone else. They're hearing input from their residents. So we're looking to get more flexibility, not necessarily a mandate, but to give counties more tools in the toolbox to try and raise revenue in an equitable way. So, but I'm happy to talk about that proposal with you offline.
Sure, and I totally understand that, and this is one of it, because I'm looking at the DLS report that's saying that 5.6 million in revenue could be coming to counties if we were to do this. And so I find it, if we're looking at all the tools in the toolbox, I would think that MACO would have some sort of a position on taxpayers ending the subsidizing of private country clubs. So if you could follow up, and I would love to find out MACO's position on that, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions for this panel. So, got 4 more people, come on up. Kaylee, you're up.
Good evening, honorable committees. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We have 4 areas of concern with regard to taxation, combined reporting, the delivery fee, the elimination of the snack tax exemption, as well as the elimination of sales tax free weeks. So let me start with combined reporting. While addressing sales tax fairness is important, I'd like to remind the committees that Maryland closed perceived loopholes via the add back statute and economic nexus that my colleague Lenore is going to talk about. Ultimately, combined reporting introduces inefficiencies, it raises operational costs, impacts economic competitiveness, and it does discourage growth. And as you are aware, a windfall is not promised, as some win and some lose. Now, turning to the proposed 75-cent delivery fee, which would be the highest of the few states that have adopted this policy creates burdens for both consumers and businesses. For consumers, this additional charge raises the overall cost of goods, especially for low-income individuals who rely on affordable delivery options. The delivery fee hits vulnerable consumers the hardest and creates access issues. And I'd also add that consumers overwhelmingly oppose such a fee. On page 95 of the BRFA, there is also a provision that says the comptroller has the authority to increase the fee annually based on CPI. We'd ask you to take that out. And finally, we oppose these recommendations, eliminating sales tax free week and the snack food sales tax exemptions, especially at a time when families are being squeezed more than ever. And just as a statistic to leave you all with, in the past 6 years alone, food prices have climbed over 31%. So that's very problematic for consumers. I'll end there, glad to answer any questions the committee has.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Andrew Griffin here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. We are favorable with amendments on today's BRFA. I want to start by saying we're encouraged by the governor's proposal in the BRFA to lower the corporate rate. We think it is a good sign to spur the economy and spur economic growth, which is where the private industry wants to help solve the problem you have. We want to invest in the communities. We want to create jobs. We want to expand the economy. Our concerns with some of the proposals before you is that they will do the opposite. Kaylee spoke to some of the components about combined reporting. I won't repeat those, but what I will say is if you adopt combined reporting, what you do is you make our corporate revenue interstate. So while we're concerned with what the negative economic impacts are going to be with federal layoffs, remember Washington, D.C. and Virginia are also going to have those negative economic impacts. And so what we're going to do is we're going to import company losses onto our balance sheet. So when we need stable revenue, combined reporting is no guarantee that we're going to have that. On the proposed income tax increases, we need to remember that those also impact our pass-through entities, our state's smallest businesses. I don't think it is the intention of anybody here to raise taxes on the young lady who is up here with her small agribusiness. I don't think that's what we're looking for.
And then lastly, I will just continue to echo the fact that the enterprise zone tax credit, it's one of the main drivers, economic drivers that we have for the city of Baltimore, for Prince George's County. You hear its successful use in rural counties like Cecil. You know, there are a lot of private investors out there that want to put shovels in the ground in the state, and that's investment we need. So with that, I will encourage you to think about those items as you have a very difficult task ahead of you. I do not envy that position, and I appreciate your time.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here today representing NFIB. Like my colleague representing the Chamber, you know, NFIB is made up primarily, as many of you know, of small mom and pop sized businesses, and these businesses primarily organized as pass-through entities pay their, quote, business taxes on their personal income tax return. So when we talk about some of the provisions starting on page 111 of the BRFA about raising personal income taxes, you know, it's incumbent upon the legislature, especially these two committees, to understand, as I'm sure you all do know, that does mean increasing taxes on small business owners. And what that also means is that it disincentivizes them from taking their earnings, investing them back into their business, back into their employees, raising wages, offering benefits, to even the more mundane things, like repairing equipment, purchasing new equipment. All of those things are very important when we talk about growing our economy, and it starts right there on your Main Street business. You know, I certainly, like Mr. Griffin said, we certainly don't envy the position that you're in, and Mr. Chair, you know, you've asked a lot of folks, you know, well, what would you do? I would certainly go back to the attitude, I think, of many of our small business owners of, you know, they have to play the cards that they're dealt when it comes to their budget. They have to make some very tough decisions, and that's where you guys are at. You all are in the best position to hear from all of us. You know, my job here today is to tell you what the impact on small business owners will be. It's certainly up to your all's wisdom to determine how best to cut up this pie. And certainly we do not envy you. But those are our concerns with the bill, and we appreciate all of your time and attention on the matter.
My name's Lenore Heavey, and I'm with the Council on State Taxation. I also appreciate this opportunity. Chair Atterbury, Chair Barnes, members of the committee, we are asking you to reject the mandatory unitary combined reporting provisions in the BRFA. Adopting combined reporting is going to make Maryland's most volatile revenue source even more volatile. It has the potential to actually reduce corporate tax collections in the state while imposing significant burdens on both Maryland's taxpayers and the state. Proponents will argue that combined reporting prevents tax avoidance by multi-state businesses. However, Maryland has already addressed this issue with both the add-back statute and economic nexus. Maryland's add-back statute requires corporations with intercompany transactions with an affiliate to add back those expenses, effectively increasing that corporation's income subject to taxation. And that is one of the things that combined reporting is attempting to address. Also, Maryland deploys economic nexus, and that approach gives the state expansive jurisdiction to impose the tax without requiring a physical presence in the state. Finally, given Maryland's add-back statute and economic nexus, which are both ably deployed by your comptroller's office, there will be no windfall from transitioning from the state's current reporting methodology to combined reporting. And as Andrew pointed out, combined reporting can indeed capture business profits earned by members of a group, but it will also capture other members' business losses. Unlike the tools that the the comptroller's office currently deploys, which do not bring in those losses. So, so with that, we are asking you to reject these provisions in the BRFA.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all.
Thank you all.
For being with us. 4 more folks come on up.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Bernie Marzik from Cornerstone Government Affairs. I will be extremely brief because the folks before me talked about combined reporting at great length, and I'm sure you'll hear more about it. I did want to, especially for the Appropriations Committee, I was in Ways and Means last week and reminded the committee about the history on this issue, and it's been studied several times by delegates, senators appointed by Speaker Bush, appointed by Senate President Miller. Senator Casemeyer, Senator King, Senator Madaleno, Delegate Barve, Chairwoman Hickson, all who agreed that combined reporting was not a good path for the state to go down. And I would urge you to remove that provision from the BRFA as you consider this, and fully understanding the difficult decisions you all have. But those commissions have met, two different commissions in the last 15 years, all recommending against combined reporting. So thank you very much.
Good evening, Chair Barnes, Atterbury, and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director with TechNet, a tech trade association. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight on House Bill 352. I'm here to speak over our concerns on the proposed delivery impact fee and ask for its removal from the BRFA. The proposed fee will hurt consumers and businesses alike. Delivery is not a luxury, but a necessity for some, especially for those who don't have access to a personal vehicle. These new costly business obligations will be burdensome for business in a short time frame. The current effective date is June 1, 2025, but to build out new systems necessary to comply with the administration and collection of the fee, businesses would need at least until July of 2026 to comply. We have concerns about the built-in annual increase tied to the consumer price index. Businesses need certainty to operate effectively within the state. And the bill is also unclear on the operational details. We would like to see more clarity that the delivery fee does not apply to orders that only include items exempt from the sales tax, but does apply to an order that contains any taxable items. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and happy to take any questions.
Change of pace. Christopher Meyer from the Maryland Center on Economic Policy, favorable with amendments. We support Governor Moore's revenue plan, and I thank him for submitting it. The plan would move Maryland from a tax code that lets wealthy individuals and large corporations off the hook, closer to one that supports thriving communities and leaves no one behind. According to BRE, the governor's plan derives more than 90% of new income tax revenue from the wealthiest 3% of households. The plan scales back business subsidies that DLS has repeatedly found do not work, and it fights corporate tax avoidance. Most states already use combined reporting, including booming economies from Massachusetts to Arizona. According to an analysis by Ernst & Young, commissioned by cost, all state and local taxes paid by businesses are a smaller share of the private sector economy in Maryland than in most other states, and a smaller slice of our revenue pie than in any other state. Taxes are how we foster core assets that families and businesses value, such as a skilled workforce and effective transportation infrastructure. Meanwhile, credible research shows that taxes and tax break programs are not top considerations when businesses or families decide where to locate. The District of Columbia raised taxes on the wealthy in 2021, then saw the number of high-income residents increase to the highest level ever. Also note that under Maryland's single sales factor system, where a business locates has no impact on its tax responsibilities. Not everything in this bill is positive. We urge you to reject harmful budget cuts and instead build on the governor's revenue plan with provisions from the Fair Share for Maryland Act, such as cracking down on offshore profit shifting, as the House did last year, among others. I'll close with some borrowed wisdom. To paraphrase Chair Barnes, any proposal to reject or scale back tax reforms should be transparent about what specific services should be targeted for deeper cuts. Finally, quoting Chair Atterbury, I think it's time that we get to work. Thank you.
Look, you quote us, you get a couple extra seconds. Go ahead.
Switching gears again, good evening, Chair Barnes, Atterbury, and members of the delegate of these committees. My name is Byron McFarland. I'm the Register of Wills for Howard County, chair our association's legislative committee, and on behalf of my colleagues, we oppose the proposed repeal of Maryland's inheritance tax. The registers of wills assess and collect this tax, and it serves as our primary source of funding. The revenue we collect above our operating expenses is transferred monthly to the comptroller and then to the general fund. In fiscal 2024, our total revenue was $93.4 million, and $64 million of that went to the general fund. A repeal would erase that revenue and defund the registers of wills, leaving the state with a nearly $30 million funding shortfall. And allow me to elaborate further. One, most Marylanders are exempt from this tax, with fewer than 5,500 people paying it last year. Two, a repeal will primarily benefit distant relatives who do not live in Maryland. Three, in contrast with the estate tax, very few people express dissatisfaction with paying this tax, mainly because they aren't expecting any inheritance. Four, this tax is a reliable, predictable, and growing source of revenue, up almost 14% from last year. Five, no one leaves Maryland because of the inheritance tax. They leave for a confluence of reasons, and repealing this won't change that. Lastly, we have no idea how we would adapt to an alternate funding method. For these many reasons, and in this challenging environment, let's not discard a palatable, reliable, and growing source of needed revenue. And going forward, if our partners in government wish to continue a dialogue about reforming our state's end-of-life or death taxes, the registers are ready to be a part of that dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you all for testifying. Are there questions for this panel? Okay, thanks a lot for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we have two more witnesses. Come on up. Maybe three? Nope. Okay, yes, go ahead. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Atterbury and Chair Barnes. And members of the committee, my name is Kelsey Johnson, and I am here on behalf of the Global Business Alliance. I am here to discuss the combined reporting tax provisions included in the BRFA. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share our perspective on the negative impacts that this mandatory tax policy would have on the state and its budget crisis. The Global Business Alliance proudly represents 200 American companies with a global heritage. Our members are headquartered in 23 different countries, all in places that are allied with the United States. The mission of GBA is to defend and promote an open economy that welcomes international companies to invest in America. Our members help grow Maryland's economy and provide high-quality jobs in local communities across the state, employing over 120,000 people in Maryland, with a quarter of those jobs in the manufacturing sector. These jobs are solely due to the global investment made here in Maryland. 30,800 workers in Maryland, 25% of all foreign direct investment jobs in the state are in the manufacturing sector. Among countries and nations globally, the UK, the Netherlands, and Canada support the largest number of jobs in Maryland. 866 international employers have operations in Maryland. According to recent data, global investments accounted for a 4% growth in Maryland employment. Meanwhile, the state's overall employment in the private sector fell 0.5%. These employers are excited to work in Maryland and contribute to the economy. Please take this into consideration as you move through the adoption of the state budget. GBA remains concerned about the combined reporting as it's currently drafted.
Hello, Chair Atterbury, Chair Barnes, and members of the Ways and Means and Appropriations Committee, and I'm happy to be the closer here this evening. My name is Alan Pasetsky. I'm here as a Maryland resident, small business owner, tax professional, and tax advisor for the Global Business Alliance. Let me start with combined reporting, which makes no sense for Maryland. Maryland needs guaranteed revenue, and combined reporting provides no such certainty, only volatility. How do I know this? You studied it. Maryland studied this in 2010 and 2016, concluding not to enact it. Why? Revenue volatility, winners and losers, including Maryland companies which could pay more, the complexity and potential for litigation, and the negative message sent to the business community. Nothing has changed since 2016 to warrant a different conclusion. Virginia looked at the same thing in 2021, same conclusion. Furthermore, combined reporting is not necessary to close loopholes because Maryland already closed them 20 years ago in 2004. And you've heard about this related party add-back rule to deal with the loophole that the proponents tell you is out there. It is not there. Check with the Comptroller's office. You have an add-back rule. Most states that do combined reporting do not do an add-back rule. In fact, New Jersey enacted combined reporting a few years ago. They repealed their add-back rule because you don't do both. Additionally, the language in HB 352 doesn't reflect true Water's Edge reporting because it would include foreign companies. So I don't know what Water's Edge we would be talking about. So that approach would make Maryland a complete outlier, damage its competitiveness, and foster disputes with treaty partners and create a system double taxing international companies. And I don't think that's the message you want to send. So I encourage the removal of the combined reporting provisions in the bill. On the individual side, as a resident and small business owner, I have to say the absurd estate tax threshold decrease, itemized deduction elimination, tax rate increases, and capital gains tax will certainly encourage people to leave the state. Creating a climate equal to D.C. and California should not be what
It's okay,
you're
you can
striving
finish,
for.
because we used a little time with the applause, so take a few more. You can keep going.
Thank you, Chair. I would just say this would rival your income tax rate, if you look at it overall, to D.C. and California. And I don't think with Virginia and Delaware on your borders with much better tax climates, that's the message you want to send. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for this last panel? Okay, thank you all for being with us. Committees, thanks for sticking this out. Good hard work today, Madam Secretary. Thanks for sticking it out, DLS. And mostly our staff, who I think, the committee staff who organized a really efficient meeting. Final comments, Madam Chair?
No, I too just want to show my appreciation to the staff and committee. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, thanks for hanging around. That's good to see. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.